Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Is my mic working? Welcome back to another stream. It is FEMBOY Friday. In case you didn't know, but I hope you did, because it is important. And we're going to be doing more Terraria. That's right. And I'm just now realizing I haven't changed screen yet. And now I have. Also, I need to double check. Shit. Some of the audio from Terraria might not have been in the stream yesterday. Yeah, I need to change how some of this audio stuff is set up. Because it's kind of a pain currently. Also, I need to turn down my volume. But welcome everybody. How's everybody doing? Are you excited it's Friday? I hope so. I would imagine so. At the end of the stream, I just got done. Actually, I didn't get done. But I started clearing the dungeon. I think I have most of it clear. I think there's still some chests, maybe. But I was able to clear a fair amount, as you can see. But I think there's still maybe some stuff. Or some places I haven't gone. I don't know what all this is about. Here's... oh, that's a pot. So you got a couple gold chests here. Actually, maybe I should check the wiki just to see what all comes in the dungeon. Terraria dungeon items. Because I'm not sure. Contents. Cobalt, Murmasa. Shadow Key, Valor, Bone Weller. Let's see. Unique. Through Plundering Waterbolt. Dungeon paintings, furniture. Bewitching tale. I think maybe I got everything, actually. I think I actually, except maybe like maybe the yo-yo. I don't really care about that. So maybe I'm good there. So we're almost, yeah, we're definitely going to be getting to hard mode today. That is for sure. What is this picture? Let's see. Oh, I see. Interesting. So that's the idea or goal. Ancient Nazar. Oh, wait a second. Tally counter? I think I need that for one of the trinket things that you craft. It has a 1% chance? Oh my god. That's not great. Of course, it's from Angry Bones, Curse Skull, and Darkcaster. So pretty much most of the mobs. I don't think I need to get that, actually. Right now, at least. So I think I got most everything. Hey Loki, how's it going? Yeah. I have. I'm just about to take on Wall of Flesh. So I should be in hard mode here in a little bit. Yesterday, I just went and cleared all the bosses. It's kind of like crazy easy, like on this mode, because I tried expert mode before and I got to like hard mode on expert, but not much further than that. But this is like on normal mode and it's just like crazy easy, honestly. Like some of these bosses, I'm just like not taking almost any damage. It's a little ridiculous. But that's okay, because I've never actually beat the game, and maybe if it's that easy, I'll actually be able to beat the game. Hopefully. Hopefully. But welcome back. I started a little bit later than I wanted to, but still earlier than I had been. So, what are you up to? How's your Friday going? Anything exciting happening? I'm debating. Actually, I probably should go to hell and unlock some of the chests. Also, I need to move this guy to a closer location. But yeah, it's not going too bad. Not going too bad at all. And the other day, I went through all the Sky Islands, so I got pretty much everything I needed from there. So that's good. So, yep, we're making progress. Definitely. Definitely. So we'll see. I don't know how much... I would guarantee we're going to get to hard mode, but I'm not sure how much further we'll be getting. Maybe a few of the mechanical bosses? Since they seem to be fairly easy. Yeah, I have to reset my spawn. I set my spawn by the dungeon because I had a weird issue where the boss was just like despawning for some reason. So I set it over there for a little bit. Yeah, I think the plan will be for right now to drop off this stuff. I need to reset my home point, drop off some of this. Actually, I want to upgrade this as well. Move the Tinker over. And let's see what else. We'll start with that. I'll probably forget if I try and remember too much. Okay. So first things first, I gotta reset my home point. Okay. So that's good. I don't need this die trader here, that's for sure. Let's put him somewhere else, or her. I guess I could just make another level. Whatever. I probably should. I have so much junk. I have almost no order to how stuff is in here. No organization. Okay, oh, that's an imp staff. Oh, right, I have stuff in my piggy bank too. Shit. So much stuff. Oops. Come on, dude. Can you please get off my piggy bank? Oh my god. There we go. Okay. So much stuff. Oh, I need to put one of these down. Somewhere. Also, I think I got an alchemy table. Not that I've been... Wait, is that... No, that's not what I put down. That's different. We definitely need a few more levels here. Definitely need a few more levels. Book. Paperback. Okay. Maybe we'll do 2 levels while we're at it. Come on. Okay, so let's see. So we need to bring the Goblin Tinker over here. And probably the Mechanic would be nice. Maybe the Arms Dealer. Could probably just put a door here. I don't know why I don't. Okay. And let's make some wood walls. I'm always like, oh, this time maybe I'll actually make it look nice. And it always just ends up being the same box. Always ends up being just a box. Oh, so close. Okay. Now let's put a few lights up. And let's see, we're gonna need 2 doors, 4 benches. Okay. Actually, 3 doors. Now let's see. Oh wait, can I? Oh jeez, I'm an idiot. Probably would have been easier just to do it like that. Whatever. Okay. Workbench. Doesn't really matter. It's a little dark in here. It's not even, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay, so those should be good. Suitable, 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 suitable. And we want to move the Goblin Tinker. Actually, let's move the Angler here. Tinkerer here. The die trader there. And the Tinkerer here. The Merchant here. Let's see, who else? The Arms Dealer here. And let's put the Mechanic there. Think that'll work? I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. And why? Zoologist. Oh, looked really weird from that picture. Okay. So now we should have plenty of houses. I have to wait for these people to move. I wonder... You can't just quit, can you? I don't think that works. I thought I tried this before. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. I think I might have to just like go all the way down to hell or something. Which is fine. Do I have obsidian potions on me? No. I don't remember what exactly causes them to move. Cannot remember the exact trigger. Also, I'm pretty sure you can use like hay. How did he get down here? And this dude... Oh, wait, so I should be able to unlock these. Oh no, I hope I didn't put those keys away. Oh, shoot. Okay. Come on. Man, I have not... That's a weird spot for that. I have not explored much of the hell layer. Which is not good. Considering I'm gonna have to fight Wall of Flesh pretty soon. Where was... Okay, right over here. Right there. God, I hate glow sticks. Okay, shadow chest. I need to look up what these have. So I don't waste my time. If there's nothing to get. Wait, what is this? Howling bow. Hmm. I need to see if I can... Is there a way to change it so the audio doesn't pause when I tab out? Oh well. Oh, here's some obsidian skin. Oh, the blood moon. Great. I wonder what happens on the blood moon if I go to like one of those clouds. I knew I should have done that before. Should have set up the cloud so it was ready for a blood moon. Hmm. Okay, maybe we should just use one of these obsidian. That's a good idea. So we don't have to worry about lava. So I need to put the piggy bank down already. Because I have so much junk. Oh, I forgot to... Whatever. I didn't really come down here to do this. Kind of came down here just to let the NPCs spawn in the right spot. 34, Jesus. I probably have a lot of things I don't need on me. I'm being TBH. Okay, there's another one. Okay, oh. Nice. Is this on that list? Sorry, hold on 1 second. Also, what is this brain thing? The brain is a pet summoning item. Spawns a pet zombie. I see. Ornate shadow key. What is that? Oh, another pets. Okay. Treasure magnet. So it looks like that is something I need. A treasure magnet. I just got the hell cart. Doesn't look like there's really much else in here. So all I really need is a treasure magnet. I wonder what this looks like. Oh, it's kind of cute, but kind of ugly. And we got demonic hellcart. So we can now actually go through lava, apparently. Apparently. It's gonna be really hard to see which one of these are platforms. Not that it really matters, but I just bust through everything. Do I have immunity? Yeah. Is there anything? No. Probably have to go in here. Please stop. Okay, nothing there. More restoration potions. Don't need featherfall. There's another one here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is my control thing turning? Do I need these at all? I don't care about playing weight. Okay, that's it. Oh my god, where in the fuck is this? All these buildings are so annoying. Treasure magnet? Come on. I've got way too much shit in inventory. Actually, I'm gonna use this. just need the treasure magnet. Get a couple of fire blossoms. Come on, where is the treasure magnet? And is there anything else down here? It's a deep one. Treasure magnet, treasure magnet. This is it. This is right here. Well, it wasn't. But I did get one of the things I didn't have yet. I don't really think I need that, but whatever. Anything good down here? Doesn't appear so. Surely I'll find something here. Surely. Nothing? Great. Nothing? Oh, that is the one that hurts. Couldn't remember. Jeez, that's a lot. Couldn't remember where those spawn. Apparently right there. So was the rest of them? I can't remember. Should just look at the map more. It's a lot easier to tell on there if there's a chest. Treasure. Come on. Treasure magnet. Come on. Uh-oh. Do I have any other obsidian skin? No. Okay, that could be a little bad. Okay, and that's the fire one. I think that might be it for that direction. Okay, hopefully these people have changed. Yeah, they have. Okay. I don't know if I should keep one of those or not. That doesn't matter that much. Oh yeah, I was gonna put these down. Also, I didn't have any of my imps out. It's probably stupid. You know what? I'll put 2 here. Fuck it. But did I not? Oh, this is a different one. Okay. So first, let's. I'm gonna move this. There. And here, we're gonna put this. Okay. Okay, and rocket boots. Those combine with. I'm gonna just look this stuff up. Those combine with Hermes boots for the Spectre boots. Or flurry boots, I guess, work too. Oh. Guess I can get this too. Goblin tech. That saves some room. Okay. Nice. 2 things already. Okay, Spectre boots. And those combine with Anklet on the Wind and the Aglet. Do I have those? Aglet, Anklet of the Wind. Okay, it's a green circle and a yellow thing. Okay, there's the aglet. Sorry, look here. Wait, where is the Anklet of the Wind from? It can be found in jungle and bramble crates within. Okay. Well, there we go. And that gives the lightning boots. Okay, the lightning boots with the ice skates. I have a lot of ice skates. That gives Frostbark. And then Frostbark and Lava Waders. And the Lava Waders are. Shoot. I might have messed up here. Lava Charm is from. Hellstone crates and obsidian crates. Orange chests in the lower portion of the caverns where lava pools can naturally spawn. I see. I see, I see. Okay, so we need the anklet of the wind. That is for sure. Also, wait, ancient chisel. I think that's from like the underground desert. Architect Gizmo pack is from, oh, all that stuff. Right. Okay. So, do I not need both the wings? I don't think I do then. Probably. Oh well, I'll just leave it there. Okay, an aglet. And don't know if I'm just gonna put these away. So hellstone bar. We should be able to create, oops, Phoenix blaster. Yep. Okay. I wonder if we should. Also, what are the, okay, blizzard in a bottle. I can't remember what those combine with. Blizzard in a bottle and a shiny red balloon. Okay, can do that. That gives blizzard in a balloon. And that can be combined with the lucky horseshoe, which I have somewhere. Yeah, right here. To a white horseshoe and a balloon. And then what is that used for then? Oh, wait a second. Oh, I might have screwed up here. Shoot. Oh, no, wait. White? Any cloud balloon, any sand. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm okay. Any cloud. Okay, I need to find other balloons, though. If I want to get the bundle of horseshoe balloons. I'm guessing that's going to be better than the musket. Put that on. Double jump increases jump and negates fall damage. Nice. So we don't need the wings then. I don't believe at all. Any more? Okay, so let's go to the jungle. Oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, we'll go to the jungle and see if we can find the aglet. And that will allow a couple more steps progression for the boots. Which is always a good one to get early. Also, with the ancient chisel should be, maybe I should look for that. Oh. Some gold up right there. Oh, buddy. These things are actually kind of dangerous still. And I almost kind of wish I just had some bombs for this place. Yeah. I don't really care for the underground sand area. So I think we'll just go to the jungle for now. I feel like my movement isn't quite as good. I used to get like, there was a little bit more burst on the blizzard thing. Like a speed boost burst. Okay. Jungle time. Chest detected. Where is the chest? Oh, of course. And now the traveling merchant gets here. For years. Chest. Ah, there it is. Wouldn't that be crazy if that was it? Actually, I think it has to be in a jungle shrine. Also, my info. Are these like meteorite guys? Where are these coming from? How are these getting here? Okay. Garbage. Wait, meteorite detected. Oh, it's because it's right there. Of course. Of course. I didn't realize it was so close. Man, this item is so helpful in finding stuff. One of the best exploring items. By far. Another spike trap? Oh my lord. Where are the chests? I don't care about the life crystals. There's a million traps around here. Oh, get off me. Where are all the chests set up? There's lots of life crystals. I don't want life crystals. I want the jungle chest. I mean, I guess I should get it since... Here we go. Please be the aglet. Surely this will be it. Surely this will be it. Nope. I did get a cloud in the bottle, though, which I have a million of. Oh my god, I didn't do this. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. Okay, about this. 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 Okay. Also, I need to start this hotkey script. Just detected. Where is it? Where is it? Down or up? It's up. It is up. Over here. Over here. The hell is this thing? Uh-oh. Oh, wait. God, I don't have fall damage anymore. There's another one of these. Damn it. Okay. That's fine. Oh jeez, what's happening? Oh. Hey Phobos, how's it going? There's a track here. Why can't I hit this? What are you up to? Oh, here's another one. Nice. You're happy I'm online? Yeah, I'm online most days. But thank you. I'm glad somebody enjoys my presence. We should speak on voice, I think. Is there something in particular you need to tell me? What's up? What's going on? Oh no, there it is. Just socialize? I mean, we can sometime if you want. I don't know if I want to do it necessarily on stream. Because I have a hard enough time paying attention to, like, what I'm doing, like, on my own. And trying to talk to people in chat. So I don't know if I would be able to handle, like, another person yet. But, I mean, yeah, we can, I mean, do that sometime if you want. Plus, not that I don't trust you, but, you know, I don't know. People can say things sometimes that could be bad for me if it's on my channel. Again, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust you at this point. I don't know. Maybe if you had a couple thousand messages, maybe I would be more trusting. Again, it's not. It's just like anybody, I would feel that way, honestly. And I just kind of have to be careful about, you know, certain things on stream. Just in general, like, not even people talking, but like videos or whatever. I mean, yeah, we could do that sometime if you want. You are addicted to... I mean... I'm trying to be serious about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to, like, make it, like, like... You know, at least be consistent. Because I think, if you want to ever be, like decent, you have to be at least consistent. I have very low... I know. Well, I've been streaming for, like, a month and a half, so... I'm not too worried about it yet. It takes time for things to grow. Nothing happens. I mean, the people that expect things overnight are the ones that just, they'll never make it. Femboys are few and far apart. There's a fair amount out there. But I mean, yeah, they're a little bit more rare than your average girl. I will admit that. I will admit that. Let's see. But yeah, we can do that sometime if you want. I beat all the bosses on, well, all the mechanical bosses on here yesterday. So now I'm just looking for like one particular item in the jungle. I need to get rid of some of this stuff. I have way too much junk. I'll just drink this coffee. Okay. I'll admit I'm lonely and feel like talking. I mean, you can talk. It's just, you know, if you don't mind chat or like typing, I mean, you can stay here as long as you want and chat with me as long as you want. Yeah, if it's like just like between chat and the game, you know, I can kind of do it. But like if I have to add another thing in, it's gonna fuck me up a little bit, I think. ADHD is a bitch. I do mind typing. We'll get they have AI for that nowadays. Just get an AI to transcribe everything for you. Whoops, holy shit. I forgot how much that slime bounces. Or it goes up. Yeah, I'm sure there's an AI that can help you with that. And typing isn't that bad, I mean. I've sent, God, I don't even know. I wouldn't be surprised if I've sent over 100,000 Twitch messages. Chat messages, that is. Over the years. Probably more than that, actually. Probably way more than that. And I've survived. Typing sucks. That's not that bad. I mean, it sucks if you're trying to like, yeah, write out very detailed or like, yeah, something complex or a long story or something. I think for Twitch chat, I prefer Twitch chat never get like too verbose. I'll explore other corners of the internet. See you later. Okay, I mean, that's fine. That's fine too. I won't hold it against you. I understand these streams aren't the most exciting thing in the world. I am fully aware. Okay, let's see where this goes. for fun. Oh, right there. I'll forget this never happened. Okay. That works for me. And here's the end. Damn it. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. I didn't realize this thing could actually get this high. Okay, there's chest nearby. Where is it? Up here? Yep. I think I see it. There's some honey too. Uh-oh. I gotta be careful with this weapon. You can accidentally start the bee fight, which would probably not be good. Is there? Wait, where is this? I thought it was up here. I don't see a chest. Any chests around here? Okay, demonite, chest. Okay, so it's got to be down here somewhere. This went away. Okay, chest detected. Demonite detected. So it's gotta be around here. Oh, it's right there. And it's garbage. All of this is garbage. 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 Maybe I'll keep these. And how far down are we? Not that far, really. Guess we should head over here. Okay. So there's got to be a chest to the left here. Somewhere over here there is a chest. Probably right around where this demon knight is. Maybe there's multiple. Or is that it? So much shit. God damn it. Isn't that what I wanted? Another chest. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, let's see. Where in the hell? So it's gotta be like right around here. Maybe a little further over. Ah, right there. How do I keep getting all this garbage? Wow. Yes, this is actually much better. Oh my god, I wish I could just make it so I didn't pick up this garbage. Nope, not dude. a merchant. Maybe I can sell some of this shit. Like this. Or not. Is there anything good in here? No. Literally nothing. Let's go down this way. There's a money thing over here. More silver, that's it. Just up here. This looks a little sus. Another chest. I don't see it. Where is it? Must be the other way. Up here? Down or up? Where is this thing? Is that the one I was detecting? the end. This is like, I think, the actual good spot. Good ones. Why does it say life crystal if there's a chest right there? Does it think life crystals are better than chests? I don't like that. Either that or it's closer, maybe? I don't like that at all. There we go. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. So we need to... I don't care about this. Okay. And okay. Okay. Go home. Try and clean out our inventory. Why do I have this fishing rod here? Also, I don't need this watch. Okay. She's 76 damage. Let's go crazy. Let's put that in there. This in here, this in here, this in here. That. Oh, I have 88 of these. Oh, this is interesting. I wonder how much. I wonder what. This looks nice. I wonder if I should swap this out. Probably. Sell all this shit. Magic missile. Sell these. curious how these work. Now, I have 2 accessory slots open. Got lightning boots. Got them. Okay, lightning boots. Now we need to get ice skates. Frostbark boots. And now... all right, lava waders. Lava waders are... a couple different things. Water walking boots. Let's see, obsidian. Where are water walking boots from? Water chests, ocean crates, and seaside crates. Let's see. And then obsidian skull. Obsidian water walking boots. Obsidian. Oh, I see. I might have fucked up. A 2% chance? Oh, God. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's 5%. Okay, that's not that bad. So yeah, we need the water walking boots. And then we'll pretty much have them. Yeah, we just need the lava wader portion. Water walking, yeah. So one more upgrade for that. Let's try these out. Oh wow, it takes all my mana. That's a pretty cool effect, actually. I wonder how long you can hold this for. Huh. Wait, does it not take the mana until it hits something? How does it, or does it just keep taking mana? Hmm. Interesting. Let's see, magic missile. Light shard and soul of light. Hmm. don't know what other accessories I should put. Wait, didn't I get... Okay, violent shoe spike. Did I clear out this? No. These are all shoe spikes? What? No way. Crazy. Oh, I can get the safe. Man, how did I get so much gold? Interesting. So it's kind of just like the other one, except it's it works the same. Interesting. I wonder. Probably keep that other one on me. But I have two of these. So, do I have any water-breathing potions? Featherfall. I got my potion stuff all over the place. Invisibility. Surely. There we go. Water walking. Iron skin. Titan mining. Water walking. Gills. Yeah, here we go. That'll work. Let's see, the Celestial Magnet combines with a couple different things. Nothing that good. Wait, I have another balloon? Do I? So I can do... Cloud in a bottle. Cloud in a balloon. Any cloud balloon. Any sandstorm balloon. So if I can get The sandstorm and a balloon. They're not gonna have that one. But I do need another balloon, unfortunately. I think. Don't think I have another. I might have to jump to another world, unfortunately. Unless there is one I missed, which is possible. Wait, so okay, fall damage. Negates fall damage. Oh, this stuff is such a mess. I have so many cloud and balloons. What is the depth meter combined with? Oh wait, you can. Oh no, you can't. Compass and a gold watch. Compass. Compass has a 1.2 chance to be dropped by salamanders, giant shellies, and crawdads. Piranhas, slimes, sphinxes. I see. Salamanders. Cavern lair. Okay. So let's grab some gravitation potions. Do I have some still? Somewhere? Also, what about this band? What is this? Band of that combines with Philosopher's Stone, which is a hard mode accessory. I think I'll play with these teleport potions. See where it takes me. Okay, gravitation, here we go. So which one? This one was super high up there. So if I... us to start here. Okay, so that's the top. Oops. Can they be one on top of each other? I don't think so. Although that one was close. If I could just find one more balloon. That would be super nice. Just one island, one balloon. That's all I'm asking. Ah. Oh. I found one, but unfortunately, it's not the right kind. Oops. One more sky island. One balloon. That's all I need. It's not too much to ask. Can you please get off me? I feel like we've got to be getting close to the end here. But I don't know. one more. That's all I know. Not asking for too much. Oops. Gotta get there. Oh my god, get off, please. Jesus. Okay. I thought I would be able to clear this easy in two. It's not. And that's it. Oh, and I don't know what time it is now because I took that thing out of my inventory. And I just... Hello? Are there any chests around here? One. Water walking. I got it. Oops. Oh, I didn't actually clear all the sky. Almost. Little bit. And the likelihood that one would still be left over here is pretty slim, I feel like. I mean, I found one. Maybe... I don't know. Technically, maybe one could be here. That's some pretty high... Man, that lava is super high up. Is that lava? Okay, water walking. Water walking. And the obsidian skull. We'll give obsidian water walking boots. And that with a lava charm and obsidian rose. Okay. Where did all my obsidian go? Here? Nice. Much. So, okay, obsidian skull. We'll just put that on. Actually, no. We want obsidian water up boots. We'll put that on. Okay, yeah, now we need... Wait, what is the molten charm? Oh, obsidian skull and lava charm. So if we find some shimmer, we can actually get it that way. Because I have a magma stone. We call a rope. Man, pretty sure I sold the only obsidian rose I had. Okay, here's the wild magma stone. Sell these. Do not need all that shit. Also, probably don't need all this. Or these. Obsidian rose. I don't know why I sold that. I distinctly remember picking one up and selling it though. My inventory was probably full. I don't see it. I do not see it. Yeah, let's play with some teleportation. Okay. Where is this? Do a couple runs of this just to make sure. Clear out this little bitty area. Zigbee supply. Come on, one more right here. Come on. Just one more. That's all I want. Just one more. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be finding one here. Unfortunately. Wait a few more seconds. I wonder how much I actually cleared. Watch one be right there. No. Almost got the whole thing. Do I have the gills potion on me still? Yes. Let's see if there's something down here. Just detected. More water walking boots. And that's it. I wonder if I lose my buff if I exit and go back in. No, I keep it. Although it doesn't matter because I reset Alt Mind. I was gonna try and clean up that one edge, but whatever. Okay, let's see. You know what, actually? I need to put the party girl up here. Did all my houses get filled already? I don't have anybody in this one. So there is still an open one. I am going to real quick take a break. Refill my water and coffee. Stretch and use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I want to do something real quick. I want to make a note. Can I not bring this up? There we go. Auto handling to ban and report stream boo spammers. These idiots fucking come in here every day. I got it so it blocks them, but I just don't even want to see it. I want to see them get auto reported and banned. It would make it easier. Okay. Okay, where were we? Let's see. Oh, I gotta turn this off too. Debating if I should go try and find some chests down here. Let's do this. I have all my gold on me, that's not good. Let's get a whole bunch of bombs. And stickify them. Now let's go. Try finding an area in the sandstone. Sandstorm in a bottle. So that's the last thing we need for the balloons. Jesus. What? What just happened there? What just hitting me? Oh. Chests so far. Crystal somewhere. Not that I really care about that. Where next? Okay. Another life crystal. Okay. Okay, I'm just seeing lots of life crystals around here now. Oh, there's area. As soon as I say something, of course. What? How is all of this shit filled already? What's this? About those. Yeah, these light crystals are screwing up my ability to see chests on my thing. Okay, I have another chest apparently. Okay. And another chest, or unless it's this thing. Oh, get off me. What if it's down there? It's gotta be to the left. Somewhere to the left. Oh, did I? Chest? Thought it was gonna be over here. Almost feel like I could. Okay. Chest is gotta be over here. What's this? Chest. Okay, now it's gone. Close up. Oh. Let's see. Come on. Another chest? Oh, it's the golfer. Don't kill him. It was a chest, now it's the life crystal again. Oh, what the? Okay, now it's gone. Okay, now it's gotta be over here somewhere. Did I already get this? Yes. I need to light these up so I know better. Ah, there it is. Are you serious? Okay, that's a normal area. I need to go down. Hey, Loki. Sorry, I didn't see your message for a second. By the way, I've been doing a bit of diving into Twitch TOS. Oh, yeah? Anything interesting? Also, are you considering, trying to run the edge or something? Or what was the, reasoning? Realize crystal. I might as well get this chest too. Somebody said one of my stories might be against TOS. I deep dive into TOS. Turns out I was fine, but the streamer had done more TOS breaking stuff. Really? What was it, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, I'm making it a pain to get this. How much sand is here? Nice noise. It was a story about when I accidentally stole my friend's girlfriend. The streamer said it might be against TOS, but they had told a story about how a girl kissed them and did more graphic stuff, and graphic descriptions break TOS. I'm not sure how that stuff works. I have never heard of anyone getting banned for, like, something explicit like that. It's all, unless it's like something really bad for, you know, like hate speech or something. But I've never heard of anyone getting in trouble, especially a viewer. So I'm not sure why they would be saying that. This turned out to be a huge pain in the ass. Yeah, normally Twitch is like, I mean, you have to say something pretty bad for them to do something. Like, it's typically hate speech stuff. Maybe they were just jealous your story was better. Man, I got way too much junk. Way too much junk. Okay, that was not worth it at all. Yeah, anyways, I also found that FEMBOY photos auto message might be on the edge of TOS breaking. How so? Specifically because you mentioned it can be used for porn and suggesting people visit or do stuff with NSFW related sites is a no-no on Twitch. Interesting. I mean, to be honest, I'm not really that concerned. It's more of a joke. But I mean, if they want to come after me, they can. I'm more concerned about them coming after me about my name, to be honest. Oh no, yeah, I mean, I appreciate the heads up. Yeah, I wouldn't consider yourself too much. You have to do something pretty bad to get banned, like outright on Twitch. Like, yeah. I mean, they might. I've honestly, I don't know. Like, viewer stuff is kind of weird because, like, I don't know. You would never hear about it, and yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a weird one. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. The words in and of themselves actually aren't NSFW. Futa actually just means two in Japanese. And pantsu is, I mean, it can be used for lots of things. It can be used for pants or panties or anything. Wait, why am I dying? Oh, how the fuck did I get stuck here? Jesus. Oh, it was a trap. What the fuck? How did that spring? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I told you, but I've seen someone that has the name Futanari. The full word, Futanari. Which there is no gray area with what that word means. Futanari connoisseur. Fujinari underscore connoisseur. So they make it clear it's actually 2 words. Like with mine, you know, it's like, it's not even clear if it's actually 2 words. So I don't know. I mean, there's always a possibility. I typically don't try and do anything that would piss Twitch off. Normally, I feel like I have a fairly decent idea of what gets people in trouble in this platform. I don't know who the streamer you were talking to is, but for them to mention that to you, I feel like they probably don't know what they're talking about. Or they're just trying to scare you, honestly. I mean, yeah, it depends. It can depend on a lot of things. Like if people are reporting you, or like if you have multiple people reporting you, I mean, that might be like a reason they actually try and do something. Yeah, it kind of sounds like that. And typically, even like, I mean, just to give you an example, and this is a little bit different, but do you know who I ended up helping them out and telling them what they were and weren't allowed to do? Ah, nice. I don't know if you, well, you might since you're Swedish. Do you know Forsen, this streamer? He got in trouble, I don't know, years ago because someone linked him some GIF that it looked like inconspicuous at first, but it ended up switching to like some porn of like some girl like jerking off a horse or something. It was something bad. And they ended up like banning him for like, I think 7 days or 10 days. But I mean, he didn't even get an outright ban for showing like bestiality on stream. I mean, it was only a second, and it wasn't technically his fault because, I mean, he didn't know it was that, but I mean, it's still, anything shown is ultimately his responsibility. But yeah, he literally showed bestiality on the site. And then didn't even outright ban him. I have heard the name. He's been on the platform forever. He's one of the OGs, if you will. But he's from Sweden as well, which is why I thought you might know him. Forsen, God, what is his last name? I can't remember. Maybe, do they not know? I don't know. I can't remember. Yeah, just Forsen. He's got, yeah, speaking of, his Twitch chat says some of the most unhinged. Yeah, the streamer is responsible. I mean, that's how they, I mean, have to kind of enforce it. Even though there are plenty of situations where things could happen out of your control. And something ends up being, you know, shown on stream that you never intended. Especially if you're doing like IRL stuff. But you do have to be careful. That's why you have to be careful in like multiplayer games. But I mean, like here's an example. Like there's been plenty of instances of people going into multiplayer games and screaming out, and other people like on the server screaming out like all sorts of slurs like the N-word and whatever. And then, I mean, obviously they can't like stick around and like whatever, continuously be around that if they know it's happening. But if that happens, I mean, they don't always even get in trouble for it necessarily, even though it is technically on their stream. It just really depends. It depends on like how popular the person is. I mean, if somebody actually even reported it or what. like another thing is if you delete a VOD, as far as I know, there's no real way of seeing that content anymore, as far as I'm aware. So if like something happened on a stream and you were to delete the VOD and no one clipped it, I don't want to say you're in the clear, but the chances of you getting in trouble are very, very slim compared to the other way. And yeah, I'm basing what I'm saying more just on like what I've seen on the site, not necessarily like what exactly Twitch says, you know, because there's a lot of things that are, you know, we say one thing and do another, basically. But you always have certain cases like that. Okay, let's see. Is there... Okay, there is a chest to buy. Where is it? But there's been some pretty crazy stuff that has been shown on stream over the years. But again, you know, I don't know how that applies to viewers necessarily. Oh, there it is. So it could be different. But there's not like an AI bot that's monitoring every single chat message, like, you know, trying to understand the context of every message or anything like that. So someone would literally like have to report you, or you would have to say some word, some specific word that triggered some automatic whatever. Automatic review. But outside of like really bad slurs and stuff, you can get away with a lot of shit. Jesus. Oh my god, how have I got this so many times? Oh, jeez. So annoying. I mean, but you do have to be careful. Like someone was in here earlier and they wanted to talk on Discord. You know, and I told them it's like I can't really just, you know, talk to anybody on Discord. I mean, without being somewhat sure they're not going to just, I mean, start splurting off whatever. And again, I might not get like in a lot of trouble, but I'd prefer not to do anything too close to the line, for now at least. Until maybe I'm a little more sure that I would have to have a name change. Because that's really the only thing I care about, if I'm being completely honest. Like, that's really the worst thing that could happen to me, I think. I mean, other than outright ban, but that... I can't see myself doing anything that would trigger that. Oh, there's another chest right there. Nice. But it, you know, and it also depends on like who exactly is like, you know, reviewing these reports or whatever. You know, one person like might think of one thing and one person might think another. This is crazy. What is the chance of this thing to drop? I need to look this up. Sandstorm in a bottle. Oh, wait a second. Gold chests within pyramids and oases. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. I don't even know if it's in here. Ancient chisel. Okay, the ancient chisel can be found in here, though. I'm gonna go take a medicine-induced nap. Good night. Good night, Loki. Have a good one. I'll talk to you later. Oh, what? Mandible blade. Okay. Well, I thought that sandstorm in a bottle would be here. Apparently not. That's not good. Okay, there's a chest somewhere. Where is it? Okay, so it should be around here somewhere. Ah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Don't care about these. Don't care about that. I'm running out of room for chests again. I really just need to redo all these, honestly. Why does it keep putting this shit there? Magic. Oh, Demon Con. Oh. So this is the one that can teleport you to the ocean. Nice. Okay. I'll keep those anyways, just in case. Also, let's put down another chest. Oh yeah, the magma stone was if I find a shimmer pool. Coin luck. Huh. I've never actually seen this before. Underground or cavern layer? Okay, I should sell those. I think I might have to go to another world. To farm a few things. Architect Gizmo Pack. Oh, right, that's that. And I don't have any of those. That's not good. So single player, and we'll do large. Farm. Classic. Wait, master mode? See, I need a balloon. I need the sandstorm in a bottle. And something else. Let's start. Okay, lucky horseshoe. Just a little high up, I think. Another Star Fury. Come on, balloon, 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 balloon. Nice. Okay. I have 2 big trees. I don't have any big trees in my world. Why is there a goblin dude over here? I don't know why I used another one of these. I don't think I needed anything else from Sky Islands. Oh well. Another big tree. It's 3 big trees. Why do they get to have so many big trees? My world had 0. Did I make it to the end? I did. Okay. Now we go back and hope there's a pyramid. Why did that look weird like that? Okay, so we just need a sandstorm and a bottle from a pyramid. I don't know how rare the pyramids are. Probably not too rare. No, I don't have any on my world. Why can't I walk? Jesus, how big is this jungle? Come on, pyramid, pyramid, pyramid. This one? What? Come on, pyramid, please. Nope, it's not there. One more side. Come on. Please, 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 please. Please be here. Jesus. So many big trees. I don't think there's one here. Unfortunately. Another big tree. That's unfortunate. How rare are these? Forbidden fragment. Ah, so you can actually make this. And Mirage crates. Oasis and Mirage. Oh, what the a 1 in 35 chance in a... You gotta be kidding me. Apparently medium is the best one for... Trying to find a pyramid. %42 chance in medium world. Okay. So here we go. Let's go again. Jeez, what is this hill? Come on. Pyramid, 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 please. Lava? What? That's weird. That's very weird. Pyramid, pyramid, pyramid. Come on, pyramid, please. Big tree. 2 big trees. 3 big trees. How did I have none of these in my world? My world kind of... 4? What the fuck? It's like Tree City over here. my god, another one. 2 more. What? 3 more. Jesus. Why? So medium world seems to be better. Just in general. Is the desert biome always next to? No. Trees are starting to become annoying. Come on, pyramid, please. I need it. Oh my god. What the fuck? That's weird looking. Please, pyramid. Desertification. It took a long time, so maybe it was putting a whole bunch of pyramids in. Hopefully. Yeah, it probably does it right here. This is the third world I've tried. Please have a pyramid. Pyramid, 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 please, 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 please. Come on, god damn it. I feel like I should almost just turn around, but... Come on. It's a tiny little beach area. Great. Oh, mother. Oh, god damn it. Garbage. Please. Please be a pyramid over here. Pyramid, 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 please. Come on. God damn it. This is a very long sloping beach. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, this had mummy in the name, so maybe that's a sign. What is it called? Snap of the Mummy. Surely. Surely. There's gotta be one here. Come on, please. Please, 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 please. Be one. Come on, pyramid. I think I'm gonna stop going to the end. It seems like it's desert one way. And... What? I can't catch this turtle? Or can you only catch... Yep. Another disappointing seed. This is crazy, dog. Foul sorority of nudity. What a name. This is crazy. Surely this is the one. If I don't get this here soon, I'm just gonna wait till hard mode and try and get it in a sandstorm. Is that all the desert there is? That's it. This is crazy. This is effing crazy. Oh wait, I need a crystal ball too. Where do I get this? Purchase from the wizard. Oh, he comes as soon as the wall of flesh, okay. That's it, because surely this will be the one. It's on this side. This is the lucky side, I think. This is the side it's gonna be on. Surely. Right here, come on. Show yourself. I'm gonna go left this time. What is this called? Bluff of ability. We'll go left. Start left. Come on, Pyramid, please. Show yourself. Please, 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 please. 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 Surely this is a giant pyramid. Oh my god, please. What the fuck? There's no way this is 40%. Ain't no shot. This is the one. Surely this is the one. Corruption right next to the other buy-in. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Spawn, god damn it. Oh, finally, Jesus. Is there I don't think there's any more. 16 gold. 25 gold. Not bad. So annoying. Is that it? I think that's it. Yep. Oh my god. At least we found a pyramid. It's better than not finding a pyramid. Alright, we're back to having a whole bunch of victories. More victories. Pyramid 2. Pyramid 2. Please. It's a lot of sunflowers. Okay, this is the one. Surely. Come on. Please. Or it's not. Gotta be getting close to 10 worlds in now. Oh, surely it'll be this one. Surely. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Wait. Oh man, that was close. I almost deleted my world. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put that up there. So I don't accidentally delete it. Okay, nice. Nice one, Terraria. Desert starting screen? Is that a sign? Abyss of Pansies. Okay. Surely this will be the one. Surely. Come on. I know you want to spawn. Please spawn, please spawn. Good. Well, that is super, super annoying. At least I got a balloon, I guess. I wonder. Debating what I want to do. See exactly where I was going. Interesting. Man, this is like ugly. Like, there's like no room down here. Unless I were to spawn them like right here. Debating. I really don't feel like clearing the area for Wall of Flesh, if I'm being honest. That does not sound fun. Also, I just realized I could have been using the conch. I don't know how you pronounce it. To automatically just go to the oceans. In the other world. Oh well. What to do? What to do? Man, that's so annoying. What to do? What to do? What to do? What to do? Let me see something. Let me see something. Uh-oh. Pause. Don't play that. That's a long podcast. I'm debating. Oh, sorry. Keep yawning. I'm a little hungry. Little hungry. And I'm debating if I want to keep playing this. I kind of almost feel like doing a little bit of programming. Okay, yep. Let's we're gonna watch a little video. Okay. Change to just chatting. We're gonna watch a video for a little bit.
Suddenly Ranke
So I got the
realized that
chance
his
to
moment
look
had
at
Stop
come
playing. Stop
because
playing.
he had the recipe how people could stay.
The following is a conversation with Norman Ohler, author of Blitzed, Drugs in the Third Reich, a book that...
I hope I don't get DMCA'd for this. We'll
investigates what role psychoactive drugs, particularly stimulants, such as methamphetamine, played in the military history of World War II. It is a book that two legendary historians, Ian Kershaw and Anthony Beaver, give very high praise to. Ian Kershaw describes it as very well researched, serious piece of scholarship, and Anthony Beaver describes it as remarkable work of research. And it is indeed a remarkable work of research. Norman went deep into the archives using primary sources to uncover a perspective on Hitler and the Third Reich that has before this been mostly ignored by historians. He also wrote Tripped, Nazi Germany, the CIA, and the Dawn of the Psychedelic Age, and he's now working on a new book with the possible title of Stoned Sapiens. Great title. Looking at the history of human civilization through the lens of drugs. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel.
Okay.
And now, dear friends,
I'm gonna go
here's
get some food
Norman
around.
Ohler.
We can start watching.
Tell me
this.
the origin story of methamphetamine, and Pervitin, its brand name drug version, in the context of Nazi Germany in the late 1930s. Let's start there.
I think you're right to ask about the context, because without the context, it's not really understandable. So what was the situation? In the 20s, the Nazi movement basically started, and it started in Bavarian beer halls. So alcohol was the drug of choice of the early Nazi movement. The only guy that didn't drink was Hitler. He was a teetotaler, I guess you say. So that was happening in Munich. So alcohol and National Socialism are very closely connected. At the same time, in the 20s, in Berlin, there was a completely different thing going on. People were taking all kinds of drugs. This had to do actually with the defeat of Germany in the First World War. I mean, the context is a big context. The Versailles Treaty had the effect that the German economy was not really able to recover after the end of World War I. The Versailles Treaty was written basically by the Western victorious powers. Germany had no say in the negotiations. And I'm certainly not a German nationalist, not even a German patriot. But even I would say that the Versailles Treaty treated Germany somewhat unfair. I mean, it laid all the blame on Germany. And I mean, a war is a very complex thing. And the First World War, to examine how it actually started, is a very complex, story. And there's many factors to it. But the Versailles Treaty just said it was Germany's fault. And then Germany had to do all these payments to the Allies. It couldn't create a new economy. It couldn't have a new army. So the economy really went down. Everything in Berlin was cheap, and the people were using also substances that were very cheap in huge quantities. So while in Bavaria they were drinking alcohol, and alcohol in the brain stimulates behavior, a group behavior, us against them. You can actually examine this. As a neuroscientist would know exactly how this works. While in Berlin, the drugs that were used were morphium, there was cocaine, there was mescaline, there was ether. So people were experimenting. Everyone developed a different mindset. It was all, you didn't behave in a way that some kind of authority would like you to behave in, because the authority had just lost the First World War, and there was no real authority in Berlin. People were doing whatever they wanted to do, and they were intoxicating themselves in the way they wanted to do it. So the population, in a way, if you just look at Munich and Berlin, was growing apart. Like, there were the alcohol people in Munich, the Nazis, and then there were these weird, diverse LGBTQ whatever kind of scene in Berlin, like actresses sniffing ether in the morning and then making crazy moves.
Could you speak to the nature, the motivation of the drug use in Berlin at the time? Was it a rebellion? Was it a way to deal with the difficult economic depression? Was it just the natural thing that young people do to explore themselves, to understand the world, to develop their culture? Like, what do we understand about drug use there?
All of these factors come together. But it was the first time in modern history, in Germany at least, that there was no emperor. Like, before that, Kaiser Wilhelm, everything was very strict. You had to, you couldn't go crazy, as a young person. You couldn't be a young person. But now in the Weimar Republic in the 1920s, you could. No one stopped you. So people went crazy. Like, that's what made Berlin into the city that it still somehow is. And maybe later we talk about contemporary Berlin. It kind of, it still has that vibe. That's why people still come to Berlin. Drugs are cheap. You can move however you want. There's no authority. So that created a rift between the Nazis in Munich, and they always hated Berlin and what was going on in Berlin. So, for example, Goebbels, the later propaganda minister, he called the situation in Berlin die verhasste Asphaltrealität, the hated asphalt reality of Berlin. He hated that. And when the Nazis then were able to take power in 1933, one of the first things they did was to really prosecute people who were taking drugs, because they wanted to, bring everyone back into the fold. And I think you asked what was the reason for people taking so many drugs. They were accessible, they were cheap. But I think the most important thing is that they let you find yourself, maybe, or lose yourself, also possible.
Can we also take a tangent there, because you have a connection to this place, Berlin, and this part of the world? Can you just briefly speak to that so we can contextualize even deeper the personal aspect of this? Because you understand the music of the people, the land, its history. There's something you can only really understand if you've been there and you have taken it in. And we'll return to this topic in multiple contexts, but in this particular way, as one human being who writes about this place, what's your own story?
I grew up in West Germany, and this was during the Cold War. And Berlin, the walled-in city, was always like a big fascination, because there was a wall. There was actually a wall in the city preventing people to move into another part. And I was from the West, fortunate enough to be from the free West. So I could travel to Berlin and I could leave. I could look at it, and I always loved Berlin. I thought it was a very
This
vibey
audio
place.
seems
And then when the
like
wall came
it's
down,
off.
I was still in school, but I immediately got into the car of my parents and drove there. I wanted to see how it came down. And then Berlin really in the 90s became a place that was very attractive to me. And I moved there then in the 90s. I was first living in New York. I wrote my first novel in New York. And I loved New York before Giuliani became mayor. He ruined the city. Before that, it was not gentrified. Or let's say he introduced gentrification. And gentrification is a big topic. I still lived in the ungentrified New York City for like $300 a month rent, and everyone I knew was an artist.
You loved the diversity of it?
Yeah, I loved it. I wrote my first novel there. I took LSD for the first time in downtown Manhattan on a Saturday night.
So you're kind of like a German Kerouac type character, but moved a few decades forward.
I wouldn't compare myself to another writer, but I think
Right.
Kerouac is pretty cool. But
It's pretty
he's
cool.
an amphetamine writer. On the Road was apparently written in 2 weeks on amphetamines. But it's good, amphetamines are not bad per se. We can also talk about this so-called bad drugs, because basically they're neutral, but let's not lose the thread.
Yes. Yes.
Even though
New
New
York,
York
Berlin.
was
Yes.
Oh, yeah, and then I was in New York, I was in a health food store, one of the first, like, there weren't health food stores back then a lot, but there was one on First Avenue, and suddenly there was an announcement, which was unusual in the health food store. I think it was called Prana Foods, and the announcement was that Kurt Cobain had just shot himself. It was like and I had been actually, and still am, a Nirvana fan. I've seen one of the last concerts of Nirvana in New York City, and it was amazing. But he killed himself, and like the next day, I received a music cassette from a friend of mine from Berlin with electronic music. And I realized that there had been a paradigm shift, obviously. Rock music with the hero on stage was dead. Now it was, you know, dance electronic music, which a lot of people today think it's kind of simplistic music form, but it's actually a very highly intelligent music form. At least it was in the 90s. People were really experimenting with that music. That was the new music. That was actually the reason I moved to Berlin. I decided I leave New York City. I'm going to move to Berlin. And then in Berlin, to answer your question, I fell in love with something that probably reminded me of the 20s, even though I wasn't there in the 20s. But the city was very open. The wall was still, I mean, it's a few years later, but still the wall, it felt like it just came down. Berlin was not yet the capital of Germany. That was still in Bonn. So Berlin was a very cheap and cultural and crazy city, probably a bit like in the 20s, actually. And that's how I fell in love with it. And that's how I became interested in this electronic scene. I mean, I visited many dance venues then called so-called clubs.
That's one of the hubs in the world of electronic music.
They claim that techno was kind of invented in Berlin, but it also comes from Detroit. So Detroit and Berlin are like the techno hubs, I would say.
Yeah, electronic music is a soundtrack for some of the most interesting experience this earth has ever created, right? Just it gets people together in some interesting ways. So it's not just the music itself, it's the experiences that the music enables.
Well, in Germany, we had a situation that the wall actually kept people apart. People didn't know each other. But because the wall came down, people suddenly met in abandoned buildings in the center of Berlin, which had been owned by the socialist state of East Germany. The most famous club, Tresor means like vault. It was the big vault with the big doors, so that's where Tresor was, the club.
It's so funny that the echo 100 years later, Berlin had all these left partiers, young people using drugs, and then Munich with the beer. And then that's where Hitler came out. So is that what we're supposed to imagine in the early days of the Nazi Party when Hitler's giving the speeches to just a handful of folks? They're all drunk?
Well, it is a fact that the movement came out of the Bürgerbräu-Keller. It's a certain restaurant, pub in Munich. And that was not only a beer hall, that was also a political venue. And it was a right-wing venue. It was for right-wing populist people. Like communists wouldn't use it, even though communists are in many ways quite similar to the right wing, especially back then. But it was used by right-wingers, and Hitler didn't mind because people who are drunk are more susceptible to right-wing populism, I would claim now here. And Hitler would agree. So he did not think it was bad that these people were a bit drunk, or maybe even very drunk, because if you're drunk, you also get aggressive against others. Like he could play with that,
So drunk, aggressive towards others, but drunk in a group.
It constitutes the group also. If
Yeah.
everyone is on the same alcohol level, you just go to Oktoberfest in Munich, which is not a political thing, but everyone, you can kind of sense how it originated. And actually, the first time the Nazis tried to grab power was the so-called beer hall putsch. I mean, that's a historical event, took place in 1923, and it was after a drunk night where they suddenly decided, now we're going to do it. So they came out of the Bürgerbräukeller, and they were all drunk except of Hitler, and they just tried to overtake the Munich government, and they miserably failed because it was just a stupid drunk idea. Like, they were like, yeah, let's just do it. And the Bavaria police, quite sober that day, they just, shot him to the ground. Hitler was almost killed. Like, he just jumped behind his bodyguard. Goering, during the beer hall putsch, was wounded in his stomach with I think, a gunshot. That's why he became a morphine addict. So this beer hall putsch in 23 had and severe effects. Also, they were sentenced to prison, and Hitler wrote Mein Kampf in prison.
All of these little events come together. It's so interesting that for them it was just life. But now we look back, these critical moments in history that turned the tides of human civilization, right? So Hitler could have died there, and these characters of Goering that became larger than life,
Yeah.
that influenced the lives and the deaths and the suffering of millions, all, first of all, could have been stopped then, and whatever that means when you look back at history. But all of those are just human beings developing their ideas, growing, developing groups, developing ideologies, and using drugs or drinking.
I mean, that's why I thought it's interesting, for example, to examine Hitler's drug use. When I announced that to a historian while I was doing research, he helped me a lot with methamphetamine in the army, proper medicine historian from the University of Ulm. And then I said, no, I'm interested in Hitler. And he said, no, don't, this is not interesting. This is not serious. This is not serious history, but it's, even Hitler was a person. And if you understand, for example, the substance abuse of a person, of course you understand more about that person. And historians never had that idea before. Kershaw, for example, who's really he's very knowledgeable about National Socialism. Like many British historians, they always know more about German history than the German historians. But Kershaw really does. I think he's really good. But in his biography of Hitler, he just writes one sentence like, and then he had a crazy doctor called Morel who gave him dubious medications and drugs. And he stops there. And then he goes on to describe whatever.
Yeah, we should say that Ian Kershaw is widely considered to be probably one of the greatest biographers of Hitler.
I think he wrote the best biography of Hitler.
Which is, so it's so important. Your work is really important because it opens a whole new perspective on the lives of the individuals and the machinery of the Nazi military that historians haven't looked at. It's so interesting that you can unlock those perspectives. And that's the underlying, really, the foundation of our conversation today and of your work, is there's layers to this thing. You can look at the tactics of war, this strategic level of war, the operational level of war. You can look at the human suffering of war, the love stories. You can look at the hate, the psychology of propaganda, or you can look at the individual things, substances consumed by the individuals that make up the Nazi Party leadership and the soldiers. And all of those are critically important to understand the war, right? And this piece of drug use and supplement use have been ignored by historians.
That was very surprising to me. I didn't know this myself. I never planned to write this book. It kind of happened to me, and I decided to team up with the leading German historian on National Socialism, Hans Mommsen, who has passed away by now. He was quite old, but quite ready to be my mentor for this book, Blitzed. And he was maybe even shocked when I came back from the military archive of Germany with like a lot of copies, all relating to the systematical drug use of the German army, including an experiment done by the Navy, who had always pretended to be the clean, in German we say Waffengattung, weapon. Like you have the army, you have the Air Force, you have the Navy, in Germany they had the SS. And the Navy always pretended to be like we weren't really Nazis. We were like, the German Navy. We had our ethics code. But I found in the archive that the Navy did human experiments in the concentration camp of Sachsenhausen, trying to find a new wonder drug because they had new, what they called wonder weapons, or what Hitler called wonder weapons. He always talked about these wonder weapons. Wonder weapons were basically mini submarines, 1 or 2 people going in, staying underwater for up to a week and torpedoing, Allied ships. So the Navy was trying to develop a drug that would keep you awake and combat ready for 7 days and 7 nights without sleep and without, burning out. Very difficult to find. So they hired a penalty unit in the concentration camp. They hired the SS had the so-called shoe walking unit. It was a penalty unit within the concentration camp, testing shoe soles for the German shoe industry, walking for like days, and then they would measure like how the soles, kept up in the stress, and they had different layers in the concentration camp, like all the surfaces that German soldiers would touch when they conquer Europe. So this is a very elaborate thing, and if you go to the concentration camp today, it's a museum, you can still see that running track of the shoe runners unit. So the Navy hired the shoe runners unit from the SS, paid them money, and then gave them drugs, different kinds of drug combinations, methamphetamine combined with cocaine and in a chewing gum and like all kinds of things. So this is a big thing, and there's documents to it. And Mommsen, who knew everything about National Socialism, the old, you know, authority. And I'm like the young, like I didn't study history. I just try to make sense, But I present him all these documents. He's reading like from this Pill Patrol, and he said, "Wow." Like he said, "We historians, we never do drugs. We don't understand drugs. We missed this." So he was very clear that we missed this. And he said this is actually the missing link that historians did not have, especially to explain Hitler's degeneration as a leader. Like he made very good decisions, good in meaning militarily effective decisions in the beginning of the war, and very bad decisions for the German war effort towards the end. And you can link that to drugs. You can explain a lot of Hitler through the drugs, but you can also look at this point that historians so far had not been able to figure out, basically. What happened to Hitler? Why did he get crazy? And I mean, he was crazy, but why did he get so bad as a leader? Because he was very effective for a long time, and then there's this moment where it turns.
Yeah, the degeneration of decision making, psychology, behavior, all of that. You cannot understand that fully without understanding his drug use. And we should also say that some of the historians you mentioned, Ian Kershaw and Anthony Beaver, these legends of history, they all gave you compliments. So Kershaw said that your work is very good, extremely interesting, and a serious piece of well-researched history. Anthony Beaver said that it's a remarkable work of research. So props to them. You have received a bunch of criticism from historians, but you've also received, obviously, a lot of props. I mean, Kershaw's the legendary historian of Hitler complimenting how deep your work is. That must feel good. Maybe this is a good moment to also just, since we're talking about historians, to address some of the criticism. So Richard Evans also a great historian, has been one of the bigger critics. He said that your work is crass and dangerously inaccurate account and is morally and politically dangerous. I think that's grounded in the idea that if you say that, well, all the Nazi forces and Hitler was on drugs, so therefore they're not really evil. It's just accountability can be removed because they were using drugs.
Right.
And also another criticism of his, which I also understand and probably can steal man, is if you look too much through this singular lens of drugs, you can overemphasize it. You can overemphasize how important it was as an explainer of the effectiveness of Blitzkrieg, for example. Because there is some, I mean, I should say there is something really compelling about a singular theory that explains everything, and you can fall in love with it too much as an explainer. So can you steelman his criticism or criticism you received and also argue against it?
I think he's absolutely right that you shouldn't argue in a monocausal way. And this is actually what Mommsen also said to me, because of course I was enthusiastic about all my drug findings. And he said, don't argue in a monocausal way, especially the war.
There's a lot of variables, a lot of factors, a lot of things
Yeah.
going on, yes.
So that sentence of his, don't argue in a monocausal way, that always stayed with me. And I think that I didn't deviate from that path, actually. But it was still interesting that Evans thought that I put too much emphasis on the drugs. I think it's a totally fine, opinion. I would disagree, otherwise I wouldn't have written the book. What I can state here is that I invented nothing. In all of my 3 nonfiction books, nothing is invented. If you are a good writer, and I trained as a novelist, for me it was also very unusual to write a nonfiction book. I wanted to write a novel about Nazis and drugs. My publisher said, "No, this is." He looked at the facts. He said, "Someone has to write the facts." So I said, "But the nonfiction books are boring." He said, "Not necessarily. Maybe you can find a way to write it with your novelistic style, but based at 100% on the facts." And that is like, in German, we say Spagat. How do you say that? Split, like when you do with your legs. Like, it's hard,
Yeah.
because with a very fluent, sophisticated language, you can easily overpower the reader. If I describe how the German guys, 19-year-old guys, took the meth and went into the tank, and the meth started kicking in, 5 guys on meth after like 1 hour of ride into France, you can write that in a powerful way that if you are the reader, you would think, yeah, I mean, the Blitzkrieg without meth is unthinkable.
There is a bit of a man, I wish I found that kind of feeling for historians, right? Like, how did I miss this piece? So some historians, like great historians, like Kershaw, obviously, see they kind of give you a like a slow clap, applaud, and some historians are a little bit skeptical, like this is a little too good. So totally understandable, and
Also, they have a different techniques to write text like this. I used a totally different technique. Um, and I have an apparatus, so it really feels like it could be an academic work, but still it's written in a way that it kind of overpowers. It kind of colonializes the story in a weird way. I never thought about it like that. But while I was writing it, I was just trying to write it as well as I could. I didn't think about these questions we're talking about now.
yes. Yeah.
I got carried away, obviously, but I never left the area of facts.
Yes. So we should talk about your process. That's also super fascinating. You went to the archives. You went to the sources. What's that take? What does it feel? What does it smell like? What does it look like? What does it entail? How much text is there? What language is it in? What's the process there?
I never thought of going to the archives, and my girlfriend at the time, she said, "You have to go to the archives." And she's an academic, so I was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll go. I'm fine. I'll check it out." And then when I met a historian, he claims that without methamphetamine, there would be no Blitzkrieg victory of Germany. Like, he's monocausal.
Mm-hmm.
But he was also extremely helpful to me, and he's an academic. He gave me the signatures, it's called in German, where you find stuff in the archives. Signature is like, then it says like H2/538, something like this. And these were the files of Professor Ranke. And Professor Ranke he was the head of the Institute for Army Physiology. His job was to improve the performance of the soldier,
Mm-hmm.
and all of his stuff was filed in a certain place in the military archives, which in Germany is in Freiburg in the south, in a small town, not in Berlin, because Germany is a bit of a decentralized country. We don't want to put everything into Berlin again, like the Nazis did. We try to avoid our mistakes. So the military archive is in Freiburg, and I went there, and because I had this signature, immediately I got, original documents that were all relating to my research. Like I could read I had the original.
What does it look like? Is it sheets of paper?
Yeah, it's like,
So it's not scanned.
well, it's different things. Like the guy who did the math into the army, the Professor Ranke,
Mhm.
he was writing a war diary. That's what the name was, war diary. So every day he would write it by hand. So this war diary was given to me.
So you're reading that. So
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
dated, like you have a date,
yeah.
the diary.
It was a bit funny with him because he took a lot of meth himself because he thought it was great. He just thought it increases your performance. Um, by now we know a little bit more that methamphetamine is not so healthy because you get used to it and you burn out. You get depressed and then you have to take more. Big problem. And he became depressed and burned out, and he didn't realize it's because of the meth that he's like describing to the whole German army. Like he made a convincing case, and I can explain that in detail how that actually happened. But just to have his war diary was great, and then also like he would type letters writing to the company of Temmler how fast they could produce stuff in which time. So you have all these original documents. You have like 500 documents, and it goes like he writes like reports what happened in this battle on methamphetamine. Like there's a lot of stuff you can find in the archives if you find them. But the tricky thing is that you can only you kind of look at a so-called find book. In the find book, you cannot type in drugs. It wouldn't find anything because at the time when they were taking all the notes from this doctor, his war diary, everything, they didn't put the label drugs there. They put the label his name, his position, World War II, French campaign, stuff like that. So because at the time they didn't know that I would at one point come and look for drugs in that, but he was the drug guy. But also they didn't realize he was the drug guy. No one realized that he was the drug guy. So it's not easy to find stuff in the archives. So the archives, you go, it's a Kafkaesque experience. You go into this building and you have to understand the rules, and you will never fully understand what's going on. Also, the archivists, they don't really know what's going on because there's so many documents. No one's read them all. No one knows. Like there's history kind of lying there, somehow organized, somehow stored.
I mean, it does sound like a very Kafkaesque
It's
thing.
But it's great if you find something. But you can also sit there for a week and not find anything.
So what was the process for you? You're just reading open-minded, trying to see, is there some truth here to be discovered?
Well, I have a friend, he's a DJ, and we talked about Berlin, and we probably talk about it more. And he takes a lot of drugs, and he knows let's put it that way, he knows his drugs. Um, and one day he said to me when I was trying to figure out what I would write about next, he said, the Nazis took a lot of drugs, you should write about that. And I said, the Nazis didn't take drugs. Because, when you grow up in Germany, you get educated about the Nazis quite intensely, especially in West Germany. Like they teach you everything, but they don't teach you drugs. I mean, now they do, maybe, but it was not known. So, and the Nazis always had this aura of being law and order, no drugs, of course, no chaos, everything. My grandfather, he was a Nazi, always said, well, at least there was discipline in the country, there was law and order. So this doesn't match with drugs.
I should also say, I think that's the experience for a lot of people. Before reading your book, I had the same kind of feeling that the Nazi ideology was all about like law and order and purity, and surely they would not be doing drugs. So this really blew my mind. I think I wasn't quite ready, similar to like Richard Evans. Like this is a big okay, a narrative transforming into a deeper, more complicated understanding what Nazi forces and the Hitler inner circle actually look like.
That's why I didn't believe Alex.
Always take the DJ, the drug expert, with a grain of salt.
I didn't believe him, but I said it's a great topic. Maybe I could invent it. He said, no, you don't invent this. This is real. I said, how do you know? And he said, I have a friend, and I know this guy by now. I met him. He's an antique dealer in Berlin, and he had bought an old medicine chest in an old Berlin apartment. This was in 2010, and he found Pervitin tablets inside, which were the methamphetamine product that was marketed in Germany in the late 30s. And this guy, the antique dealer, took some tablets, and they were quite old, 70 years old, but they still had an effect on him. And I later asked him, and he's he said, "Well, we took them for about a month. It was the greatest month we ever had. Like, we had so much fun. We were so productive."
Yeah.
Because that methamphetamine back then was also like a quality product. It was not crystal meth made in a trailer lab,
So this is many decades later.
They were still potent.
They were still potent.
Especially Alex convinced me, because Alex has a high tolerance, and he said, "Okay, they still had some." So I said to him, "Can I have some also?" And I took one, and then he's like, we were standing in my writing tower, which is at the river in Berlin. And he was like, I took one and I could feel something. Then I took another one. And then I could feel more. And then I took a third one. It's like typical Alex. He would like take three,
Yeah.
instead of just taking one. He took 3 methamphetamine tablets from the 40s, and he said, and then I felt like, and he looked at the river, and there was a big ship, like a cargo ship going by. And he said, I felt like this ship, suddenly there was a Schub, he said in German, like a motion that was like energy that was grabbing me. And I felt so powerful. And he told me this, and I was like, wow, this is like, and I Googled like methamphetamine, Nazi Germany. This was in 2010. And there was this one professor at the university in Ulm who said, the Blitzkrieg was only possible because of methamphetamine. So I called up this guy, and he said, sure, I'll meet you. And then he gave me the signature for the archive. And then I went to the archive, and then I really started to do my own research. And then I went to different archives, and I tried to find everything on Nazis and drugs. And everything is in the book. So that crazy meeting with Alex in my writing tower, that kind of got me on this research journey.
It makes me wonder what other mysteries like that are in the archives. Do you think there's stuff like that in there that we deeply don't understand? For example, there's a bunch of mysteries that we think we understand. Maybe about the concentration camps, maybe about the Eastern Front, the interplay between Stalin and Hitler,
Mm,
maybe about Britain, that
yeah.
could be discovered in the letters, in the data that were completely missing.
I think so. And I think that also there are archives that are not open. Let's say the Vatican archive, some secret archives that some very powerful structures have, structures that we might not even know, now off the top of our head, which still have a huge influence. So I think that the human history is quite different from what most historians write. I think that's just one version. I think there's several versions. And I think that it goes much deeper and is much more interesting. And so, yes, this history is a very active thing, which I also didn't know. I was writing a historical nonfiction book, and I suddenly realized that this is like a shark pool, like, because the history defines the future, or is very connected. Our history teacher always said, if we don't know where we come from, we cannot know where we go. And that is, I think, true. That is what I now really am interested in for my next book. I'm trying to really understand human history. And obviously, I'm not the first. There's a few, alternative historians that go because you have to go back in time quite a bit. And then it's not easy to write about it, but it's very interesting to think about it. And I would love to find like the truth on Atlantis, which I don't believe in, actually. And we can also talk about that. But maybe there's an archive where we can actually see that they had this king ruling. I don't think this could be found, but um, I think we can still also find a lot of documents, but I think especially in closed archives. So we won't find them.
You said a lot of really interesting things. It's so important to have people like you that do the daring work of going to the archives of the sources, the evidence, and trying to find a thing that completely transforms history as we thought we understood it. That's revisionist history at its best. there's revisionist history has a sort of negative connotation sometimes because you go to conspiratorial land without much evidence, and you're just being a rebel for rebel's sake.
Hmm.
But when you ground it in data and dare to challenge the historical narrative, that's really powerful. So now I should also mention that we've been just laying out the context.
Yeah, we're still in the context phase.
Context phase. And for the next 10 hours, and maybe for the rest of our lives, we will be continuing just setting the context. But let us dare return to the original question of Pervitin. How did that come about? Take me to the 1930s, Nazi Germany,
Yeah.
the Munich and the Berlin tension that we all laid out beautifully. How did Pervitin come into the picture?
Well, the Nazis managed to grab power on January 30th, 1933, and they immediately become an anti-drug regime. That is important to them because the only intoxication they allow from now on in Germany is the Nazi intoxication, is the ideological intoxication. So they quickly install concentration camps, which were at the time run by the SA, not the SS, takes over later and turns the concentration camps into an industry. The first SA concentration camps were in cellars in Berlin or in the countryside. And some of the first people that landed in these cellars and were disciplined were drug users. Also, anti Semitic policies, which were very important from the day one for the Nazis. Like anti-Semitism is the defining pillar of National Socialism, the core of it, really. Um, they quickly connected anti-drug policies with anti-Semitic policies. They claimed the Jews in Germany, the German Jews, were taking more drugs than the non-Jewish Germans, and National Socialism's goal was to purify the German body. So they saw the whole folk, the country, the people as one body, and that has to be purified. So all Jews are poison, but not only Jews. Everyone who thinks differently, communists are also poison. Jews are the worst poison, but a lot of yeah. And then you create this clean body, and obviously drugs have no position in that. If you're addicted to drugs, that's weak. You're morphinist. You use cocaine. That's all degenerate. That's Jewish. That's Jewish doctors are all morphinists. Um, so that Nazi Germany and Hitler was the shining example of the person who doesn't take drugs. He didn't have a private life. He didn't even have a body. He just led the Volksbody. So Hitler was on not putting any poisons into him. He stopped smoking cigarettes in the 20s already. He never touched alcohol.
Vegetarian.
Vegetarian, no caffeine even. So that's what he was in the beginning. Story, of course, changes at a certain point in time, but he started as this.
As far as you understand, that's true. In
Yeah,
the
I'm pretty
beginning.
sure. I'm pretty sure that this is true. Also, vegetarianism was a right-wing thing in Germany. It was an elitist thing. If you were vegetarian, you had a higher frequency, which kind of gave you uh, superiority over, let's say, like these workers who need like to eat the sausage so he can, do the work. Like Wagner, the composer, he was a vegetarian. Hitler was impressed by Wagner. So vegetarianism, I think that's all true. I think Hitler was like that, and it's hard to be like that actually. And I think that gave him an attraction inside the movement, which were all like drunkards and Goering using morphine all the time because of his pain. He got used to morphine, so it was not, the movement wasn't like this, but he was like this. So he symbolized, that whole approach of cleanliness, like purity. So then how does methamphetamine come into the picture? It's totally absurd. That's why I thought it was fun researching this, because it doesn't make sense. Um, and they used this simple trick by defining what is a drug, an illegal drug, and what is not. because drugs don't have it written on them. This is an illegal, dangerous drug. Drugs are basically neutral. These are molecules. So the methamphetamine molecule was found in a Berlin-based company called the Temmler Company. And the head of Temmler, he was very upset with the Olympics in 1936 because an Afro-American athlete, Jesse Owens, was running faster than German superheroes with the best genes. How can this be? So they thought that he was on something because he won, I think, 5 gold medals. It was ridiculous. This was supposed to be Germany's games, and then the Afro-American runs better than the Aryan Übermensch. So the only explanation is he took a drug. He took probably Benzedrine, which was a legal amphetamine. And also there were no doping checks at the Olympics. And if you take an amphetamine, of course, you can run a bit faster, maybe, that, when it kicks in. That this has to do with the immense release of dopamine in the brain. But it was never proven that Owens used any type of drugs. But the head of the Temmler Company, he said, we have to prevent this. We have to invent a better amphetamine. We have to make a German amphetamine that is stronger than the American Benzedrine. So his main chemist, Fritz Hauschild, he did research and he found that in 1917 in Tokyo, a Japanese chemist had made methamphetamine. And he remade that methamphetamine and they tested it among themselves, the chemists in the Berlin pharmaceutical lab, and they loved it. Like they made pure methamphetamine and, they had a really good time and they were like more active. They would talkative because that's what happens on methamphetamine. So the company really thought this is a great product and they turned it into a product. They went to the patent bureaucracy and got the patent for methamphetamine. And then it quite quickly came onto the market. It was labeled as Pervitin, which is kind of a great name because it has like the perverse already in it. And this Pervitin, Pervertin, was available in any pharmacy. So you didn't need a prescription. A child could go and buy 10 packs of pure methamphetamine. So methamphetamine was also very cheap. So it became quite popular because people, talked about it.
Did they understand the side effects and negative effects of methamphetamine? Did they care?
They didn't really know what it was. I mean, I went to the archive of that company also, of course. So they were like, what is it good for? Like, I just feel great when I take it and I have more energy. And they didn't know if that could be a product. Like it was 1937, 38 when they were discovering it.
But also, how did they think about the fact that this is a drug?
Well, they called it a performance enhancer.
Got it.
Is drinking a coffee in the morning a drug? I mean, it is a drug, but we don't think of it as a drug. It's legal. And this was kind of how meth was treated in Germany. It was normal to use it. Like you had a very important business meeting. Of course, you would take a Pervitin. There's a movie by Billy Wilder called 1, 2, 3, a very good movie. And he shows the American executive. The movie said right after the end of the Second World War. So we see, like, I think it's a Coca-Cola executive, American, and he says to his secretary, how should I have the morning coffee? I think half of a Pervitin. So Pervitin was also normal. It wasn't stigmatized. It was not the American just say no propaganda where your teeth fall out. And I mean, it was a German quality product. People liked it. Of course, they did tests at universities, but most of them were quite positive. Like, yeah, it reduces your fear. Today we might, look for different things, but this was also a performance-driven, totalitarian society moving towards war. So if someone takes Pervitin and says in the clinical tests at the university, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. So that's positive. That's actually what got the guy who worked for the German army interested, because he read university reports. I also saw all of these reports. They were also in the military archive. So he's like, okay, you're not afraid anymore if you take methamphetamine. You don't need to sleep anymore. You don't need to eat so much because your appetite is lowered. Like, this is perfect for a soldier. So negative effects only became public in 1940 when the first Pervitin opponent, he was actually a relative of Albert Speer, Hitler's architect and later arms minister. He was this Speer psychologist. He was the first one who said, wait a minute. First of all, methamphetamine is against the Nazi ideology because now we're all taking a drug to be high performers. We have to be high performers without a drug. And he also said, this the obvious, this is going to make you addicted, etc. This will create a tolerance. So only then the first negative reports came out. Before that, what Temla did and then what the universities did, they all thought methamphetamine is really good.
So what was the process of convincing the German military, the Wehrmacht army, to use it at scale?
Well, Professor Ranke was employed by the army, so it was his job to find things that would improve the performance of the German soldier. I always imagine him like a James Bond character, like Q, who develops like gadgets and stuff, because he also developed gadgets. So he was quite he was an academic, but he was also a soldier, he was employed, but he was basically running this institute, examining it, and he was so convinced that Pervitin is the answer to his question how to beat the main opponent of the German soldier. And that was not the British soldier, not the French soldier, not the Russian soldier, that was fatigue. He had been looking for a way to keep a soldier awake longer. So when he read these reports from universities, he did his own tests in the military academy with young medical officers. They came together at 8 p.m. in the evening, and then they received either methamphetamine, caffeine pill, or placebo, or Benzedrine. Like, he had different experiments, and he always concluded at the end, they started at 8 p.m. and like at 10 a.m. in the morning, one time he notes the Pervitin people still want to go out and party, while like the caffeine guys are like sleeping on the bench. And it was clear that Pervitin is the strongest. It gives you the most energy, lets you work for the longest time. So he was convinced, but his superior, like the Surgeon General of the German army, he was like an old school dude. And he was like, he didn't even react to these, like, Ranke would write letters, we have to use a synthetic drug in the next campaign, which was against Poland, which he knew about. And because Pervitin was quite known in the civil society, people were using it already. So he even said a lot of soldiers will just take it with them, and we should control that. We should make it an official drug. But the Surgeon General didn't understand. He didn't reply. So Germany attacked Poland without a clear, like, regulatory system on methamphetamine, and indeed a lot of soldiers used it. And what Ranke then did was he requested from all the medical officers in the field in Poland. The war was over after a few weeks, but the German army was occupying Poland. He said, send me all back reports and tell me what did your people take Pervitin and what were the effects. And he collected all these reports, which are also studied in the military archive. And he came to the conclusion, this is a really good fighting drug. And it probably is, because people are still using it today. Methamphetamine is still being used. And Ranke discovered this. He had everything in front of him, and Poland was beaten, and then Hitler wanted to attack the West. And the West was a different story than Poland, because the West was the world empire of Great Britain combined with La Grande Armée, the strongest army in the world, the French army. These two combined, how can you win that? Poland, they could overpower. They had, better army than Poland. But is the German Wehrmacht really better than both of these armies combined? His officers didn't think so. High command said, no, we're not going to attack the West. We're going to lose. And Hitler was fanatic about it. He really wanted to attack it. They were planning a coup against him in November 1939 just to prevent him ordering the attack on the West, because it would have been a catastrophe for Germany. Because they really cared, if you're a high command, you don't want to start a war that you're going to lose, Very bad.
Can you just briefly give us a sense of, do you think this is genius or insanity on Hitler's part to think that he can take on probably what's perceived as to be the most powerful military in the world, which is the French military, or at least in Europe?
I think his hatred for the French was very, very deep. He really wanted to go to war with them. It was an ideological, irrational decision. That's why he didn't hate the empire. He kind of looked down, he admired it and looked down on.
You mean the British Empire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the French he really hated, and France had been the Erbfeind, the genetic enemy of the German people. At least right-wingers would say so. There had been 2 wars. The first one Germany had won, then First World War Germany had lost. So Hitler wanted to kind of revenge and also stop the Versailles Treaty. So he really needed to attack the West, at least in his mindset. But it was an irrational decision, and that's why High Command said, no, we're not going to do it, basically. And Hitler's position at the time was not that he could do anything he wanted. I mean, High Command is still a high command of the German Wehrmacht. That's a very old, it's a tradition. It's they do whatever they want, but also they have to obey Hitler's orders. So it's a power struggle, basically. But to invade France was a totally stupid idea. But it changed on the morning of February 17th, 1940. Hitler invited 3 young tank generals to his office, and they had a plan, which was the plan to go through the Ardennes Mountains. That was the victorious idea. So it's not the drugs, actually that idea to go through the Ardennes Mountain. If you think monocausal, you would say that's the reason. That idea was genius, and Hitler immediately understood it. Because before, the plan was to attack in the north of Belgium, which is the same as World War I. And it comes a stalemate, and they fight for months, and no one really moves, and it's bloody, and nothing's happening. It's bad. But that was the only plan that they had. That's why the High Command said, no, we're not going to do it. It's stupid. But these 3 tank generals, they had kind of like, somehow they were able to snuck into Hitler's office, and they said, look, if we go with the whole army through the Ardennes Mountains, and like Hitler, hey, this is not possible. This is like a mountain range. How can the whole German army fit through this eye of a needle, basically? And they said, no, we can do it, because everyone misunderstands what tanks can do. Tanks are not slow machines in the back that kind of wait for the action to happen and then, I don't know, support this somehow. We're going to use tanks in the front as race cars, basically. We're going to overpower the enemy. We're going to be in France before the French, who are stationed all with the British in northern Belgium and also on the Maginot Line, but not really in the Ardennes Mountains. That was hardly fortified because no one could imagine that Germany would go through there. And before they know it, we are already behind them, basically. We are already in France, and they're still hanging out in northern Belgium, because it takes quite a while, to travel. Mm-hmm. This was a different time also. So he was convinced, and he then ordered the attack. The attack would happen. And that is then, it would only work if you would reach Sedan, the border city of France, within 3 days and 3 nights. So the whole army, or at least, the avant-garde of the machinery, had to be like a big part of the army had to be in Sedan after 3 days and 3 nights. And that was only possible if you don't stop. And that was the problem. The sleep was really then suddenly became a huge problem. And Hitler said, when I was fighting in World War I, of course I could stay awake for a week. I'm a German. Even though he's not even German, he's Austrian. But that was a problem. But suddenly Ranke realized that his moment had come, because he had the recipe how people could stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights. So Ranke suddenly became, before that he was kind of an outsider, like the freak with the drug idea. Suddenly he became like, okay, tell us, how does it work? And he gave like lectures in front of the officers, and he wrote a stimulant decree where like a whole army is prescribed a drug, in this case methamphetamine, how much should be taken, at what intervals, what are the side effects. So this became a very big thing. And then Temmler had to deliver 35 million dosages to the front lines, which were not the front yet. I mean, it was they were stationed in the west of Germany. And then on May 10th, they took their methamphetamine and they started the surprise attack through the Ardennes Mountains.
So the 35 million dosages for the French campaign I mean, we could probably talk for many hours about this particular campaign because it is, I think it's fair to say, the most successful military campaign from the German side.
Ended with a big mistake. Dunkirk.
Dunkirk.
It was brilliant up until that point. That is a turning point. That was the first big mistake Hitler did. And it also had to do with drugs.
We'll talk about it, but let's just linger on this 3 days.
Right.
So we should also mention that's where Blitzkrieg really shined. So it wasn't just the tanks, it was the infantry, it was the aircraft moving very fast behind the French lines. I mean, what can you speak to just the execution of that campaign and the role of drugs in it? And it is, we should say, a really bold strategic decision to use meth. I mean, it's a big risk. There's a lot of risks taken here, which could be seen as military genius or military insanity, and or a mixture of both.
Well, they were very lucky that it all worked out. Like it also the guys in the tanks could all have freaked out on the meth because then it was never tested before. Can you actually be in a combat situation in a tank in enemy territory on meth? Can people actually cope with that and be better fighters?
Going through the mountains,
It's
like
insane. Yeah.
against the biggest military in Europe.
Well, what meth does is, because I read reports of the depressed atmosphere right before the attack started because they were afraid. They thought they would lose. Like they didn't want that, soldiers, maybe some, really hardcore Nazi soldiers, but most people were just normal guys, they didn't want to start that. But once they had the methamphetamine, it kind of, you're like in a party mood. So you also, when you're in the tank, and everyone likes it, it's rather an uplifting thing. Like they were really getting into it, and they were really, they started fighting. Then is also an intoxication. It's a rush.
Like, what does what does meth feel like?
Well, meth creates the so-called fight or flight modus. So either like it releases all the neurotransmitters in the brain, which are released in situations of high danger, for example. So in a highly dangerous situation, you become very alert, so you can cope with the situation. If you're like under life threat and you don't even react to it, you're probably gonna be dead. But the body does that, and methamphetamine does that. So you take a pill of methamphetamine or you snort a line of methamphetamine, and you're like, and you're like this, and then it's the fight or flight mode. Either you run away, like it's too much, but on meth, you usually don't run away. You kind of think it's really cool what's happening. You like to move, you like to be with your pals, you like to, be in a tank's great.
So there is a party aspect to it.
I think it was very joyful for the German soldiers because it was springtime. They had immediate successes, and it wasn't heavy fighting. It was just being in the tank. I mean, there was, of course, fighting, and there were also war crimes. And I read a report when Rommel, high on meth, like at night, doesn't stop, of course, because they're all, they don't stop at night, but every army usually stops at night. So the French army were stopping. They were in a village, camping out, and the German Rommel was going with the tank through that village with his division, just running over people. And he was standing like in the open lid of the tank, and he was like going through that thing, and like a berserk type of warrior. And that was when, that to me is a war crime. That is when the Wehrmacht lost its innocence in that push of Rommel through the French countryside, because you don't do that. Your enemy is sleeping. Because the French also had a drug regulation. They received 3/4 of a liter of red wine per man per day. So of course at night they're gonna be sleepy on red wine, and the Germans were like on meth, and they were just running over them. There's descriptions of the chains of the tank becoming bloody. I don't think he did it, and he was like, "Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm sorry. What am I doing here?" He was in the movie.
This is the dark thing about human nature, that in war, if you allow your brain to dehumanize the enemy, the opponent, the humans on the other side, you can actually, I think hate can take over, and in that hate, you can find pleasure when you murder the other. And people have written about this, have talked about this. It's probably a thing that a person like me can't possibly comprehend unless I experienced it. And you have to be in the mania, in the hysteria, in the insanity, intensity of war.
I mean, what Evans, for example, said is that I excuse the Germans of the war crimes because they were just in an intoxication. I understand that argument, but if you look at individual soldiers, it's quite tricky. Like, it's a 19-year-old guy. He's been drafted, and in Nazi Germany, if you don't go, you land in a concentration camp. So you can choose, concentration camp, or you just join the ranks, and then you get pervitin, and then you invade France. There was a trial in Germany because someone said all soldiers are murderers. And I think then the German Bundeswehr sued him, no, soldiers are not murderers. And he actually won in court. So it's legal in Germany to call every soldier a murderer. But it's a tricky question.
Yeah, I remember seeing the documentary on the ordinary people. There's also social pressure. Again, insane it is to say, I think the documentary Ordinary People was looking at the Germans that were part of the shooting squads.
Mm.
And, they didn't understand what they're signing up for. And they were told that they're free to leave once they understand what they're doing. And many of them didn't. And they didn't have hate for Jews or for the people who they're murdering. You are, again, a 19, 20-year-old young kid. Like, it's so hard to comprehend the moral insanity that's happening all around you. And you just kind of want to fit in.
I mean, that's why I wrote the book, The Bohemians, because there were a few people in Berlin that didn't react this way, but they reacted in a different way. They said, we cannot be part of this.
But it's hard to be the
It's
person.
very hard, yeah, and most people are part of it because it's much more safe, or at least it seems more safe. I mean, it has its own perils, because you might become a genocidal murderer, that might happen. Are you responsible? I would say you are responsible, but that's just my personal gut feeling. I always thought my grandfather was responsible for the genocide because he was working for the German railway system, and he once saw a train car full of Jews in a cattle wagon. And he only said to me, yeah, this was against German railway regulations. And I said, so what did you do? And he said, well, there were SS at the station where I was working, and I was too scared. I didn't do anything. So I thought that he made himself guilty, I thought. And my father, for example, reacted very strongly because of that. He never called him by his first name, the father of his wife, because he still had that, he was a Nazi because he was working for the railway. So I wouldn't excuse people, actually, and I certainly would not excuse high-ranking politicians that make policies, because the genocidal policies that the Nazis developed and the war policies that they developed had nothing to do with drugs. And I never write that in any, because there's no documents. If I would find documents that say, yeah, when we, but the Nazi ideology has nothing to do with drugs, maybe with alcohol, but it's, and I spoke with my father, who had been a high judge in Germany. What does actually the law say? And the law says if you plan a crime, and then maybe when you commit it, you are under the influence, it does not diminish your responsibility. Your responsibility is only diminished, let's say you're a totally normal person, never done any harm to anybody, and suddenly you take a drug or you're totally drunk and you don't know what you're doing and you kill someone. Then a judge could say maybe you have a lesser responsibility. But this is not the case with the crimes of National Socialism. And I never even hint at that in my book. So I think that criticism by Evans was short-sighted. I think he's not right about that.
Yeah, I think I agree with you totally. I didn't get that sense.
He thought the book was very successful because a lot of right-wing people bought it, but that's simply not true.
I think your book did a masterful job of never making itself amenable to that kind of narrative.
To the contrary, I got an angry letter by a German army employee, quite a high officer, and a military historian. And he said that I he also thought I overemphasized the drug use of the methamphetamine in the Western campaign, because he said the German army was just so good, and you kind of diminish their capability by saying they were only so good because they took methamphetamine. I thought that was kind of funny, because the Wehrmacht doesn't exist anymore, and the current German army is called the Bundeswehr, and they're not supposed to be connected. Like, there was a clear cut, but he still felt that I was kind of hurting the pride of the Wehrmacht. So
I generally sort of agree with him. In general, it seems like great historians often. I'm just a human, so I'm not a historian, but they undermine the importance of the heroes that make up an army. The Soviet army, the British army, the French army, the German army. Like, these are humans. And some of the great military campaigns involve people really stepping up. Now, like the effectiveness of the military tactics with Blitzkrieg, the effectiveness of meth, the strategic decisions around where to invade, the timing, the speed, all of those are important. But there's humans there. There's real heroes. And sometimes
Hello. Okay. I think it's working better. I don't know. Excuse me. This is pretty interesting, actually. I'm done eating my food, by the way. And I think I'm going to do a little bit of programming, honestly. Here in just a little bit. I am going to run to the bathroom and stuff real quick. I will be back shortly. But I'm probably going to continue watching this and do some programming on the side. Excuse me. Yeah, there's a few things I want to work on, so, but I will continue this.
historians kind of diminish that. I don't know what to make sense of it. I might be just an idiot, but I've had a great conversation with James Holland. I've gotten to know him well. He kind of analyzed the mistakes made by Hitler and by Stalin in the Operation Barbarossa. But I just, through generations, because I grew up in the Soviet Union, you hear these stories of these heroes. You know, my grandfather was a machine gunner and miraculously survived. And like, just knowing those stories, Stalingrad would not have happened without the heroes on the Soviet side. And it's easy to say there's a lot of blunders, a lot of bad tactics, all this kind of stuff. But to me, from the human side, I just know through my bloodline the people that have fearlessly given their life to defend their homeland. And that sometimes could be a little bit easily dismissed. So I don't know what to make sense of it. Maybe I'm romanticizing, or maybe I'm speaking to the suffering that the people have felt, and they just propagate themselves through my life story, and then maybe the gratitude I have for the people who have stopped the Nazi forces.
I think it's amazing what the Russian soldiers actually did, because they beat the Wehrmacht. It was really the Red Army on the ground that did the job, you know? And did they love communism and their system? I don't think so. And I think they were, I mean, of course, some people, but basically they were defending their country. And I'm also very grateful to them.
Yeah, they're defending their families. Quick pause. Bathroom break.
Okay.
All right, we're back. So, can we say a bit more about the French campaign? So, it was over in 6 weeks. It took 6 weeks to completely defeat and occupy most of France. And the initial operation, 3 days, was, from a military perspective, successful. What else can we say about the role of drugs, the effectiveness, what was learned from that experience by the Wehrmacht?
I mean, for me to research the Western campaign was very interesting because I didn't really know anything about it except that Germany won very quickly. So to actually look at the details is very interesting. And the drugs give you kind of a way in.
What are some things you found in the archives that were interesting, like about maybe letters, reports, diaries? They gave you some insights about the human story of it all.
Well, there is letters, for example, by Heinrich Böll, who won the Nobel Prize later in literature. He writes to his parents describing in detail what pervitin did to him, how it kept his mood up, and that without pervitin he wouldn't have been able to do the job. But also military documents I found very interesting. For example, I could see exactly how the methamphetamine was distributed because it was not distributed equally. It was done in a way that the tank troops who were leading the advance received the most meth, and they also needed it. I could see how many pills on which date were delivered to Rommel's troops, and Rommel became, I call him the Crystal Fox in my book, for obvious reasons. Like his division was using a lot of meth.
And he was using meth as well?
I just have descriptions how he totally crazy stands in the open lid of the tank and all his people. Well, they had the meth, but
So you
there's
can
no
infer from that.
there's no they maybe they didn't use it. Maybe he didn't use it,
Yeah.
but it looks like he used it. There was also never any reports that all the meth was given back. I mean, a lot of soldiers write that they take it, but Rommel specifically, um, I wouldn't write in Blitz that Rommel would take methamphetamine on such a day or something if there was no record for it. But Rommel, there is a record for it that Rommel's division used the most meth of any tank division. So I write about that. And that already makes him the Crystal Fox because, in his division, crystal meth is, rampant.
It's like an Animal Farm when the pigs discover alcohol. Animal Farm by George Orwell. There's no evidence that they drank. It's just the next day that they're all hungover.
I mean, Rommel is a very interesting character in general because later he apparently turned against Hitler. He was part of the conspiracy of the Operation Valkyrie. He received, the offer to shoot himself in the forest, which he did, instead of being tried and executed.
Is he just part of this general tension that the generals, the military had with Hitler? That'd be fair to say?
I would say so, yes. I'm not an expert on the Wehrmacht. This is a very complex, large organization, but I see most of the officers of the Wehrmacht as not necessarily Nazis in the way that they would, shout Heil Hitler all the time. They were highly intelligent, highly trained, super professionals that ran a very effective war machine. And at one point, more and more of these generals realized that the orders that Hitler were given were not really helping, and they have their men dying because of it. So that creates a lot of tension, and that led to the mistake that Hitler did in Dunkirk, basically. What Churchill called the sickle cut, which was the idea to storm through the Ardennes Mountains and kind of cut off the British and French troops who were still, in the north of Belgium trying to figure out what was going on. Suddenly the Germans are behind them, so that they kind of cut like a sickle into enemy territory, the sickle cut. That was so successful that basically the campaign was won already. So then the Germans invaded, occupied all the cities on the canal back to England to kind of cut off the British completely, so they couldn't, even flee. But there was just Dunkirk was open, the last port that was open, and the German army was they were already on the outskirts of Dunkirk. They could have just taken it and closed that, that hole for the British military to get out. But Hitler then did his famous, and this is all the dynamic of the Western campaign. A lot of things happen every day, and then they're saying like, we're gonna have Dunkirk tomorrow, and then it's over. And then Hitler stops the tanks. It's his famous Haltebefehl, the order to stop. And they were all on meth. They didn't want to stop, but Hitler was not on meth. Hitler was he basically, it was a little bit similar than Berlin Munich thing. Hitler didn't really understand that campaign. It was too fast for him. Because they didn't say like, oh, they're all on meth, they're not going to sleep, they're going to behave erratically. They didn't discuss this. They discussed this in the old-fashioned terms, and Hitler was seeing like, they do not protect their flanks. What if the British come from the north? This is terrible. Like militarily, it was they were already fighting World War II, while Hitler was still fighting World War I, and especially the Allies, they were still fighting World War I. But the tank generals on meth, or the tank generals without meth, the tank generals per se, they were fighting a new type of war. And Hitler then got a visit from Goering, the head of the Air Force, the Luftwaffe. And Goering was a morphinist. That is very well documented. Like, he was on morphine. He was high as a kite most of the time. And that comes with losing touch with reality, I would say. Or at least it changes your grip on reality. Maybe you're still a good decision maker, but it could lead to, if you're intoxicated, let's say you're writing and you're intoxicated, you think it's great, but the next day you read it, it's shit, So Goering was using morphine in the morning, then met Hitler at the Felsennest, which was Hitler's headquarters to command the Western campaign, the Felsennest. And Goering said to him, if the army generals are now going to take Dunkirk, then basically the army has won this campaign. And that will give army high command, which is already against you, because they were, for them, Hitler was always like der kleine Gefreite, like the small kind of regular army guy, because that's what Hitler had been in First World War. And now suddenly he was the big decision maker. So they thought they make much better decisions than him. So Goering says their power will be so overwhelming that they will from now on call the shots how this war will continue and what will be done next. You should let me, with the Luftwaffe, do the job from the air. The National Socialist Luftwaffe is going to end the Western campaign. So he thought that he could destroy, it doesn't make sense, even destroy the British military with planes. Maybe you can do it, but certainly he couldn't do it. So the tank generals received the Haltebefehl, the stopping order. They didn't believe it when they received it, because the victory, this would have been complete victory over Great Britain. This would have been the end of Great Britain. The whole British military was encircled, but they did get out through Dunkirk. That's why the movie Dunkirk by Christopher Nolan is not good, because he doesn't describe what happened on the German side. It's just this heroic British thing. Yeah, we just got out and we reformed and then we beat, but this was just because Hitler was afraid of the power of Army High Command, and convinced by Goering's morphine high vision that he would stop it with the Air Force, which he couldn't. I mean, he bombed, and then the British, they were on ships, and a few ships were sunk, but basically they got out. You need to do this on the ground. At least back then, you would have needed to do it on the ground. So that was a big mistake by Hitler. That's why von Manstein, one of the 3 tank generals from February 17th, was Rommel, von Manstein, and Guderian. And von Manstein, he later said, he spoke of a verlorener Sieg, a lost victory. He said the Western campaign was a lost victory because we really could have achieved the victory. We could have dominated, British. They could have, invaded Britain. There was no more military.
Well, okay, on land,
There was
yes.
still the Royal Air Force
and the Navy.
and the Navy. Yeah.
So invading Britain, I think any invasion of actual Britain is a gigantic mistake on the Nazi part.
But if Britain doesn't have a standing army anymore, it's much easier than they still have one.
I think it's still extremely difficult to invade, but it's much easier to sort of neutralize, make sure that that Britain is not a player in the war. I mean,
For sure. Maybe Hitler wouldn't have invaded at all anyhow.
Also because of his sort of not respect, but non-hatred
Right.
of the British Empire.
Because they're also white supremacists. So why would we fight them? You know, it doesn't make sense. While the French, they were already like half black, basically, in Hitler's eyes.
If we were to talk about counterfactual history of the possible trajectories of the war that would lead to Nazi victory, one of the big mistakes is the invasion of Britain. So you already mentioned the mistake with Dunkirk, but beyond that, if they even captured mainland Europe, they could have just neutralized the British threat and not invaded Britain, and then go after the oil, which is much needed maybe in the Middle East. So focus on that campaign before invading the Soviet Union, and then maybe wait for the Soviet Union to invade them through Poland, which would be likely coming, or wait until 1943, something like this, to invade East without the Western Front having to been there. And the other really big mistake is declaring war against the United States, having complete disrespect for the United States, and declaring
Very
war on the
stupid.
United States, which didn't have to be done at all.
Right.
So it's collecting enemies when those didn't have to be done. So there is, to me, actually, there's a lot of paths there, as dark as it is to imagine, for Nazi Germany to be successful in the invasion of the Soviet Union even.
Well, I think that's why the Wehrmacht officers were pissed at Hitler, because they knew that they could actually win if it was done in a certain way. But Hitler's ideology and his stupidity, and later also the degeneration of his cognitive abilities, did not allow the Wehrmacht to fight in the most effective way. So Hitler was a very bad leader after Dunkirk.
So can you speak to the morphine? What kind of drug is morphine?
Morphine was developed in the 19th century by a young chemist called Saturner, and he wanted to know what is the potent alkaloid in opium, because opium is a natural drug, but there's something in the opium that actually is decisive, and that's morphine. So he was able to extract that from the opium. So this young guy, he invented morphine, which then became, very important in wars, especially like the American Civil War is unthinkable without morphine, or at least it would have been very different, because with morphine you can treat people, you can amputate people, you can fix people up, and send them back into battle. And that also corresponded with the development of the hypodermic needle, the injection needle, that was around in the mid-19th century. So the injection needle and morphine together became a very efficient way to treat soldiers, and that prolonged, for example, the Civil War in America.
So Goering was taking morphine.
Yeah. Morphine is like the classic. It's like, you don't eat opium, you take what is active in opium, and you inject it, and that's a very potent, that numbs all your pain. Like you don't have pain anymore if you're on morphine.
Also affects judgment.
I've never taken morphine, so I cannot really say. There's a few junkies that are highly creative on it. Like a lot of musicians in the 60s were using heroin, which is a more potent form, or like it's a half synthetic. It's an opioid. Morphine is an opiate, and heroin is an opioid. I guess you could be quite sharp on it also. That's why Hitler liked Oikodal, which is oxycontin, oxycodone, and
Yeah.
he injected that.
Which is another opiate, heroin-like.
It was a product by the Merck company from Darmstadt, Germany. They made Oikodal, which, when Germany lost the war, the patent was basically taken by America and then ended up in oxycodone. So if you inject Oikodal, that was a very popular drug in the 20s, because apparently it gives you the most beautiful high on earth. You're like super high, like you feel extremely well, and you can think very clearly, and you feel like this is how life should feel. On high on Eukodal. This is like Klaus Mann, the son of Thomas Mann, he used Eukodal. Quite a few doctors actually used it also, and probably quite a few Jewish doctors also used it because this was like a doctor's drug. Doctors knew how to, set the injection, and it was, a great experience. And Hitler, he really loved to be on Eukodal. Like he would use Eukodal every second day. In the beginning, 10 milligrams intravenously, then he raised to 20 milligrams. And I spoke to someone who's actually done exactly that drug application because I wanted to know how Hitler felt, and I didn't feel like doing it myself for some reason. I don't like needles, so I didn't want to put a needle in my vein to have like the Hitler drug experience. I should have done it. Like a proper historian never does that, okay? So but I thought I should take quite a few drugs that I write about to understand it better. But this drug I didn't take. I never shot oxycodone intravenously into my veins. But I met someone who did, and he said it's like the it's like the king's high. If you do that properly, obviously you get addicted to it.
I'd be scared to try.
Very intense experience.
I think it's a very badass thing to do for a historian, by the way. But I think it's a big risk. I mean, there is a risk that comes along with it, right?
Well, but not for Hitler, because he got the Eukodal from the pharmacy. He knew exactly, like his doctor knew exactly what was inside. It was made by a pharmaceutical company.
No, I mean the risk of addiction.
Yeah, that is a big risk. That is a big risk. But there's also the risk of getting impure stuff and like heroin on the
Yes,
street
yes.
and die from an overdose. But the addiction thing is I think it happens quite quickly with Eukodal because it's such a great feeling. So why wouldn't you do it over and over again? And then the opioid receptors in the brain want you to take it, and if you don't take it, you get withdrawal symptoms and you feel like shit, and you have to. So that's the problem with opioids, with morphine. That's what happens. Yeah. And that's what happened to Hitler.
I generally say yes to most things, but those drugs, like cocaine, doesn't scare me. Heroin scares me. Like the opioids scare me. Oxycodone scares me.
Because they really make you physically dependent. I don't even know if cocaine makes you physically dependent. It makes you psychologically addicted. But you have to get it, otherwise you feel bad. That's a physical, terrible
And also
addiction.
for life to feel like less when you're not on it.
Right.
That scares me.
That's the problem also with methamphetamine. People who use a lot of methamphetamine, on days they don't use it, they don't feel great at all, especially not compared to the methamphetamine days. So that became a problem in Germany when people were really using more and more of the Pervitin.
All right, you got to take me through the full drug cocktail that Hitler was on. Patient A of Morel's. Let's start at the beginning. We're big on setting context here. So tell the story of Dr. Theodor Morel. How did he meet Hitler?
Well, Morel he had his practice on Kurfürstendamm, which is like the main boulevard of Berlin, in the west of Berlin, kind of a fancy street. And he was a celebrity doctor, which was a new type of doctor in a way, Dr. Feelgood. He kind of was one of the first Dr. Feelgood. So you didn't go to him when you had a disease. You went to him when you were, let's say you were like an opera star in the Berlin Opera and you had a big premiere. So you would go to Morel in the afternoon and he would give you a nice shot and then you would, be really good on stage. But he was not a quack. I mean, he just knew his drugs. And he believed in, why shouldn't you treat someone even if that person doesn't have a disease? If you can make that person feel better, it's good. Especially if that person pays. Like he said, everyone who pays and he wasn't cheap, who comes to me and wants a testosterone hormone injection or a vitamin injection or an opioid injection, you get it from him. He didn't have any scruples.
I mean, but we should also say he was pretty innovative and extremely knowledgeable. So you mentioned hormones, but also, like probiotics, like you talked about.
Right.
Just he knew his shit.
He was a bit of a nerd.
Yeah.
He was
like a legit doctor, just didn't have boundaries about what he used.
He had a very unappealing physical appearance. And I think that was a problem for him. And he was known to have very bad eating habits, like sauce was running. And so people were easily disgusted by him. He was like an outsider. He was really like a freak. But when people looked at him after he had given them an injection and they said, "Thank you, and I feel so great now," that's what kind of made his day, you know? So one day, a man entered his doctor's office on Kurfürstendamm named Hubertus Hoffmann, and Hubertus Hoffmann was a photographer, and he had gonorrhea. And Morel, because he knew about alternative ways to treat, he actually cured him.
Mhm.
And Hubertus Hoffmann said to Morel, "I have a good friend and I think you should meet him. And I'm going to have a dinner in Munich and I think it would be really worth your time to come." And Morel came, and the good friend was Hitler, because Hubertus Hoffmann was the photographer of Hitler. And they were, in German, we have a U, a formal U, which is Sie. Like if I don't know you so well, I say Sie.
Mhm.
And if you're my close friend, I say du, you.
Mhm.
And Hitler only had like 4 people he would say you to. He was always like the sea, like the distance. It was always about distance and respect and borders and boundaries.
What are the two again? C and what?
Du.
C and do.
Yeah, C is the formal one, and du is the informal one.
Yeah, in Russian there's the same thing, V and T. And
Right.
so that's a big thing.
Also in
When,
in French, you also have that. You have that in Spanish. No, only in English you don't have it.
and it is part of the cultural sort of discourse of like when you upgrade from the V to the
Right.
T, from the C to the do, or
Yeah.
from the do to the C.
From the C to the du,
C
that
to
would
the
be the
do.
upgrade, because you become more intimate.
Yeah, like, and you ask, can I go from
Yeah.
C to do?
Yeah, like the older person must suggest it, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Beautiful language.
So Hoffmann was a du Freund, a Dudesfreund, we say, of Hitler.
Okay.
So he was quite close to Hitler, and so that's why he could also make that close connection. So he had a dinner with just him, Hitler, Eva Braun, Hitler's girlfriend, and Morel came. Like they sent a plane to Berlin to pick him up, so it was like VIP treatment. It was the whole thing.
And this is 1936.
36. Yeah, they had spaghetti with tomato sauce on the side. I read in there's like a description of this event. The tomato sauce was on the side, and there was muscat. What is muscat? It's a spice. Nutmeg.
Nutmeg.
Yeah, it was with nutmeg, which is an unusual recipe, I guess, but that's what they had. And spaghetti wasn't a fancy thing, you know. It came from Italy, from Mussolini, who invented fascism in Italy, and who was like Hitler's role model for a long time, until Hitler surpassed him, obviously. So the spaghetti, they came from Italy, and it was like a big thing. And Morel had the big problem that spaghetti is hard to eat, right? And he couldn't even, like, it was a catastrophe. But he got out of it because Hitler complained about stomach problems, because Hitler was a terrible vegetarian. He was a so-called cake vegetarian. He would only eat like sweets, like cake, no meat, of course, but like he wouldn't like eat healthy stuff, you know. So he was bloated the whole time, because we only eat like cake and white bread, and it's not good. So he voiced that, and there was also Brandt was there, like an official doctor from the SS that was like his doctor, and Hitler said, "My doctors can't cure me," and Morel was like, "This is my chance. Thank thank you, God." And he told Hitler about the probiotics, which Hitler had never heard of, and like also Brandt, the doctor, he hadn't heard of, because that was a new thing that you give. And Hitler was asking, "What is that?" And Morel said, "These are live bacteria from like German soldiers from the war in the First World War that were fighting in Serbia. There was one guy who didn't get the stomach flu, and all the others like drank the water in Serbia and all got sick, but this one guy, so his bacteria, and this is a true story, his gut bacteria were cultivated into a medicine called Mutaflor. And Morel told Hitler about this, and he said, "This is amazing. Like, I have to try this, you know." And it helped, you know. He got the Mutaflor, he did the Mutaflor kind of therapy, and it cured him. He suddenly had no bloating anymore, and the farting of Hitler was really bad, so bad that it would like he like like it diminished his ability to work, you know. So suddenly he could work. He felt better. He didn't have the pain. He felt great. So he really thought that Morel is a wonder doctor. And he asked Morel pretty quickly afterwards, "Do you want to be my personal physician?" And Morel was like, his wife was very much against it because she said, "If you become the personal physician of Hitler, you won't have any time for me anymore." And he said, like, "Come on, man. This is like the chance you only get once in your life."
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Hitler's a really big deal.
He's the most powerful man in Europe. And there have not been war crimes because the war hasn't started yet. Obviously, there's concentration camps and a lot of crimes have been committed, but it's also kind of hushed up. You know, it's not such a huge thing as now we know it became. So Morel never really has any conscientious problems. He just think it's great. You know, I'm going to be the doctor. I'm going to be part of history. So he becomes the personal physician, and being this vitamin guy, like vitamins were really his thing. Like he believed in the power of vitamins. And today I think we know that he was right. Vitamins are good. But back then no one knew. Uh, and Hitler was like, okay, he told Hitler, and then Hitler said, okay, I want to try this vitamins. And what they did from the beginning was injections, because Hitler didn't want to take a pill, because a pill takes too long and it goes through the tract that he has the problems with, like the digestion. Like he didn't want to take a pill. He believed in the injection, and Morel was the masterful injector. So Morel, because the needles were thicker than they are today, but Morel could give you an injection without you feeling any pain. So Hitler was quite impressed. So he got like a vitamin C injection, but Hitler loved the daily injection. So he got hooked on the daily injection. Once he got the injection, the day was good. And he never got sick, actually. Like, and he could stand like for a long time with the arm raised. He did like he went to the gym basically. I mean, he had a gym where he was like doing exercise, so he could have the arm up for like hours when a military parade would walk by. So he was quite fit, and he was never sick. And Morel was giving him the daily injection, and they lived happily ever after, basically until the Soviet Union attacked.
Wait, he literally lifted so you can do the Heil Hitler salute?
Yeah, I found a document for that.
That's funny. Oh god, that's dark.
He had an expander, we say. I don't know, do you use that word in English? Expander?
Oh, like a band.
Yeah, it's like this. You do like,
Yeah, I have one of those.
yeah,
Wow.
that's what he did. In
And I
front of
do
the
those kinds of
in front of the
exercise.
window.
Well, at least he's not doing it in front of a mirror. Okay, wow, that's dark. Okay, I mean, those little details, yet another reminder that he's just a human being.
I mean, it's hard to keep your arm up for like hours. You can't let it down. If you keep it up, that's what it's all about, you know.
I mean, he was very much about the facade, right? He's very important to present himself in a certain kind of way when he's giving the speeches.
Yeah, everything was orchestrated. The Nazis were masters in propaganda. They really knew how to create the perfect image.
Okay, so let's go into the cocktail. Started with the vitamins. This is in 36.
Right. I think it was pretty harmless in the beginning.
Mm.
But the addiction to the injection was the main thing that I think happened. That Hitler needed his doctor. But from 36 to 41, only like vitamins are being injected and glucose. So I don't think it really harms you. I mean, it might benefit you. He never got sick. He was fit.
I mean, this is the thing that.
That was phase 1 of his drug use, were the vitamins, until 41.
So you think the tweaking at the Olympics, though you've talked about before, but still, so you're saying this person
Yeah.
we're watching a video of here is not on drugs?
I don't know. I don't think so.
So the
There are
video
no
could be fake, it
records.
could be sped up.
I think it's fake. because I think someone read my book that thought that Hitler was always on meth and created this, but I might be
Yeah,
wrong.
and the narrative takes hold. And I think the thing you mentioned, he could be on sugar, so it could be a lot of
He
elements
was also a weird guy. Maybe he was really just rocking because
Yeah.
he was so happy what he saw, you know? Maybe
Yeah.
he really got into it. Maybe it was a sexual thing for him what he saw. I don't know. There's no document showing that he took a drug on that day. Let's put it that way.
I think I've been, especially like stay up all night. I've been fidgety. You could
Yeah, he
just be
was.
caught in a
Yeah.
certain moment when you're being like very like fidgety.
I think he probably rocked a few times and then the video was cut in a
Sped
way
up.
that he rocks more or something. Also, methamphetamine wasn't yet available in 1936.
That's
So
important to say.
it's for sure he was not. So what is said here on Hitler tweaking on meth at the 1936 Olympics is definitely false.
Okay, there you go. So when did it start getting more serious? The injection and the kind of drugs he was taking.
This was a day in August of 1941. Germany had invaded the Soviet Union on June 22nd. So this is about 6 weeks into the campaign, which was called Unternehmen Barbarossa. And Germany was doing pretty well. And it came to a crucial moment where High Command said, now we're going to take Moscow. And Hitler said, no, we're going to split up the troops and take Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg, in the north, and in the south we're going to go for the oil fields, basically. That was his plan. He said, let's not do Moscow. And High Command was like, this is the biggest mistake. We must take Moscow. If we take Moscow, we're going to win. And Hitler became ill for the first time on the day this decision, this is a dynamic thing that's going on, you know, they're moving and now they have to decide, will we split up or we will continue towards Moscow? And he had the Russian flu, in German, the Ruhr, which is like a flu-type disease with very high fever. It comes, like they were in the field, like so they were in the east, you know, camping out. Maybe he drank water that wasn't good, or he had some, you know, they tested everything meticulously, but he got sick. High fever, he felt like shit. And he said to Morel, and you know, you can see that in Morel's notes. Like Morel describes this very vividly in his notes, which are at the Federal Archives, which no historian ever looked at except me, the non-historian, which is kind of funny. So he describes how Hitler then asks of him, basically says vitamins are not enough anymore. Like he's very weak. He must go to the military briefing. But the flu is quite a severe disease, I think. If you have a heavy flu, you really feel like you're going to die. You can't go to a military briefing. But Morel's kind of fought with himself, and then he decided to inject an opioid into Hitler's veins intravenously, like the strongest application possible. And this was Dolantin, which is a German opioid that was legal. And I was once an exchange student in Flint, Michigan, 1988, and I was number one of the tennis team because I was quite a good tennis player. And we
Nice.
were playing our main enemy. I was at Flint Powers Catholic High School in Flint, Michigan, and I think it was Powers Central. And they had a number one, Mark Resteiner.
Still remember. Wow.
He was feared, and no one could beat him.
Yes.
And on the day of the match, I had the Russian flu, basically. I was the hope. I was the number one, the wonder kid from Germany. And they took me to a doctor, and the doctor gave me an injection. And I don't know until this day because I was, you know, kid. I got the injection. I was 17, and I felt great. Like the flu was gone like this. It was probably an opioid, something, you know, something that just shuts off all the pain and gives you, you know, energy. And I beat this guy in a way I totally, I thought of a new technique by playing like very high balls, like in the direct, like fierceful competition. I would have lost. So I played something that in Germany we call Fuddeln, which is something you don't really do. You just play high
Lobbying.
balls,
Yeah.
which is not pretty to look at,
No.
but it's very effective. And he just lost his nerve. And I beat him like 6-0, 6-0, something like that. Sensational.
Yeah.
So Hitler receives this Dolantin injection, and he gets up, he goes into the meeting room, he dominates the meeting room, he feels great. He decides, in front of everybody, no one overpowers him in that meeting. He was very good in the room. And the troops are split up. Like Leningrad is now a target. This weakens the general thrust towards Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably why they didn't take Moscow. They probably could have taken it, or maybe not, but the decision was made in August to
I think it's one of the biggest blunders of the
not
Eastern
take
Front.
Moscow.
To not take Moscow. I think they had a straight shot given the
Right.
disorganization.
They had the one-time thing, the one-time moment where they could have done it. And the German war machine could only win in so-called speed wars, like lightning war, only if they would do it very fast and surprise, because they were always weaker, basically. They just had this moment, this dynamic moment. And this was fueled by the methamphetamine. Also in the Soviet Union, hundreds of millions of dosages were given. So the Germans were really going. And at one point, this ends, You can't take meth for the rest of your life. You're just going to end up being a nervous wreck. But you can do it for like 2 months, you could do it. But then it stops.
I think if you're really honest about where you have the asymmetry of power, which is in the speed of the blitzkrieg. So that's similar to Genghis Khan, who had a very small military, but their advantage was, I think at the peak it would be probably 100,000. But every soldier of Genghis Khan's had 5 horses, so
Right.
the whole point was they can move really fast. They not just fast, but they can move on all terrain, so they can go around. If wars were fought on normal roads, you're supposed to travel a certain kind of way. If you go fast and around, not on paths that are usually taking attack from all kinds of sides, that's why you can conquer as much as Genghis Khan was able to conquer. And the same thing with the Nazi forces. This is their biggest advantage, and not using that is essentially the end of its effectiveness.
I think that's also why the tank troops were such a good weapon, because they can go off-road, while military vehicles, cars, cannot do it. Like a tank can even go through a forest and just, kill, small trees and just run over it. So that was those are kind of the 5 horses that was the idea that they had at this working breakfast. That's what they presented to Hitler. We're going to use the tank force in a very different way, and that's going to enable us to win the Lightning War campaigns.
Was that one of the first times he tried an opiate like that, an intense one?
That was the first time.
And then that was it for him. He
Well,
loved it.
not immediately. Like you can see when you study his medications that is a turning point in a way that now he deviates from the vitamins. Like he becomes more interested in what's out there. And like from 41 to 43, he tries out a lot of medications that he didn't try out before. Before that, it was quite conventional, mostly vitamins and glucose. But now he becomes experimental, and he discusses this with Morel. And Morel is also very experimental. Like they really nerded themselves into like, what can we use? Like bull's testicle extracts. So Morel, in order to present those things to his patient A, he created a pharmaceutical company that he ran. He was the personal physician of Hitler, and he was also the CEO of Hammer Pharmaceuticals, which had its production site in occupied Czechoslovakia. And for example, at one point when Germany had invaded the Ukraine, Morel asked for a monopoly for all the organs of all the slaughtered animals from all the slaughterhouses in the Ukraine. So this was a huge logistical operation. Like all the slaughtered animals, all the organs were removed for the personal physician of the Führer, sent in military trains back to the factory in occupied Czechoslovakia. And like the military became really upset with that, because they said, we need our trains to transport back our wounded soldiers. Now we're like cars are full with like offal and pigs' hearts and pigs and livers, and it was totally bizarre. And but Morel then became like, he was this like good-natured Dr. Feelgood in the beginning, and then when the Ukraine was occupied, he became this like business freak who like made a lot of money with his dubious hormonal concoctions, where like he would threaten the army, if you don't let the train with my raw materials go to my factory, I will tell Hitler and you will have a problem. He was acting like that. He became quite an asshole, actually. Um, and a war criminal, because he also, at his factory where he would make the famous pig liver extract that was then tested by Hitler, and Hitler said that's a good medication. I have more energy, so this can also be sold to the German military. That's how it worked, because the regulations at the time were that it was very difficult to bring out a new medication onto the market, because medications, to bring them onto the market, you need certain test phases and all of that stuff. So that's hard to do in a war, especially in World War II. So Hitler said to Morel, I'm going to be your guinea pig. You just make it in your factory. I test it. And if I think it's good, then I'm just going to write today you would say like a decree, because I'm the president, I can like order it that it's going to be legal all over Germany.
So Hitler was a real drug guy. He liked drugs.
Well, he liked to experiment, I would say, with drugs and with Morel. They never, like, he was against drugs, he was.
But that's a crazy thing for a guy who didn't do anything, right?
It's a big contradiction, or it's a big irony, or it's very weird.
But isn't it even a bit of a mystery? Because at that stage, I'm sure he was paranoid about being killed and all that kind of stuff. So he must have really trusted Morel, right?
Yeah, he trusted Morel, because Morel was not part of any organization. He was the loner coming from the VIP doctors, his own VIP doctor's office, and now he was basically Hitler's toy. Like, Hitler could get access to all kinds of medications through him, and Morel would never say it to anybody. He would just write it down, but this was kept quite secret. No one knew what was going on between the two men.
It's just so interesting because, like, why would he? There might be. Can you maybe even speak to that? Why did Hitler trust another human being this much? Because you could probably make the case nobody was closer to Hitler than Morel.
That is certainly the story I'm telling.
Isn't that crazy? Like, what is it? What is it about Morel? This guy I guess he's fat and weird, and like, nobody really likes him.
He was not a threat to Hitler. Like, Hitler hated all the super smart medicine people. Like, he never undressed before them. He never let himself be seen naked, because he didn't want anyone to know anything, about him that he couldn't control. So Morel was harmless. Morel basically did what Hitler wanted. They wouldn't say, today we're going to take drugs together, it's going to be fun. Hitler was always about optimizing his performance, because he knew, only I'm doing this. I have to, and he always thought he's going to die young. So he always like, I don't have unlimited time. The clock was always ticking. So I have to be always the high performer. So Hitler, when he first experienced the beauty of the opioid high that was given to him in August 1941 intravenously, when he experienced that, kind of his eyes opened. And he didn't think this was a drug. I mean, this is a medicine. This is a medicine that helps me function. This is a medicine that my doctor gives me in a very controlled manner, and that lets me be extremely sharp for like 8 hours. I can convince all the generals. I can do my job. I'm happy, because Hitler was also depressed. I mean, this is he really appreciated what the drug gave him, but he never thought, no, I'm becoming like a drug addict. Or
So it begins to, oxycodone in general begins to work within 30 to 60 minutes and lasts for about 4 to 6 hours. So this is a long lasting thing.
yeah, but this you swallow. If you get an intravenous injection, it works after 1 second.
Wow.
Get the injection, you're high.
But it lasts for many hours.
Yeah. That's why people love heroin, who take it, because you feel like shit. You take the injection, you feel great. I mean, it's in your system for quite a while. Like you can go into the meeting quite comfortably.
Into the meeting. Yeah, okay.
I mean, there's the briefing. It starts at 1. Morel comes, and you can see this in the notes. Like, I have to be at the Führer in his bedroom at 12. And then, you chat a bit, and then Hitler rolls up his uniform sleeve, and then he gets the injection maybe at 12:30. Then the high comes on, and then it's very stable. Like, you feel great. This is a pure product from the Merck company. This is not some heroin from the street. And Morel knows exactly what dosage you want right now, so you feel at the top of your game. You don't feel, you're not intoxicated. I mean, you are, but it makes you clear.
So the mind is clear.
The mind's totally clear. Your body feels fantastic. You know exactly your points. You know exactly how the others, because the others are just mortals, because they're sober. They just sit there and they haven't slept very well, or they have problems with them, and you're way above them.
What do we know about general psychological effects of it? So does it boost your confidence? Does it boost aggressiveness? What effect did it have on his vision of the world?
It makes you feel extremely confident. You have a lot of energy, but it's not too much. Like, let's say you take cocaine or methamphetamine, you're like, that's why Hitler was never a meth guy. That's also why I think this video is fake. He didn't take meth. I mean, I studied Morel's the things he gave them. He gave a lot of things, and only twice was meth. So that's not a lot for Hitler. Like twice.
I read that the multivitamin had some amphetamine and maybe meth, a little bit, or no?
I mean,
Vitamultin.
Vitamultin.
Multin.
I mean, Vitamultin is interesting because it was a little bar of a sweet that was lying next to his food. So he would just eat, and then at the end he would take this. It was nice tasting. It had some sugar in it. And I read through all of the ingredients of it. There were different types, and there's never methamphetamine in it.
Oh, there isn't. Okay.
No, there was an SS doctor, Schenk, and he claimed that Morel made special Vitamultin in his lab with meth in it. But I think he just made that up.
Okay.
There was never any proof of that.
I mean, that's a really important line to draw. The army, the Nazi army at scale, not everybody, but some fraction, especially during the French campaign, used meth.
Right.
And then there's Hitler, which used a lot of drugs, but meth was not one of them, really.
No, meth for him was just for the foot soldiers, Yeah. I mean, he didn't even talk about meth. This is nothing that concerned him, This is something that makes you function. Maybe he signed, I mean, it went over his desk, the stimulant decree, but I don't know if he really read it or understood it. I mean, he probably knew pervitin because everyone knew it. And maybe, they discussed it, but they would probably also not. I mean, there's a point when there's a conflict about methamphetamine in the army. This is when the Secretary of Health of the German government, the Nazi government, Conti, he starts writing to the army and he says, you must stop this. This is against Nazi ideology. But the army basically doesn't listen to him and keeps on using meth all the way to the end. So maybe that guy, Conti, maybe he discussed this with Hitler, but also Hitler never, if Hitler would have said, we stopped the methamphetamine, it probably would have stopped. But Conti saying that wasn't enough. I don't think Hitler was really into meth. It was not his thing. He was more into the opioids, into these weird hormonal things. Like those things were, especially the opioids, were interesting to him because you can function on opioids for a long time if you have a proper product and a doctor that gives you the injections. I mean, Goering was addicted to morphine from 1923 until when the Americans captured him in 1945. That's 22 years he was functioning on morphine. And when they captured him, I write about it in Blitz, like the amount of morphine capsules he had on him. So what the Americans did was first to take away all the morphine from him, and then he went through withdrawal in American, incarceration. And he lost, a lot of pounds, and he became like more of a haggard Goering, which was then in Nuremberg, this haggard kind of guy defending what he did. And so Hitler was really an opioid guy, while the army was really methed up. That's how you could sum it up briefly.
He did try cocaine. Why didn't he get into cocaine?
He started cocaine after the bomb attack by Stauffenberg on July 20th, 1944, when this bomb went off, which actually killed a few people in the room. This was during a military briefing. Stauffenberg put a bag with explosives under the table, and the table actually saved Hitler's life because it was a good German quality oak table. So the table was so stable that the bomb explosion kind of blew up the table, but Hitler behind the table was protected by this table.
Yeah, this is the closest assassination attempt,
Yeah.
probably.
I mean, it's very weird that it didn't succeed because he had the bomb, he put it next to Hitler. He took out some of the explosives before he went into the room. This is one of the big mysteries. Why did Stauffenberg take out some of the explosives? There's no explanation for it. But Hitler survived, but he was quite injured, which Nazi propaganda always denied. Like they always said the Führer was miraculously unharmed. But he was quite harmed. There were like over 100 splinters from the wood everywhere. His eardrums were blown, which was, it's quite an injury, I guess. He was bleeding internally and he was shell-shocked, basically. And then a new doctor comes in. His name is Giesing. Because Morel was not in Germany we have, well, I guess it's worldwide. It's the ear, nose, and throat specialist, right?
Mhm.
So an ear, nose, and throat specialist from the German army called Dr. Giesing, he was ordered to come into headquarters after the bomb attack to treat Hitler's blown ear drums. And Giesing gave Hitler cocaine because cocaine at the time it was used. It was not Schedule 1, it had the effect that it would numb the pain, and you could like use it. You would like put it on a certain place where you had the pain, and then it would numb that area. But Hitler was like, he'd never taken cocaine before, but he got very interested in it. And Giesing writes a meticulous report about his experiences with Hitler. Alone, that report is really fun to read. It's about a 15-page report that he did for American military after the war. When he was being interrogated by American military, he like described what happened with Hitler and him. And he realized that Hitler really liked the cocaine. And then he's like started saying, now give it in the nose. Now and then it was a liquid that he could apply like with a dab like into the nose. Like it
Oh,
wasn't
shit.
cocaine powder, but he could like
Liquefied. Yeah, interesting.
liquefied cocaine. And Hitler loved it, and he's just saying things like, finally, I can think clear again. And he had this cocaine rush, which is a rush of superiority. It's a dangerous drug because you think you know more than the other. It's not very humble drug, It just increases the ego, and that actually he liked that because that was, after the bomb attack, he thought everyone is a traitor. Like he didn't feel safe anymore in his own bunker, And he was like, Nazis, and the right wing is always paranoid. Like, who's the enemy? Like they're behind us, like they're stabbing us in the back. So Hitler was this type of person. So the cocaine kind of stabilized him. And Giesing realized that this guy is like a drug guy. Like he didn't know. He like came in, he saw the Führer for the first time. He was like in awe, and like a drug wreck was approaching him. And as soon as he had some cocaine in his system, because this was summer 44, he already had taken a lot of opioids and a lot of drugs. So and a lot of these dubious hormonal concoctions, which led to autoimmune diseases in Hitler, maybe even had Parkinson's. Morale basically turned him into a physical wreck. That Giesing also writes about this. Like he's like trembling before he goes into the room for the first time where the Führer is, and then this like old guy like in a blue kind of pajama is kind of coming up to him and kind of shaking his hand. That's the Führer, And Giesing is like totally shocked because he's like, the the destiny of the German nation, the whole Europe, everything's like hangs on this guy, And then whenever he takes cocaine, he's a little bit better, like. But the cocaine had the problem that Giesing was more of at least later in his discussions with the US military, he described himself as a conscientious guy. And he's like, I had like kind of problems giving Hitler more cocaine. And
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure Hitler could have sensed that.
And then Morel started disliking Giesing because Hitler spent more time now with Giesing than with him. And there was what I call the doctor's war ensued. Because Giesing then tried to get rid of Morel because Giesing could suddenly see that Hitler was receiving a lot of drugs. And he was taking cocaine with Giesing. Giesing left the room, then Morel would come in and give him Eukodal, the opioid, intravenously, which is the speedball effect. Cocaine and an opioid, at the same time. That creates a really crazy high, but that's a high that's not stable anymore. That's a high that's like at the end of your drug career, you take the speedball.
So speedball is a combination of a stimulant
Right.
and a depressant.
Yeah.
Cocaine and
Opioids are
heroin.
depressants.
Yeah, so combining cocaine and heroin, huh? Wow.
I've never had a speedball, but I think it's like the most hardcore drug experience you can have, and Hitler had this in the summer of 1944 for quite some time. And then the doctors really fought for influence over Hitler. And Giesing teamed up with Himmler, head of the SS, and basically said to Himmler, this Morel guy, and Himmler was already suspicious of Morel, obviously, because Morel's spending so much time with Hitler. There's no control. Like Himmler was a control freak. What is he actually giving to the Führer? The Führer doesn't look good anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So Giesing was trying to get Morel out. Maybe because he wanted Hitler to have a better health. Maybe he wanted to have the job himself. He certainly tried to get rid of Morel. And it came to like a high noon situation, like the duel between the two doctors. It's, by the way, why I think it's completely insane that Hollywood hasn't bought the rights yet. Alone this Doctor's War.
You mean for the entire Blitz story,
Yeah, of
or
course.
yeah, that's really, I mean, some of the greatest movies. I mean, like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
You can do a drug movie on the Nazis.
One of my favorite movies probably Downfall, which is Hitler in the bunker. Which I guess, does Downfall have a drug
No,
component?
they
Does not.
missed the drug angle because my book hadn't been out yet. They
Yeah,
didn't know about it. That's why
that'd be a different story.
they can't really explain why Hitler became a physical wreck. There's no explanation for it except the drugs, the
Well,
opioid addiction.
you could explain it. It is a part of it that it's an extremely stressful position he's in,
Yeah, but
and
you don't
he's
become a
losing the
physical
war.
wreck
The physical wreck aspect, yeah.
And there were 2 bedrooms in the bunker in Berlin. 2 bedrooms. One, of course, for Hitler, the other one for Morel. No one else was sleeping in the bunker. I mean, you can see the importance of especially those last months of Morel in the bunker. And they didn't get that when they made the movie The Downfall. But it's still an interesting movie, but I can't take it seriously because they didn't see this
Yeah, the
aspect
drug component.
is
Again,
missing.
I don't think it has to be the main thing, but it has to be a part of it. A serious movie on Bliss would be really nice. It's not easy to do.
No.
There's something about drugs, if you do a movie on drugs that involve drugs, that it makes it, you can go too far into like Tarantino territory,
Right.
where it's more like, which is also incredible and awesome, but it's a different thing.
Well, he invents history and he's like very open about it.
Yeah.
Like, this is not what actually happened. I think a Blitz movie would have to stick to the facts.
Yeah.
And I've spoken with some directors, very good German directors, and it's just very hard to do.
But if you do it well, that's
I
like a
think it would be,
legendary movie.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
incredible. What can you just speak high level from what is it? You said 41 to 45. What were some behavioral changes or changes in decision making that we can trace in Hitler that could be attributed to drugs? Like, how did it change him?
Well, an interesting event is July 1943 in a villa in northern Italy where Hitler meets Mussolini. And Mussolini is basically fed up with the war and he wants Italy to leave the axis of evil. And Hitler is really pissed when he hears that. He knows that's what the meeting is all about. And Mussolini, I mean, the Italians invented that modern type of fascism. And Italy was the role model for Nazi Germany, but by now Nazi Germany, of course, has been much more powerful. But Italy is the most important ally, and now Mussolini is like quitting in the middle of the war. I mean, what is going on here? So Hitler becomes, and Morel writes about this quite a lot. He's in a terrible mood. He doesn't want to go. Like, he might lose his, temper, whatever. He's not happy. And that's the day when he receives the oikodal for the first time. And because he says to Morel, I'm under such stress, I'm not gonna go. He threatens, like he calls off the whole thing, like the plane's already waiting in Obersalzberg. Everything is ready, and he says, I'm not meeting this guy. And then Morel gives him oikodal, and you can see, the time when he gets the oikodal. And that's when he has this effect for the first time. This like, I can do anything. This is great. I'm gonna explain to Mussolini that he's not gonna leave the war effort. And on the way to the plane, he says to Morel that this oikodal is really helping him, and he wants another shot, and he receives another shot. So he has quite a lot of oikodal in him when he speaks to Mussolini. And there's like the people who write the protocol of the meeting, and also other people around. It's not just 2 people in the room. It's like, I don't know, 15 or 20 people in the room, and a lot of people talk about that meeting in their memoirs. And Mussolini is not able to say one word, basically, because Hitler is so high and so charged, and he's like just telling him the whole time how great this is, what they're doing right now. And of course, there's not even it's not possible that you're gonna leave, we are in this together from the, he explains everything, the whole thing for like 2 hours, and Mussolini is just like, it's like, then a messenger comes in and says, Rome has just been bombed. He's like, he knows, he can't say anything, and he stays. So that was very much influenced, that meeting, by his oikodal. And that's probably because it was so successful in Hitler's eyes. What happened is why oikodal became a very attractive drug for him. And this was the first time in July 1943. And then, so he didn't take oikodal through the whole time. It only started in July 43. He started with the regular opioid use. You can see that he takes it more and more regular now. Not every day, but sometimes, like the September 1944, he takes oikodal every second day, which is like a junkie rhythm. You take it, then the next day you don't take it, then you take it again.
Why is that junkie rhythm?
You don't take it all the time because you need to, I don't know, relax, or you don't. There's like, you take it maybe Saturday night, you take it, and the high lasts till Sunday morning. And then Sunday, when the high slowly wears off, you sleep, and then you wake up and you're hungry, maybe you eat, and then the next day, Monday, you're going to do it again. So that's this rhythm.
And it was more potent than, what is it, Dolantine?
Dolantine. Oikodal is said to have the best effect. The best in the sense of, it's not about strength. You just increase the dosage and you have a stronger effect, but you can't increase it too much because then you're going to die. That's also the problem with opioids. If you take too much, you're going to die because you just have a heart attack. But
there's nuanced differences that it's hard to convert into words, I guess. Yeah.
Different molecules have different effects. So oikodal apparently had the best effect. That's why you had the oxycodone epidemic in America, because people take this pill. I mean, thank God they're not injecting it all like Hitler did. They take a pill, so it's not so dangerous as injecting. But apparently the effect is so pleasant of this oikodal, of this particular type of opioid, that it just is more attractive maybe than Dolantine.
Is it possible to try to reverse engineer the effect of Hitler's drug use on the outcome of World War II? So if he didn't use any drugs.
Hello, Mr. Snow. I was just talking for like 30 seconds before I realized I was muted. What's going on? How are you? I'm just watching a little podcast. Norman Ohler, Hitler, Nazis, Drugs, World War II, Blitzkrieg, LSD, MK Ultra, and CIA. Do you know anything about any of that stuff? Are you allowed to watch this, or is this something you do? It's a fairly long podcast. So that's what's going on. I was playing Terraria earlier, but I got bored. So I started watching this and doing a little bit of programming. Also, Cute Chat Mod was annoying me with telling me it was an ad break every 30 minutes. Why wouldn't I know anything about it? I don't know. I was just asking. Are you drunk? Are you drunk again? Did you come here just to yell at me? Be mean to me again? It's like normal. Every time. Hmm. Hmm. I think you just got conned out of your points. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see something. Let me see something real quick like. Oh, there we go. Oopsie, I didn't have the overlay on. And I guess that makes a difference. I think actually maybe I should change that. I think I have a property. Shut down source when not visible. Yeah, I should turn that off. So it works all the time. It's fixed now. It's fixed. I got her. I got her taken care of. So are you feeling better now? Are you feeling better tonight, today, this morning? Whatever of those is more appropriate for you and your time. Here, I'm going to turn this back on. I'll lower the volume.
Would the Nazis be more successful or less successful? What do you think?
I think it would be speculative to answer, but I can try. But it's
You're not over the hill yet?
The war is so complex. I mean, there's many different ways this war.
But I'm getting there.
Ended, but
that's good.
Ended
good to hear.
Defeat.
I don't think it would have ended with a German defeat.
Well, if you don't attack the Soviet Union, then of course you can win. But as soon as you
so how long have you been like working on this thing?
We talked about. I think that
thank you. I will take a sip of water actually.
I would put it
on my own accord.
I don't know, 10%. Again,
Right.
Extremely speculative.
And also because you redeemed that. Weeks? Holy moly! Weeks!
Go straight for Moscow.
I was expecting you to say years.
Don't declare war on the United States.
No, not really.
Really focus on gaining oil from the Middle East.
So, like, is it just what's so difficult about this, like, thesis? I mean, what? You can't just have ChatGPT pop you out a thesis in like 20 minutes?
That's required to, keep
What are you above using AI for schoolwork?
The mechanized aspect of the army. There's a lot of paths to this. I mean, but I think it's probably fair
I'm joking,
to say
obviously.
that reasonable, thoughtful, calculated, disciplined
It's your final paper? I said.
Leader would not have done.
Like, is it long? Like, what is the length of this document?
Insanity. It requires hatred. It requires ideological.
Put it in American units too.
Narratives that
30 pages?
from like
that's not too bad.
First principles of things, and you're an insane person.
Not too bad.
An insane dictator that's drunk on power, and it's impossible.
It's nothing like the amount of code I've created, which just in case you were wondering, is equivalent to about 13 average size novels. I mean, it's not 13 novels, but that's not bad. It's not bad for a beginner.
Way as the drugs Hitler without drugs is unthinkable for me. And
I actually calculated that one time, by the way. And that is how much code I wrote. Not AI. Well, 99.5% I wrote.
That's why I said I think the Germans would have lost in any case.
But I'm glad you'll be done with it soon, regardless of how long it is. That way you can focus all your time on the channel.
Think of Genghis Khan or Alexander the Great type
Yeah.
characters that would read
The average novel being what, like I average like 300 something pages,
are like without the hatred
or whatever ChatGPT thought it was appropriate.
murderous, with the ability to dehumanize the rest of the world.
That is what I can't remember. Like 140,000 lines of code equals.
The superior and
Let's not talk about the future.
the Lebensraum and all of that kind of stuff.
There's just why you're so picky.
The reason you want to think about that kind of stuff is Hitler got, to me at least, close.
So picky. Fine. Let's talk about the past.
Part of the world, and it's
Let's listen to it. Can you hear this okay?
and
Probably not.
unbelievable that somebody could.
Oh, I forgot it's lowering by my voice too. That probably doesn't help.
Superiority in conquering countries. That was
I'm
what the
messing
Wehrmacht, the
with
High
you.
Command. That's what they were going for.
Yeah.
And they wanted to eliminate Hitler in the operation.
Don't say I'm sorry. Say I'm addicted to Futaslop. That's all I want to hear you say. I don't want these I'm sorries. I want I'm addicted to Futaslop.
That they needed to win the war.
What you want to know about the past?
And
Everything.
I spoke.
I want to know every single
about,
thing.
The
When were the pyramids built exactly?
Intelligence to assassinate Hitler. And he had seen some evidence.
The government's been lying about the pyramids all along.
Because they knew that
I don't
Hitler,
fucking know.
Functioning Hitler, which he was after, the summer
What
of 19.
do you know?
Is better for Britain than, killing Hitler and then having to deal with like some kind of, maybe the army would have taken over.
Do you live in Berlin? Just say yes or no. You don't have to
More uncomfortable
specify.
for Great Britain than having this.
You say you live in a big city.
Continuation of the degenerating maniac.
You probably wouldn't tell me.
Hitler and
Bass Pro Shop pyramid was built by aliens?
the moments, the days, the weeks, the months
You
leading
think?
up to the suicide, all those kinds.
I've never actually been to a
Quite
Bass
well
Pro Shop.
documented.
You don't live in Berlin?
People at the time were keeping diaries and writing about it. Writing.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did, probably.
I wrote quite a bit what happened in the bunker.
Is that the largest city in Germany? Berlin?
Was that Oikodal?
There's a song by Chaos
Actually had become physically addicted to, was suddenly
about Berlin.
not available anymore.
It's a pretty good
This
song.
had to do with the bombardment of the Merck company, the factory, in December 1944. British bombers destroyed the production.
Pretty good song. So what are you up to?
And Morel, there's a report of Morel.
I don't know. I don't care about its size.
Person riding on a motorcycle.
Jeez, excuse me for asking a question.
Trying to score.
Excuse me for wanting to expand my brain just a tiny bit.
What I find surprising,
Trying to sleep soon.
use another opioid because morphine.
But you just come in here to say I'm boring. Do you just come in here so
he didn't realize
you can fall asleep to how boring my stream is?
On a drug.
I'm sorry that I'm not a city guide. Well, I would like you to work on that. If you have, if you can spare a minute of time in between your thesis and pooping your pants, I would really appreciate you catching up on some of that knowledge.
A drug addict.
If you don't mind.
And at one point he realized
my streams are calm.
what he's saying is true because he felt the withdrawal. He was shaking. He felt like shit. And
calm equaling I can't speak.
One time he gives him harmine, which is inhibitor, which is
equaling boring.
He still had that in his doctor's.
Is that a word? Equaling?
So gives him that, which also creates some.
It sounds like it should be.
High But Hitler at one point realizes
I don't know how to speak English. I'm sorry. I'm doing the best I can.
Also very late in the game.
I like that your streams are calm, very soothing after breaking my brain all day.
Some say that Morel has to.
Well, I'm glad I can provide that to you.
Puts a gun on his head and says, "You've been making me addicted to opioids. Get the hell out of the bunker."
So you don't want me to be like a big React streamer?
And Morel's described as
where I just am screaming and pog facing all day.
He gets one of the last planes out of Berlin.
The soy face, the big mouth open, soy face pointing behind me.
He survives.
Yeah, and he goes to this research.
Be yourself.
May 2nd, 1945. He has like a little apartment in his research lab. His wife is still in Berlin. He's like all alone, and he starts doing
Be yourself. That's a emote, actually, I think, by the way.
That he was probably insane at that
Be
point.
yourself. Can you see it on the
Like,
screen?
maybe he was bored, maybe it's like he didn't do his taxes for so
It's a
long
bee
because he always had to treat Hitler
with
and
a Pepe head.
Like, now what am I gonna do?
It's a little blurry.
I'm gonna do my at least I'm gonna do my taxes now. Very German thing to do.
That's a global emote. That's been around forever.
I would put that in the movie for sure. Him doing his taxes.
You'll see that a lot on Forsen's channel.
Well, then the Americans move into Bavaria, liberate Bavaria from National Socialism.
Pepe B,
which was a great job
it
they did
is
there, and so I'm also thankful not only to the Red Army.
I could have swore I just heard my own voice for a second.
Really,
that was very bizarre, but I think it was him speaking.
Because National Socialism was hard to beat. It was a beast,
It was kind of weird.
To beat. So they.
That was like a weird deja vu I just had.
And they interrogate him, and he actually lives.
Because sometimes I accidentally leave a tab open that's not muted.
And after these.
So I have like I hear myself speaking on another tab, and it paralyzes me in fear.
Dump him in
I'm
front
paralyzed in fear of my own voice. Either that or disgust of my own voice. I don't know.
American uniform. And he's like lying on the pavement in front of the train station, and a half-Jewish nurse.
Oh, I actually got some new comments on my YouTube. Can you believe it?
It's really like in a movie. Theo Morel.
Almost equally as good as the last one.
This is 1947. Germany's in ruins.
I think it was along the lines of, what WTF is this showing up in my recommended? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. All in caps.
So we know pretty much.
And then a reply from somebody else saying
about this, like, what about Ava?
Something along the lines of
close to him, try to talk about.
I don't know. Basically, alluding to
the generals or
something FEMBOY. I don't know.
I mean, the reason
I can't remember what he said.
Because,
but that's what I remember. I'm too lazy to actually look.
There is a
YouTube is so weird, like how.
And I could very well imagine that she talked with.
Man, I just had that same feeling where I thought his voice was mine for a second. That is so weird. I think I'm losing my mind.
Dumb blonde that plays no role. They actually.
Yeah, YouTube is so weird about how like.
In the military headquarters, he would phone her every.
I don't know.
10 p.m.
The views like work sometimes. Like I don't know how or where. I know they sometimes show like super low view count like videos on the side.
And
but outside of that, I don't know where these people are coming from.
1 + 1.
Damn, your brain is so useful.
Could have maybe not liked him because she might have cared for Hitler.
How so?
See the effects of drugs on humans that you care for.
She also had a good relationship with him at times because he was often at the Berghof. The Berghof was like the
recommends are strange, but I do know because I saw some analytics, and there are definitely people coming. Now that I think about it, I completely forgot about this. There are definitely people coming from like searches like Futanari, FEMBOY panties is a term I saw, and all those fun adjacent ones.
And Hitler was often, of course, in the field in the headquarters, but he came as much as he could to the Berghof because it's quite beautiful. I went up.
You've got a great memory. Thank you. You're so good at complimenting.
And she also had a good relationship with Morel, and there's like a.
You're a good complimenter. How about that? And also, you never poop your pants, and probably have never touched a smelly FEMBOY.
Morning, and she has like scratch marks. So apparently
I was being ironic. Really?
So Morel is like
really? I know you're a little bit delayed, so by the time you type that, you probably are now just hearing what I said. But really,
It's like not known, right?
I found it interesting that Morel describes the scratch marks. I mean, it's
Oh, the delay is killing you.
kind of kinky sex, maybe. Maybe they also
You
have
can't. It's hard to make.
kinky or
Yeah.
It's hard to be funny with a delay.
It doesn't really matter. It's just
If the funniest
Ava and
is always the
I think
fastest.
that affects
I've just wanted to
mental
make sure I
relations
could
and
tell.
the drug use did his sex.
I
If he
could
would have had
tell.
sex with like a lot of people, maybe
Your brain is so useful.
then you know it would be
It's
worth
like
writing
your
about
face is so useful.
generals in bed or something, but he was just having sex.
Your
with
words
I don't think that's his
are useful in my chat,
It might be
and they definitely don't make me want to slam my head into a wall.
I don't think anyone.
I love reading them so much.
But Eva Braun is an interesting character because she had
I'm not delayed.
to say
Well, I mean,
for a long time attributed to her. Then a biography was
delayed
written by
enough.
a female German historian, and that's a very good biography. It really shows that she had, quite a lot to say in this relationship. She was not the dumb blonde that just. She was quite,
Delayed
complicated and
enough.
attractive. So
Between your mobile use and your
was filming
being in Germany.
like she was always filming.
Your face is great for spare parts, but your butt and vice versa? Spare parts, but your face is great for spare parts for your butt and vice versa.
Of this the private man, the good private man. So
Your lack of comma really threw me off there.
Sure. But
Comma.
one note that she in the beginning when Morel
Actually, I
started with
didn't.
his
I just can't
drugs,
read.
said to Morel,
You don't even
that
know what
she
my
used the
butt
same
looks like.
drugs, the same medications, not drugs, the same medications.
You don't
She was using
even
the same
know.
drugs with him. She wanted to be. She didn't want
That
to.
you have to
world.
subscribe for tier 3 for that.
I became such a drug polytoxicomanic user that, of course, Eva couldn't keep up with that. They weren't a drug couple. I don't.
Only then do you get the exclusive butt cam.
Take all the crazy drugs together and then have crazy sex or something like that. That's not how it was. So I think she was sympathetic to Morel in the beginning.
You don't think so? What do you mean you don't think so? Are you calling me a liar?
About it, but there's no record.
Try it.
About that.
Why don't you find out?
Let's talk
Fuck
about
around
on this whole story
and find out.
that you document in your book.
I bet you won't.
The subtitle is The
Not a John?
Germany's resistance
Oh my
against the
God.
Nazis. So
You think that's what this site is about?
the people who resisted from within Germany.
Do you consider everyone? I mean, I think you might be because you're certainly paying Germa.
Figures in the movement.
And I know he can't give that good at HJs, can he? I don't know, maybe.
Well, the main guy is Harro Schulze-Beusen. He caught my attention when I was doing research in an archive in Munich, researching drugs in the Luftwaffe, Göring's Luftwaffe. Göring being the morphinist. I mean, the Luftwaffe was a very promiscuous place. Like a lot of people in the Luftwaffe are high.
Also, more for entertainment versus the practical aspect of. So it's less about like the meth optimizing the human performance and more about just exploring.
Like the number 3 of the Luftwaffe, Ernst Udet, he committed suicide in the fall of 1941.
You call me poor too.
And he had 7 pervert.
And by the way, you made some comment, I don't remember how long ago, like, oh, I would fly over there in an instant. Blah, blah, bleep, blah, bloop.
In the Luftwaffe.
Psh. What are you talking about, boy?
Methamphetamine.
What are you going to be flapping your arms over here?
And it was really a coincidence while I was looking through like the drug stuff. I was searching for, drugs, and I found this letter by Harro Schulze-Beusen.
And don't damn you called me poor the other day.
But still I found
Oh my God. I'm going to ban the word shitting.
happened that I was suddenly reading this letter.
That is not a funny joke, by the way. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to keep it FR. I'm going to keep it super FR with you.
And I really am.
That's some quality German comedy right there. You're shitting my pants joke. Quality German comedy. I'm not trying to be funny. Well, can you please try?
And I Googled him, and there were not so many hits on him, but I read a little bit, and he actually...
Just try a little bit for me, please.
Which means
just give it a shot.
Good name.
he had formed
Sure.
the largest resistance
Okay,
network
well,
against the Nazis that ever.
can't wait to see how this works out.
Over
I'm not
100
trying to
people
be funny, by the way.
arrested, and
Don't ever assume I'm trying to be funny.
they were.
Do you like that voice?
all flights of life
Should I talk like that all the time?
were
I'm
artists,
not
other
trying to
workers,
be funny,
some
by
were
the way.
activists, other were patriots.
Good thing you're not shitting my pants.
Always believed that people could.
Does that sound like me?
agreement, like it's possible to actually.
Your
talk
vocal
about
fry
it.
is very unnoticeable today.
He was a true.
I don't even know if you're trying to insult me
libertarian,
or
he was a.
complimenting me or...
To learn a hard lesson that with
But this guy's voice, when it's at this volume, reminds me of my own so much. It's very disturbing, actually.
It doesn't work. At least it didn't work during the Third Reich. Like he had published a newspaper during the Weimar Republic called Gegner, which means opponent. And in the Gegner, opponents could all write, like who would be on the streets, opponents, they could all write
My evil emote
opponent. And so it was a
is stronger than your smile emote.
in opinions, and he thought when Hitler took over power in 1933 that he could continue to publish the opponent, because the opponent, he thought, even in a Nazi-led Germany, this keeps the discourse. You have to have a discourse. We have to discuss. We have to disagree. And
What was I saying before you rudely interrupted me
months after Hitler took power,
with your lies of trying not to be funny?
with the editorial staff, and they discussed the new issue, and then there was
lies,
and they beat up everybody, and they destroyed the typewriters and the printing press that
and
they
false prophecies.
Haro and his
Have you
who was half Jewish.
I know you have. Yeah, speaking of which, where's the Amazon Prime, Germa boy? Didn't you promise me that? Didn't you literally promise me on your first child's head that you were going to give me that? What? Give me them primes, boy.
Fight this system. And the way
and go ask your friends for their accounts too.
Later during the 60s,
I have 3 kids I need to feed.
60s kind of cultural and political changes in Germany, and then our 60s,
and those children are chipmunks, and they love honey roasted peanuts. And honey roasted peanuts,
and then
ain't free
from within. So you don't leave the country, you stay. You go into the institution.
Yeah, blackmail.
You march through the institution.
I don't think that's technically blackmail.
To go into the Luftwaffe, and he was working.
Peanuts?
Luftwaffe ministry.
What do you mean to peanuts?
That was like the power center of the Luftwaffe, like one of the most.
There used to be a guy that would like
structures in the whole.
He went to Italy a couple times, and every like.
And
it would like every time someone said Italy,
for example,
or I can't remember what word, I think it was Italy, he would be like,
again, this was in 1936 when the Germans
no, I don't know the meme.
In Spain.
I don't know your German memes.
This was a clandestine.
Now I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Luftwaffe did this.
I lost it.
They, like, German soldiers
I lost it.
To Spain, like in plain clothes.
It wasn't that good of a story,
like,
anyways.
Posing as
but this guy used to always
then
correct
they,
me.
Were actually soldiers and supporting Franco's,
Oh, that it wasn't. I remember what it was. It wasn't like Italian. It's Italian, because it's Italy, not Italy. That was it.
Journalists during the Olympic Games.
Is that true? I don't even know if it's true. I'm pretty sure it probably is. But
and the BBC guy was too afraid to make this public, and he kind of buried that information. So how
I don't know the meme. Maybe I don't want to know the meme.
Character, and he was in love with Libertas.
The vast majority of memes are just completely unfunny.
Family, very educated,
and only funny to idiots. The same way dangling keys in front of a baby is funny.
Came from this, like,
it's only funny because babies are stupid.
Family, but they were all patriots. They were not Nazis.
You know what I'm saying? That's what.
Patriots,
exactly, unlike me.
Militarists, I guess you could say. Or
when you get to the 140s of the IQ, the comedy has to be so high and pristine. It's like almost just unthinkable. Otherwise, it's just I spit on it.
And they fell in love.
But if you're like sub, 120, I mean,
Haro was rowing and she was on a
You're
sailboat.
probably like giggling a little bit more. In Sub 100, I mean, everything is
Saw
funny because
his
you're
friend
just
on the
pretty
sailboat,
much
and
stupid as
he
fuck.
looked at Libertas, she looked at him, and they.
That's how it works. That's why memes are the way they are, in case you were
The other
wondering.
guy, the friend of Haro, he left his sailboat because he realized
Groucho Marx?
the fifth wheel on
FEMBOY?
not really needed, right? Like, how do you say that in sailboat terms? I don't know. The third sail is not needed, you know. But what happened at night? Haro didn't.
I know that name, but I'm not exactly,
For her, that was
what that is a reference to.
her. But Haro, like, he wanted to keep his clothes on. It was a very.
How dare you throw your
I researched this quite thoroughly, like
references at me and expect me to know?
So also the Bohemians.
I mean, I've heard of Groucho Marx, but I don't know
Experience the life of these.
what he did or how he is related to a femboy.
Nothing is invented.
Was it Groucho?
Which is very tricky to do.
I don't know.
So what happens that night? Like, Libertas wants to take
learn my history. That's not my history. That's your history.
In April 1923,
that's EU. That's PU history. Stinky history.
With knives, the SS. So
nothing but thousands of years of shitting your pants repeatedly. The Marx Brothers?
He can't open up emotionally because he's fighting the Nazis. It's very secret. Like, no one knows about this.
Like Karl Marx? That's the only Marx I know.
Fight the system that he hates so much because they killed his best friend in front of his eyes. But
is that who you're talking about?
You know, take off his clothes.
Are you talking about the Matrix brothers? The brothers that made the Matrix? Is that what you're trying to say?
Party member. She's just, you know, she worked for MGM actually in Berlin.
Hey, I claim to know nothing.
One of the biggest movie markets.
This stream is for entertainment purposes only.
She did the campaigns for the big Hollywood movies.
Or
so just a regular German girl.
Suffering.
Well, she wasn't regular. She was from a very high family.
This, oh my god, I think I need to change this volume. I am like literally like losing my mind because I keep thinking this guy sounds exactly like me. Do I have to? Why are you making me Google things? This better be good. This better be damn good. Oh. What? That's from Groucho Marx? Is that how you say it? Oh. I didn't know. I actually had no idea who this person was. Like I said, I've heard the name, I've seen the face. No idea they were connected. I've literally never looked into this guy and known nothing about him. But I do recognize the face and the glasses, obviously, and the whatever. Karl Marx. That was a joke, by the way, when I said Karl Marx. Yeah, I think I do know. Was he the guy that was known for, like, doing all his own stunts in, like, the falling house? Like, or falling, like, side of the house, like, falling, he was, like, standing in a window or something? Isn't that, like, the old school, or not old school, yeah. I have no interest in that. That's before the time I care. I don't really, there's a lot of stuff from that period of time that I just don't like. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't like that silent film era time. That was around the time where they had the, God, what were the women? They had like a name for women, or not women in general, but like, God, I can't think of it. There's like a style, like around that period that I just am not a fan of. Like there's a lot of stuff going on around then. That Flapper, yes, Flapper. Yeah, there's just a whole lot of blech. That I just find kind of like, I don't know. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, 68 was his last thing on screen. I mean, that's kind of where I start cutting things off. Much before that, it just kind of just is not, it just doesn't work for me. I do hate that. The Roaring 20s, I hate. I do. I hate the Roaring 20s. Why were they roaring? Not even the 70s? I mean, there was some. That's, I mean, it gets okay. I mean, like, what are you talking about? What are you. What have I offended you about? What specifically is in the 70s that you are so fond of? Exactly.
Relationship with the German emperor, which is a side story that I found out when I researched the Bohemians. The German emperor apparently was
20s?
bisexual.
What?
Was going to that castle, and they had homosexual kind of meetings there with Libertas' grandfather. So she came from a
Did you
very
hear that? Giga gay meetings.
unusual family.
Giga gay. Just like you.
Usual
20s in general and
what I mean
20s
by
in
that
general.
is it's not obvious that a person like that would hold a crucial
You
role
like the
in
20s
against the
and films in the 70s?
No, that was always a problem
Is
because
that what you're saying? I
weird that
it's
someone
like
was against the system.
sometimes your words are so fragmented and delayed.
Was totally convinced that fascism
Okay.
was wrong.
Why? Just what's wrong with you? Who hurt you?
And then more
Oh
friends,
my lord.
kind of came into
Oh my lord.
and the way how organized this resistance group was through parties.
My brain. Why?
They had a great loft apartment. They moved
Stop
together
it.
to a loft
Why do you
also
insistent?
side street from
Driving me insane.
a huge room, and there they had parties every second Thursday night, and they would invite friends, and then once they trusted
Yes,
the
no,
one
maybe
person,
so. 20s. I like the 20s style wise.
this is actually
Oh
not just
my
a party,
god.
but they would like test it. They like at the party.
So you're a flapper?
Something critical of the regime.
That doesn't surprise me, honestly.
Jumps on
And
it,
what 70s movies are you liking exactly?
Go somewhere else, gets a drink at the bar.
I'm not saying, I mean, like for instance, I'll say this. There's a lot of older movies I don't even like try to watch, but one I did try to watch, and I was very pleasantly surprised with how good it was Psycho. I don't know when that came out. I think it was the 50s. But I thought Psycho was still very well done. Like I feel like it holds up pretty well. Pink Flamingos F word? Are you calling me the F word? Futa? The Futa word? I've watched good movies from the 30s. Yeah, your definition good is probably skewed. Have you considered that? Have you considered that? Pink flamingos. That's okay. I can't. I wasn't sure if you were calling me a pink flamingo F word, or that's a movie, or what's happening here. What if I just Google pink flamingos F word? News about pink flamingos F word. What in the fuck is this? Don't play anything. Okay. Pink Flamingos movie. Interesting. Yeah, I can see why you might like this. What is... It features a number of increasingly revolting scenes that center on exhibitionism, voyeurism, sodomy, masturbation, gluttony, vomiting, rape, incest, murder, animal cruelty, cannibalism, zoophilia, castration, foot fetishism, and concludes the accompaniment of "How much is that doggy in the window?" with Divine's consumption of dog feces. What in the fuck is wrong with you? Learn my queer history? I'm gonna probably say something you're not gonna like. I'm not a big fan of drag. Like drag shows, not a big fan. It's just not my thing. Which may surprise you. Or may not. I know it's not the case, but for me, it feels too much like a caricature, honestly. And I just don't like it. Oh God, don't surprise me. I'm sorry for having an opinion that doesn't fit exactly within your little box of allowed opinions, sir. I mean, I've never seen it. Maybe it's good. However, consumption of dog feces. I mean, that alone. I just, why? Why? No, but you were thinking it. No, but you saying doesn't surprise me. You don't ever, people don't say that when it's a good thing. Like, doesn't surprise me. Normally. Oh, I'm sure. And maybe it's good. I don't know. Just not a big fan of drag. Like, I never really have seen RuPaul's Drag Race. Although, there are movies. I mean, I don't mind, like, queer movies and stuff. They're fine. Like, I saw one that actually had RuPaul in it. It was actually weird because it was RuPaul, like, as a man. And don't think I had ever actually seen him, like ever, presenting as a man. Oh my God. Calm down, Satan. Calm down. Just because I say things doesn't mean I think the world is my enemy. Jesus. Jesus Weezus. Oh yeah, this movie that RuPaul was in, it was funny because it was basically about, I think it was the early 2000s, it's not that old. But it was basically like about what would they call it? Like a pray the gay away camp where people were like sending their kids to try and like turn them not gay, essentially. And like RuPaul was actually like in the movie. He played like one of the camp counselors. I can't remember. It wasn't like a camp per se, but I can't remember what that movie was called, but it was pretty funny. And I didn't mind that. That was very queer. Something I just like I said, something about drag, I don't know. I think it's the exaggeratedness. It's like the exaggerated caricatureness. I just it feels weird. You know what I think it is? Actually, I can explain this better. Maybe I can't. I don't know. I don't think I can explain it better. I thought I could, but no, that doesn't make much sense. I don't know. The early 20 or 2000s were 20 years ago. You don't have to. Well, I'm just trying to help you understand. An exercise in poor taste. I mean, it's impressive that it had a budget of $12,000 and grossed 2 million or 7 million? Question mark. There's literally an or. 1.9 million or 7 million. Okay. Reading that description hurts my brain. Yeah, scatology? Why? Like, why? Why do you have to mix all that stuff together? In sexual fetishism, scatology or scatophilia, obviously, I'm reading this for myself. I know you probably have read this 10,000 times. Usually abbreviated scat refers to coprophilia when someone is sexually aroused by fecal matter, whether in the use of feces in various sexual acts, watching someone defecating, or simply seeing feces. Entire subcultures and sexuality are just hey, I just want to make things clear. I'm not into poop, okay? Just throwing that out there. And no amount of money, well, maybe a amount, but no small amount of money will ever get me interested in it. So, in case you were trying to push me towards this subtly, not a fan. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is not bad. Horror movies are an exception for, I would say, the 70s because there's a lot of. That's kind of, I think, when horror. I mean, it turned, I feel like, a kind of a corner around that time. Like that kind of cheesy, trashy horror from the 70s. I'm not into that either. Are you sure? Because I bet if I did a find or a lookup on your chat messages that included poop or shit, I feel like there would be a way above average amount. Night of the Living Dead? I don't know if I've actually seen that one or not. If I did, I think it's a possibility I didn't like it. I don't remember. I think zombie movies in general are kind of like hit or miss. Like I can't say that I've seen a whole lot of good zombie movies that have done it good. We can legally watch it on stream. Night of the Living Dead? Is it that old? What? How old does that have to be to fall out of copyright or whatever the hell prevents people from watching it? I mean, that was made by the famous. I'm pretty sure that was made by whoever the famous guy. Wait, who was? Oh, George A. Romero. Yes, who's known for 68. Was this in black and white? Was this like the original, like... Was this like the archetype for the whole teens? The, like, coming of age teens? Always getting, like... It's always, like, coming of age teenagers, I feel like, in a lot of these horror movies. Is that where this came from? No? Oh. I just saw Judith Ridley. And she looked kind of hot. So. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this. What other movies has he made, George? I know I've heard his name a million times, but I've never looked. Let's see. No, he did Creepshow? Interesting. I did not know he did Creepshow, because I remember watching those in my younger days, and them definitely freaking me out. Man, he is really fixated on the zombie stuff, isn't he? Yeah, I guess that explains why I'm not a big zombie fan. Man, he really tried pushing that whole Dead series, didn't he? Jeez. The Romero original issued their copyright wrong, and it went straight to public domain, if I remember correctly. It's free on YouTube and Wikipedia. You watch The Wonder Years? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, The Wonder Years? Was that with Doogie Howser? I said, what are you? You know what? I may be old, but you're stupid and ugly. Boom. And you're addicted to futa slop, and you just can't admit it. Boom. Boom number 3. That's 3 booms. You Google it. How about that? I got something you can Google. /me grabs crotch. How about you Google that? Hmm? How old is George A. Romero? 70? Oh, he died 2017. Okay. Wait a second. I think... Hold on. I need to watch a video of him speaking, because I think... I need to hear his voice real quick. I just want to see if it's who I think it is as far as voice. I think I would recognize his voice almost as much as his face. Let's see, interview. Hold on. I just want to hear this real quick.
That had slammed on it here noticed that the French were noticing it, and they decided to notice it. And, you know, within 3 years, it was in the Museum of Modern Art. And I'm going, what? That was it. Everyone struggled through it. Everyone stuck with it. None of the actors quit on us. I mean, you know, there were no protections going either way.
It's not, it doesn't trigger something in my brain like I thought it might. Aliens was good. That was early 70s, I guess, wasn't it? Like I said, I mean, that's kind of when I think horror kind of took a different turn. It was like, well, I guess late 60s, probably early 70s. But that's kind of like when I think when they also started making a lot of like trashy horror movies. You know, the whole kind of like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it other than trashy. I think you know what I'm talking about, though. Night of the Living Dead. The monsters that appear in the film are referred to as ghouls. Interesting. They are credited with popularizing the modern portrayal of zombies. Wait, was zombies not a thing before? What? No. How long has zombie been around? The English word zombie was first recorded in 1819 in a history of Brazil by the poet Robert Southey. Well, now you know. And knowing is half the battle. Yeah, Aliens is pretty good.
That the Gestapo was not able to understand.
Man, am I insane? Does this guy's voice sound like me? Am I like actually crazy? And be serious. Don't like try and purposely say something wrong. I want to know the truth. Does this sound like me at all? This guy speaking.
This group for a long time not even recognize that there is a group, because Gestapo was very good in infiltrating, for example, communist resistance groups. Because you
Also, it only sounds like me when the volume is lower for some reason. So I don't know. That might just like it doesn't sound like me when it's at higher volume. It's more the lower volume that really triggers my ears. Sounds like
had to go in as a Gestapo guy.
it triggers something in my brain that says this. I don't
Just
know.
say the right words, and they would at one point, take you. But with Haro and Libertas, it wasn't so
Hold
easy.
on.
They would sniff you out.
These parties were what, like intellectuals, like
Yeah, whatever. I don't care that much. In my brain, it sounds
that kind of stuff.
at least the lower volume
They
does.
had music. They would dance. They would sleep with each other. They
Oh,
also
sex stuff too.
You're going cuckoo bananas?
kind of a parallel to the 60s.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. Maybe I have someone in my chat room that's intentionally trying to make me cuckoo bananas.
Yeah, free love,
Everything.
the whole thing.
Yeah, they had free love, but it was
Slash me, looks at you intently,
a female doctor there. She was quite
sharpens knife.
aware, I guess you would say. And she was like against this, and she said this is too
Is
complicated.
it, am I D&Ding right now? Is that how you D&D?
Like what if there's
Slash me,
like that
takes off all my clothes.
and it did sometimes. So that's why the Bohemians are very interesting.
Is that how you do it? Is that the kind of D&D you're playing? Slash me, cast fireball.
But also, especially Libertas and Haro, they have a terrible marriage.
Does that still work in Twitch chat?
Fight, because Libertas is not so much intellectually convinced. She's more resistance fighter from the heart. Like
It does.
she feels that the Nazis are not good. But Haro is more like the analytical guy.
I think that's one of those things that was left over from IRC.
Fascinating story. And they came quite far. I mean, there was a point in time when
You almost never see anybody do that. Can you do that? Try slash me and then type something after.
And he passed that on to Allies.
It has to be a slash, not an exclamation.
And to the Soviet Union. So he went a step further than just being like a resistance guy. He became, you could say, a traitor, or
He would give information to the Soviets.
Yeah, he would, because he said
as part of the resistance.
Yeah, they can beat Germany. But that was also discussed.
Did you know you could do that?
Very interesting to see. Like some say we can't do this.
You almost never see anybody do it anymore. I'm surprised, actually.
But then Haro says, yeah, but they are going to beat.
Because it stands out.
Like so, it's.
I mean, obviously compared to other text.
What lessons do you learn from these folks? Maybe about why so few resisted Hitler in Germany.
I mean, it was extremely dangerous.
Is purely the danger? Is it also people believed it's hard to take yourself, like, be an independent thinker and take yourself outside the propaganda? Because they're also swimming in propaganda.
I mean, the chances of
disgusting. Look at that. I would have never typed that if it wasn't for you. I hope you're happy.
And if you'd made a joke about Hitler, and
I hope you're happy.
heard it, like in a restaurant, and would
That's because of you.
On you, you would land in a concentration camp. So people were very, very careful. Also at parties.
I said poop,
When
not shit.
She was singing and they were drinking and dancing.
Poop is funnier.
Suddenly the political discussion started.
It just is a funny word. It's like plop. Plop is a funny word.
Leave the party, but to stay.
That's the first lesson about comedy. Funny words are funny.
And people don't want to die when they're like.
Take notes.
They were pretty young, and also Libertas, you would often say like, we can't win. You know, it's.
Take notes, my child.
Lives for like what?
Poop.
So one time they did
poop greater than shit.
Klebezettel-Aktion. Klebezettel like.
Okay, Kevin James.
Because one guy
had
access to a printing press and they produced.
Why don't you look up how much Kevin James is worth? All that money came from comedy.
Had glue on one side and the paper said.
You know what? I realized, and I was reading. It was a book. I don't know what made me get this book. You know, by the guy that makes Dilbert. I've never thought Dilbert comic was good. I've never even really read it. I mean, it's okay. I never thought anything of it though. But I was reading some book by the guy that wrote that, and he actually made a comment like that kind of was very stupid, but also kind of made me, I don't know, think. Like, when you're doing something like that, when you're creating something, you know, if you just get if only 10% of people like your stuff, I mean, it seems like, that wouldn't be good, but that's still a lot of fucking people. Like, you don't have to have high numbers to be successful. And like I said, I don't really care about Dilbert, but you know what? Some people like it. It's not me. I can't remember what that guy's name is. I probably shouldn't be quoting him but also he does get a lot of hate online from a lot of people because he says a lot of shit that people don't like. A lot of probably dumb shit, honestly. What is his name? I can't remember. It's so weird hearing this guy use German words. Why? I can't remember if he was born in Germany. He definitely lived there. Is that a German accent he has? I honestly can't tell.
What the Nazis did, they.
But yeah, Kevin James has made a lot of money off comedy. Now, I'm not saying all this shit is great, but he's fucking set for life. Like thousands of times over, probably.
A huge exhibition hall.
Or hundreds of times.
Soviet Paradise. And this exhibition hall was in the center of Berlin. I'd never heard about this before. I found this when I researched the Bohemians. And it was the most popular exhibition during the whole of the war. Like 2 million people, 2 million Germans saw this. They went into this exhibition and they saw how horrible the Soviet Union is.
Hold on. First of all, let me ask you a question. Is it weird hearing stuff about this? Do you feel uncomfortable when people talk about stuff that happened back then? Just out of curiosity. It doesn't? Okay. Is it just because it's you had nothing to do with that, or it was just so long ago and you just don't care? I mean, you don't have to actually explain it. It's just, I don't know. I was just curious.
Show. And the group decided to make these leaflets, which didn't say the Soviet paradise, but it said the Nazi.
I'm aware of our past crimes, and I wish other countries would care about theirs too.
Torture, hunger, war. How long will it last?
Yeah, other countries are better at hiding theirs.
1,000 of these stickers.
You guys were pretty brazen, or they were, I should say. They were pretty brazen.
Organized it in a way that they always a man and a woman would go out. And
but who knows what the story would be if,
pretend to kiss.
Tables.
Lean on a wall, and then
returned, or whatever, went the other way.
put the sticker on, then they would move on in the dark. So in the morning of that May 1942, tens of thousands of Berliners saw that the city was like, saw these things. So does it make a difference? It made one on that day, you know.
Mr.
It was a very
Indian
dangerous
removal.
thing to do, and no one got caught. And in the morning, a lot of people
What?
saw that there is actually resistance, that there are people who do
You
something
think?
against it.
No, no one in the U.S. has ever done anything
I
wrong.
was reading about protests.
Everything we do is in the name of Jesus,
And then
and Jesus,
most of them, many of them,
he can do no evil. That's why you say, "What would Jesus do?"
until they do.
That's how America runs.
Just
We just ask ourselves, "What would Jesus
once you
do?"
know,
Then you
certain
don't have to take responsibility because it's
things
Jesus'
light the
fault.
fire.
You know,
And sometimes the spark that
it's a
takes
pretty good system.
a little bit of time to propagate.
Pretty good system, if you ask
What
me.
happens is the people whisper.
Not my fault. This is just the way God wants it,
And sometimes it just takes that one sticker.
and nobody can prove you otherwise.
A few months later, the regime is overthrown.
It is quite a system, let me tell you.
Trace back what was effective and what was not.
I mean, Haro was convinced that the system would lose. So he thought that maybe
No
with
foundation of blood. What?
fast,
No,
maybe
no,
we
no,
will
no, no.
be that spark. So
No, no,
let's-
no, no, no.
I think
Everyone
this possibility. I'm
was treated extremely fairly, 100% of the
line on
time.
line for that
That's
possibility.
clear
How did they get caught?
and not in question at
They
all.
were approached.
We have no bad history of anything bad happening at all.
They,
And anyone that says otherwise is a liar,
refused the Soviet
a
intelligence.
slut,
Um,
and probably likes to eat poop.
in the early 90s, one of the sons of one of the members of that group of how
But that's not me saying that. That's just how it is.
sons went to Moscow to look
Ah.
kind of furious Soviet KGB kind of descriptions of this weird guy Haro that doesn't want to be around, but
Foundation
it's
of
fine.
blood.
Just says, yes,
Good
I'll give
one.
you information so you can
Good one, Mr. Snow.
play your game. I'm not going to be one of you.
I'm not going to play your game, Mr. Snow.
So still, they did collaborate with the Soviet Union. They accepted a radio
was I gonna do?
transmitter
Oh, yeah.
from the Soviet Union, with which they were supposed to send military information via radio to Moscow. And they like struggle with the technology. The Russians give them like an apparatus only with like a Russian instruction, and it's like very difficult. They make mistakes. But what actually then gets them caught is the Russians at one point answer and send a message to them through the ether. And
The ether.
and that message is coded.
Unvibes your
Russians
code?
intercept that
Better
message
not.
and are able to decode it. And in the message,
You better
appear
not.
names of Haro and his address, which is a total like intelligence blunder, or maybe they just wanted to give
It's almost.
revenge.
I've only been streaming for 8 hours. It's
Started
kind of
with
crazy.
crazy stuff like that, you know. So
It goes by fast when you're just watching a video.
with the boys and the high-ranking officer,
Goes by pretty fast when you're just
military information
chatting it up.
to the Soviet Union, and apparently, like he's meeting with all kinds of friends. So the Gestapo started observing the group.
Oh yeah, this auto mount thing. Ugh.
Realizes that
Ugh.
basically found.
Did I show you?
But then it's already
Did I show you that TTS stuff? I can't remember.
them in quite a few
You're here so like irregularly.
military trial.
It's like you'll be here for 2 days, and I won't see you for 3 days.
Also being executed.
Probably washing stink off yourself from stinky femboys.
Also, that last chapter of their lives is.
So I can never remember like what I've shown
It
you.
actually ends with that letter, you know, that I.
Go to bed. You go to bed.
That's the last thing.
It's not. It's like not even 9 o'clock here.
To his father.
That's very interesting what happens with Libertas because she gets in custody.
And how'd that line go in Step Brothers? And I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. Wait, I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew, and
To Libertas.
God, how did that go?
Falls for it.
Was that Step Brothers? No, that was
Mary, who
that was the
protects
racing
her
one.
and then kind of helps her with certain
What was that movie?
secrets.
You know what I'm talking about.
The neck of the group.
Talladega Nights. Yes.
It's a very tragic.
No, shut up. You're not going anywhere.
So while
I was
books
joking.
always
You're
contain
not allowed to leave.
humor as possible,
Also, by the way,
not a funny,
I'm still waiting for you
dramatic
for
story.
your apology,
Even though they had a lot of humor, obviously. I mean, they
which I will accept in
parties to
a
recruit
chat message that reads, "I'm addicted to Futuslop."
About how to resist.
Anytime you want to put that in chat, I'm waiting.
Is there some deeper wisdom?
Also, here's an idea.
my rule to be brave.
How?
And, not
What do you think about this idea for a chat redemption? How about a chat redemption that allows you to create your own custom greeting from Cute Chat Mod? So you can essentially have Cute Chat Mod say whatever you want when you enter chat. Do you think that would be cool? Like for 10,000 points? I mean, within reason, obviously. I would have to like set some limits. I think that would be kind of cool though. So you would like, yeah, I think that would be cool. I don't know if that's going to get too annoying having that like say something every time someone gets in. I don't think it's too bad. I don't know though. I'm not sure what people think of it. No one's really commented on it. Not that I think they would, but no one said how cool it is. I put so much time and no one's noticed. Why does nobody care? I'm trying so hard. Now apologize for the sins of everyone. You are the whipping boy, don't forget. Now get whipped. What do you think about that? Do you have to excuse yourself to take care of some business now because of how turned on you are? Is that like ASMR for you?
not do things that you cannot really justify in front of your own conscience. I don't know if I would have been so brave. I don't even know, obviously, how my conscience would have been, but
Please get a grip. What are you talking about?
like
I've got a
writers
great grip.
Germany, like Thomas Mann just left Germany and
The
lived in
perfect
Pacific
grip.
Palisades
And that may be right. Criticize.
Just the right amount of pressure,
and he criticized it from the outside, and
right
he was
where you like it,
critical, like he worked for the BBC. They did
right where it counts.
against the Nazis. So you can maybe you can do more when you leave. It's
Don't question my grip, please.
like today, let's say we see something, we live in a system
I've
and then it
mastered
suddenly
my
changes
grip.
and we're not happy with it anymore. Do we just go along and continue to stare at our smartphone, or do we do something against it? What do we do? I mean, every situation has very different conditions. I think it's probably even harder now to be in the resistance than it was back then.
But I think it does, at the end of the day, boil down to facing yourself, looking yourself in the mirror, that you're
Right.
facing your conscience, and then doing the courageous thing. And I think that in itself, that like, it's the tree falling in the forest, even if there's nobody there to hear it. Just the fact that that exists somehow through the karma.
Mumbling is especially bad. That
Materialize into progress, into
mumbling
a revolution
is especially bad. That
something about that human spirit still shining through.
bad.
Start a revolution.
That
I mean, it is that spirit that actually
today. Okay, that was so close to today.
Neuroplasticity.
Calm down, Zoomer. You don't have to type 10,000 words per minute.
Do not just repeat.
It's quality over quantity in this channel.
Sets that we ought to repeat, but that we actually dim down the command center in the brain and let other parts of the brain react, which is the psychedelic experience, basically. That I think contributes to the evolution of our species, and our species is certainly
These emote menus, oh my god, why are these so fucking
So
bad?
I think if we somehow care
My emote menu on
for the human
OBS
race,
is so jacked up.
then
I
resistance
hate it.
becomes a very
I'm gonna put all these emotes out.
immediate and important topic, because you can resist. Obviously,
Because
your
I want to
brain
see them all.
is yours. You can resist in many ways, by thinking, just by thinking. That's actually why I became a writer when I was a teenager. I was very political. I wanted to change the system. I thought this is not good. What's happening? This was in the Cold War. Very I don't know if conservative is even the right word, but Ronald Reagan was president. So I thought my writing
I should make a command to do that.
change the brain waves of the readers basically, and therefore have a
Of the betas?
neuroplastic effect on
Beta.
the reader. And just because that is what literature is. Literature, and I started off as a novelist, so that's really literature. It's about what do you see right now? How do you describe it? So you do it in ways that when you read a good book, you
Are
feel
you learning anything from this?
see different things, your brain changes, you become more free, I think, if you read good literature. That was always
Is your brain free?
of resistance. Communist resistance cells would probably say
Or
this
is it
is
locked up?
but I think it is resistance. And that's a little bit, I think it resembles a little bit what this group did. Just living differently, not living, that's why I said in the beginning Nazis are bad dancers, because like, I think they were good dancers at the parties, and they were like, I think dancing can be a form of resistance.
Yeah, but I also like the scale. Uh, when you resist, and through that resistance, you have impact at scale. And I do think writing is that. So if you can encapsulate your sort of the spirit of that resistance into writing, that's beautiful. And some of the greatest literature does exactly that.
Right. That is the aim of my next book.
So is this still called Stone Sapiens?
Yeah, it's called Stone Sapiens.
Great title. Great title. So what is this lens that you're looking at all of human history through?
I discussed this with already mentioned
What's up,
Andrew
Absolute?
Miller, who is like the master in historical nonfiction books. I said,
How's
"Is
it going?
possible to write a world history, like about everything, basically?" And he said,
What are you
"Yes,
doing?
it is possible. It's not easy because you have to understand like a lot, and obviously it will always be
Just woke up, by the way.
it's clear, Um,
That's
Therefore,
not bad.
I also think that the historical science is
That's not too
basically.
bad. What is it, like 9 a.m. for you?
I have a forward. The Blitz forward basically tells that story. Don't take it with a grain of salt. Not only Blitz, but every
Thank you.
historical book, because we weren't there. That's what Johnny Depp said when the guy said, "So you had like a mega pint of red wine." And he's just
Yeah,
like,
you're
"Where are
just
you getting
exactly backwards from me.
Um,
On
history
the
is
exact
science,
opposite side of the world.
fiction. But it's a certain type of fiction, and it's based on facts. So I'm not inventing
Yep,
anything with Homo
9:01
sapiens, and I'm highly interested in the
EST.
very
I'm in
early
EST time zone.
human history, and there are not a lot of sources. So the beginning of the book is more speculative than, for example, the Vietnam War chapter. In the
So
Vietnam
you're
War
just
chapter,
are you coming out of winter then
Viet Cong generals
and going into summer?
they supply
Are you in the
heavily
southern
to
hemisphere? I can't remember if you told me or
GIs,
not.
which diminish their fighting capability. That's you can research that, and that's also a
Do you
chapter
have no winter?
not
Oh.
called the Vietnam War.
Oh,
It's
you're in like
called the
a
Vietnam
tropic
War.
area.
Also, I was like sitting with these Viet Cong generals in Hanoi just a
Equator.
couple of
Yeah,
weeks ago,
that'll do it.
researching for Stone Sapiens, and I said,
Have you ever seen snow before?
bring heroin, because there's
Like in person?
never been evidence that it happened this way. And they just looked at me and they said, "There's no Viet Cong." Like, what are you talking about? You are the Viet Cong. He said, "No,
Oh, you've seen it? Okay.
American propaganda term. We were the North Vietnamese army."
There's some I went to some event.
So the book is full of
Let me
surprises.
turn this
Obviously.
down a little bit.
But the very early beginning of Stone Sapiens goes back to
I
about
went to some event here in the US
500 years ago when Homo
and like was talking or heard some older guy who had to have been like 45 or 50
like the first
talking about like
human that
he lived in Florida his whole life. And I live in the like northern part of the Midwest,
Why were they moving?
and
Examine exactly where.
he said he had never seen snow before, and like where we were at, it was like snowing really hard. There was like probably,
Rift Valley that
I don't know, snow was probably like up to my knees,
but that doesn't mean
so it was kind of crazy.
it there.
But it was so weird to think like
Originated in
he had never seen snow before, and he was like almost 50. You
You
miss snow? Oh man,
Rift Valley, we still find
I've lived in an area where I get winter every year, and I hate it. I'm so over snow.
speed.
I can't stand it anymore.
Now
I would prefer to live like somewhere you live,
around
where it's just warm all the time.
It's very normal to use.
It's so annoying. It just is like it causes so many problems too.
Amphetamine, basically.
I just want to take it and throw a snowball to my brother. Yeah, that can be fun.
They were living in that area, and the plant was there, so you can.
It can be fun.
About that. Yeah. So it's interesting because they were able.
But like when you have to drive in snow,
shed the fur. They were
it
the
just
first
I don't know.
to
It
have
makes
where
it,
suddenly
it takes so
became
long. We get hot and
That was
sunburn
the effect that sweat glands
and rain. Yeah, is it really humid there like most of the time?
when they were very hot.
I imagine it probably is if you have lots of rain.
So an antelope.
Yeah, the humidity would probably drive me crazy.
But at like after 10 minutes, the antelope has to like stop. Like what's what dogs.
Have you lived there your whole life? I would imagine like you get used to it though.
So they
Like if I were to try and go there,
basically. So they were.
oh, you're fine.
They were not sprinting to get the animal; they were jogging it, and when the animal couldn't do it, had to rest, then the humans would come and hunt it down. So Homo erectus.
Yeah, I would probably die if I went there.
Very good. And then later, one of the species coming out of Homo erectus is Homo sapiens.
We live with lots of culture.
At one point, there were only like about 1,500 people left. There were not a lot of Homo sapiens. There was a point in time when there were
I
quite
see.
a few of them. And the problem became inbreeding, and there was a real danger of extinction. They were vulnerable, they were not on
And
top
don't
of
worry
food
about hot.
yet.
I
So
see.
they had to develop consciousness. Consciousness is what basically saves
Just
us.
stay indoors. It's funny, like
The human consciousness, we wouldn't be here. That
there's some like places in like the UK where it's
to
just
the other animals. So how did
they complain about the heat like every summer, but like none of them ever get AC or like even like a window unit. You don't have to get like full like AC like throughout your house. You can just get like a window unit for like relatively cheap. It's crazy to me like how so many people don't have it over there. It's just like a thing they just don't typically do. I don't know why. Because a window unit can make a huge difference. I mean, even if it is for one room or like a smaller area, it can make a humongous difference.
So you can write a story about.
I don't know if you have them there. I know a lot of places that it's really hot. You almost like have to. Like the only reason like people live in Arizona here in the United States is basically because air conditioning was invented. Like it was, I actually watched a video about it, and it was like the population exploded in like Phoenix, Arizona once AC was created.
He writes like
it was just like way too hot for like anyone to live there normally.
Revolution and the second cognitive revolution.
Because it gets like really really hot in Arizona here.
Kind of look.
I think it's more of a dry heat though, because they're like in the middle of a desert.
Everything he leaves out. I look at thoroughly.
I mean, he does a good explanation of interesting consequences.
And I know that humidity can make a big difference for that stuff.
And share them and collaborate on them and the imagination, all that kind of stuff. But the why, the transitions of why did it happen? He doesn't provide, right? I mean, there's some theories, but if Iboga is one of them, that's a compelling one. That's a really compelling one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still researching this book and writing it. I also want to go there because they.
Yeah, I'm just doing a little bit of programming. I was playing Terraria earlier. I kind of got bored of it and started watching this video while I was eating some food, and then I was just like, screw it. I'll just keep watching it. For me, hot isn't a problem because I have to do something 3 to 5 in the hot sun.
Oh, interesting.
He just relies on the data. He doesn't.
Yeah, I mean,
personally influenced, but he said he
Once you're used to it, it's not so bad. But like if you're not used to it, yeah.
working on data just on with patients, and what
Monday to
he was
Thursday.
examining in the brain through brain scanners what actually happens, and like
It's kind of like waking up early. Like
they dock at certain points.
some people just get used to waking up at like 4 or 5 in the morning,
and he said Iboga
and they don't have a problem with it.
It's
But
like,
for me, like if I could not do that. Like I've had jobs where I had to like get up early, and it's never good.
in the brain, like
It is never. I'm just like horrible at waking up early for some reason.
It is his findings show, and these are academic findings at Columbia, that it's like as if he said to me, as if Iboga would know our brain from a long time.
Like I was almost always late to work by a little bit.
Or if you're depressed, depression literally.
It doesn't help when you like can't fall asleep either.
Depression is.
That was like a big problem I had.
For example,
and still do sometimes. Just like rolling around in bed for hours.
Whatever, I can't do it. You always go back.
Looking at the clock like, oh, I can still get 5 hours. Oh, I can still get 4 hours. Oh, I can still get 3 hours. And then you're like, maybe I should just stay up. I don't know.
And makes your brain basically well again. So that this is what his findings are. So it seemed, he says he's totally convinced this is like he doesn't call it.
So what are you doing today? Anything exciting on your Saturday?
Boga really seems to be in a different kind of category. That's why I really feel that Stone Sapiens must be written, because there's so
nothing
that historians just shy.
Sounds like me.
And it all started when I was on the island of Crete, the biggest island of Greece. Crete, that's another like Harari moment. On Crete was the first, what is called high culture of Europe, the Minoan culture. You might have heard of the Minoan culture. And no one can explain so far why there on Crete, suddenly in Europe, they started making amazing structures and amazing art. And how did it happen there that this...
Bored? Yeah, I am too, kinda. That's why I'm just watching this video.
I mean, backwards is any other place.
I kind of forgot I've been streaming 8 hours already. But I don't really feel like I need to stop, so I'll keep streaming for a while. But yeah, I'm just kind of bored. Like I said, I was playing Terraria, and I was like, I don't feel like playing this anymore. So I decided to do a little bit of programming.
You don't find an answer. Why did it happen there?
Which is pretty boring, honestly.
I found like
pretty boring
in an old bookshop, and it described an excavation site at the sea, and that it was like maybe a maritime place where, like a harbor basically. And then while I was swimming there, I found on the sea floor the remnants of a wall that was a harbor wall that was out, that was breaking the waves.
Yeah, this is a podcast. Let's see. The title is Norman Ohler. It's about Hitler, Nazis, drugs, World War II, Blitzkrieg, LSD, MK Ultra, and CIA.
Bronze era, and it was actually quite a big harbor.
So it's kind of a weird podcast. Lex Friedman, though, he's got a lot of good guests on, interesting people. But they are kind of boring in a way.
Documented. Opium was made in Crete.
Kind of video you might put on if you need to fall asleep.
It was the harbor. Basically, they became incredibly wealthy through olive oil and opium trade through that harbor. So you could say that the whole of the European high culture, which goes from Minoa, it goes to Athens. So it all started basically with they were drug dealers in a way, or it was the most potent medicine, because it was the only medicine that numbs the pain for sure. Opium works, and the Minoans developed that. So it's a bit similar to the Blitzed experience. The more I did research, the more I found
that there's this whole component to human history that could be a really critical component. I mean, I am really interested about there are certain leaps, like the origins of human civilization, and then the origins of Homo sapiens. Those are really big leaps.
I mean, there's some evidence, like they came through the area where Iboga was, but there's no academic proof. So I guess an academically trained historian couldn't really write about that. But I can write about it. I can write about possibilities.
Yeah, sometimes I mean that's what the farther into history you go, the more it's about writing the possibilities.
I mean, it's also interesting why did the
Ah,
Neanderthals die out, and what we can
absolutely. Do you
actually
watch?
cave
You
art,
watch like anime and
the
stuff,
cave
I'm
art of the
guessing. Have you
Neanderthals.
seen that Hell of a Boss? I don't know. Is that? That I guess that wouldn't be technically
If you
considered
really watch the
anime.
cave art, I don't know
It's
if
an
you watch it.
animation show
It's
though.
quite fascinating.
I heard about that on like Twitter a lot.
Paintings in southern
Like people
France,
talking about it.
and he said we didn't learn anything.
Like I don't know
from
how
it.
long ago,
If you
but
study
I
them, they're
just
really
saw
fascinating.
recently it was on Amazon. And I started watching it the other night,
The
and it's pretty
Neanderthals,
good.
they were like worse
There
off.
is another show I saw, like an animation show that was also like based in hell.
Very famous
I
one
can't remember what it was
out
called.
here with like a sheep
But it
and
also was
crown
pretty
and
good. No, Hotel Has Been,
grow
I
out
think.
of his body. So he was like a mushroom shaman. So mushrooms seem to have been like
Yeah,
present
Hell of a
in
Boss
the
and
area.
Hotel Has Been.
And I mean that's the sort of
Both
ape
pretty
theory
good shows.
that Terrence McKenna did. And I think
Pretty crude.
evidence kind of points to
They
it.
got a lot of stuff in
We
there
were
that
able to develop
might not be appropriate
consciousness
for
in a better way
kids,
than the Neanderthals, who did not have a drug culture.
but
They were basically
it's not too
too
bad.
sober for
I mean, it's animation, so it's like,
we assimilated them.
you know,
They had no
how bad can
chance
it be?
against our impetus of boldly going where no one has gone before. They were much more like happy with what they had. They were not progressing all the time. Like we have the transcendental kind of moment, which is the psychedelic psychedelic experience. I guess you could think of it without it, but to imagine sapiens makes more sense to imagine sapiens as stone sapiens, as a species that was able to incorporate psychoactive components into his development. It makes a lot of sense.
What about one of the great, if you could think of it that way, technologies that humans have developed is religion of all different kinds? Do you think there's a connection between psychedelics and religion, the development of religion throughout different parts of the world?
Well, I think Moses is quite interesting. Moses was a traumatized man that had fled Egypt, where he had killed a man who had been beating up a Hebrew. So Moses kind of took revenge and killed him. So he was running from the law, and he was together with in the Bible it says I think 66 people. They were in the desert in the Sinai, and they had been fasting for days and no alcohol. So it was kind of a psychedelic retreat, basically. I mean, this is being examined by Israeli scholars, and I think it's very interesting work. Like they examine in detail what does the Bible say. And the Bible mentions in that passage where Moses sees the burning bush and then gets the Ten Commandments. In that Bible passage, there's a lot of uh, several times the acacia is mentioned, and the acacia, the Egyptian acacia, grows right in that Sinai area and contains DMT. So there's this Israeli research that Moses was actually having a trip, basically. That he was seeing, he was hallucinating. The burning bush was, if you take LSD and you look at a bush in the heat, it will move. It might resemble like a burning, and experience. Then he went up the mountain, which takes 3 hours, while the others were staying down. And with a DMT type of experience, it's not that everyone in the group has the same experience. Similar to ayahuasca, sometimes like one guy has like incredible experience while another person might not feel that much at all. And Moses felt a lot, and you do feel a lot when when you have something to work through. And he had certainly something to work through, the trauma of killing a man. So it's also no surprise that he receives one of the commandments: you should not kill. So for him, it's like extremely extremely important, and what he receives on the mountain, like God is like, there's someone speaking to me, and he understands that God is not, that there's not many gods, just one God. Like he has a revelation, and I think when I read, these examinations by these scholars, I think it makes a lot of sense to imagine that the Jewish religion comes from Moses' trip. And also, if you look at the Jewish religion, they are quite open to drugs. I don't know if that, that could be an unconscious reaction to that kind of trippy beginning. Like they have Purim, where it's like you're supposed to get intoxicated to get closer to God. They're not as straight-laced as the Christians. Like they were just, they just allow alcohol. It's like the blood of Christ. So also Stone Sapiens is a book about religion. Also the Islam and intoxication is also a very interesting topic, because you have the Sufis who intoxicate themselves to get into ecstasy, to be closer to God. And then you have like the conservative Islamist scholar Ibn Taymiyyah, who defended Damascus against the Mongols by combining anti-drug rhetoric, like they're bringing drugs to us and they are not good Muslims. So it's drugs and religion.
What's up, Absolute?
Sometimes drugs kind of
Sorry, I'm reading this.
religion to like.
I don't have this on the screen, but I was
Context.
looking at this
And
Chat
then you can
GPT
also see
stuff.
that religions work as prohibitionist movements against drugs, like the Christian Church. Also, the purity law, for example, it's very famous in Germany. It's called the Reinheitsgebot. Beer can only contain
Femboy.photos is just
water, hops, and barley, or
it's
something
an
like
image
that.
hosting site.
That's the
It's not
purity
porn.
law, and that was done by
You
the
probably
church
won't
in the
see
18th
anything
century.
because you have to
In
set up an
Germany, for
account.
a long time, this was seen as like, this is like a quality control. Like beer has to be pure, only has these ingredients, but it's actually a move by the church.
Yeah, you can open it.
Weed out all the other ingredients that had been put.
It basically is like
nightshade
if you want to share pictures
also
and have them like look like they're from the femboy.photos domain,
the fire. It's like
that it allows you to do that essentially.
the church said this is the beer now, and
So it'll just when you upload images, it'll just give you a random link you can share.
so the purity laws is the first
Like for instance,
law in
this is one
another fascinating.
I have. It'll look just like this
It
essentially.
develops more and more. It seems to resist certainly psychedelics.
But it's just a free site that allows you to upload
I don't know
images.
what that's about.
And the the person who owns it actually came in here, and I was talking to him for a while. They were they subscribed and actually gifted a few subs, so they were the first people to subscribe in this channel.
For a very long time. The first king that
And I told him I would give him a
so-called
shout out message essentially.
was in
Also, they
and they wrote the Gilgamesh
oops.
epic about the great.
Also, you can do
but that was 4,000 years ago,
yeah,
something like that.
exclamation femboy.
But what happened in the thousands of years before? There's no source that there were rulers. It seems like humans were quite good in organizing.
So yeah, it's if you share a picture and the domain is femboy.photos, it definitely gets attention.
Until the Sumerian high culture, there were.
And I just happened to find it because I saw somebody else using it. And then I was like, what the hell is this domain?
In eastern Turkey.
And I found out it was just some image hosting site somebody put up.
I think that is quite
just a small little simple thing.
Why do suddenly the hierarchy start?
I wouldn't put anything like super serious on there.
And again, I'm
but
this, but in Sumeria,
for sharing casual stuff, it's pretty nice.
Destroys the hierarchy-free society because they are able. I mean, beer is quite old. The first beer was made in Göbekli Tepe, the famous first kind of structure of mankind. I also write about that because it's very interesting. Small detail, what is Göbekli Tepe? No one knows. How did they make it? No one knows, but they made it. But why did they make it? I think they made it because they were creating a meeting place. And why was that so important? There were not so many humans at the time. There were like 1 to 4 million. Those are the estimates on the whole planet. And they were usually living in small communities of like 100 people, up to 500, not more.
Yeah, this is
But
that
the
show I was
so
watching.
the problem then is again
Hell of a boss.
inbreeding means it's a degeneration. So it's
Let's
it's a
see.
problem. We are genetically not so diverse actually as humans. So but Göbekli Tepe, people were meeting from different areas, having sex with people they usually wouldn't see, creating
Nice.
healthy children.
Yeah.
And Göbekli Tepe was working for 1,600 years, and I think it was like an evolutionary kind of machine. Like without that idea, we're gonna create like a fucking place or a
Yeah.
party place.
Yeah.
It was a party basically. They were eating very well. They found a lot of bones, but no one lived there. They just came together there for parties. And then after 800 years, they start making beer there. And then the situation slightly changes. They found these these places where they made beer. You can still find the chemicals and kind of it's sure that they made beer there. And then once they make beer, they create different stone circles. And then somehow it changes. And we can see clearly how it changes in the Sumerian high culture when beer then becomes a business. Beer is being done by the priests, by the ruling class, or ruling class emerges. Like monasteries often brew beer, and that was also the case in the Sumerian high culture. They make beer. They labeled the beer, like the temple that would make the beer would be attributed to that temple. It would be sold, so that temple kind of rises in status, makes money. So that's how hierarchies started up. So the hierarchy, which is the big problem right now, that we have these hierarchies, that we have these kings everywhere that kind of steal our money, or at least make it very difficult for us as humans to organize on an egalitarian planetary scale, which is our only chance for survival. If we at one point overcome the hierarchies, overcome the nation states, and create a planetary, probably AI assisted, open source AI assisted planetary society, and everyone has the same political rights, there's no more borders, there's a planetary minimum income, so no one is starving, everyone has at least what everyone needs, which is totally possible. It's just a problem of organizing and of breaking the resistance of those who don't like that. And there's a lot of resistance, obviously. I mean, I'm talking about what's happening on the planet in 50 years, not what's going to happen tomorrow. But that is where we slowly are moving towards. And you can see that this actually comes from, a time when we were able to organize ourselves without kings. We don't need kings. Kings always say, if you don't have me, then someone else, some other guy will come. And but it's this. That's why I mean, that's why I'm not, if a nation state makes war against another nation state, I'm not taking a position and saying this country is like better. Basically, the both nation states are doing war, and who has to suffer is us. Is stone sapiens, is the human species.
Speaking of which, I have to ask you. So I've done psilocybin a bunch, and I've done ayahuasca, but have never done LSD, acid. And you have quite a bit. So maybe the big general question is, what's LSD like? In the space of psychedelics, which funny enough, we haven't really spoken a lot about psychedelics,
Right.
except in the context of stoned sapiens. What's LSD like?
Well, this is probably the third book that we want to talk about is Tripped, because Tripped is an examination of the history of LSD, and that sounds maybe less interesting than it actually is. I mean, I find it fascinating. I had tried LSD. It was given to me by my girlfriend at the time, Anya, in Lower Manhattan on a Saturday night, 1993. So I was like 23. And she said, let's take LSD. And I'd never really taken any drug. Like I'd maybe smoked a bit of weed, but I didn't know what a strong drug is. And she gave me this paper, and I took it, and we walked around in the East Village, pre-gentrified East Village. It's pretty cool, actually. And it didn't work. For like 1 hour, I felt nothing, and then I went into the toilet. I had a falafel or something. I went into the toilet, and there was a mirror, like I was peeing, and there was this mirror, but the walls had like lines, like they were painted in lines. Suddenly these lines were started to like vibrate, and then the trip started, and it was such an powerful experience that I thought I would go insane. Like it was the worst trip I've ever had. Like it was because
You
it
got
was so
scared?
strong. I was totally scared. I didn't know what it was. I walked. I said to my girlfriend, it's working, and she said, yes, it's working. I feel it also. And I went into No-Tell Motel, which was my favorite bar, just to be in a familiar environment. It's not a good idea on your first very strong LSD trip to be out in Lower
Yeah.
Manhattan on a Saturday night, but I also didn't know this,
Yeah.
you know. So I was in the bar, and I saw my friend Dora Espinosa from Peru. She was quite a small woman.
Mhm.
Like she was only like I don't know the American system, like maybe 1 meter 50. So she was quite short. Short is the right word. But on LSD, she was like this. So I
Like
saw
tiny.
her down there, like, and I said, Dora, do I look normal? Because you look very small.
Yeah.
And Dora's like, no, you look fine. I'm like, okay, I gotta get out of here. And then we walked up to 2nd Avenue, and we saw like a bunch of Puerto Rican kids killing one of their, it was like a gang kind of, it was more of a druggy kind of, I mean, Manhattan back then was kind of dangerous in the East Village. And they killed one of them on the hood of the car in front of our eyes. We saw it. And I said, do you see this? Like, oh my God. And then they resurrected him, like they gave him mouth to mouth, and the guy was fine again. And we walked past, and we were not sure anymore what we were seeing. And this was a very strong hallucination. And then we saw a full-blown racial riot on 2nd Avenue. Like people were smashing in taxi windows, pulling the drivers out, like getting, like it was like a GTA,
Grand Theft Auto. Yeah.
right? It was like that. And
So most of this is basically
I
hallucination,
think so, yeah. And I have
but
taken,
it felt real.
it felt totally real. And so I was happy when this trip was over, because I thought I have gone insane, basically. I thought like there was a switch in my brain that had been like yeah, something like I have now a chemical imbalance in my brain. I'm gonna be crazy for the rest of my life. I thought that. But after like 10 hours, it suddenly got, the effects wore off, and I became normal again. And I thought that was quite fascinating. So in hindsight, I thought it was a great experience, even though it was quite scary. But it also had moments of incredible perceptions. Like I could see that the atoms are not, rigid. Obviously, everything's moving in our universe. There's nothing fixed. So I could see that. I could see that everything was basically alive, and that my previous perceptions, how the world is just my conditioned perception, and that the world was very different, and just how you look at it, it looks different. And
So it's freeing in a way.
yeah, totally freeing. Also, it was much stronger than all the LSD I've taken since, and I've taken high dosages, so I'm not even sure if that was LSD. Like there's also other
Sure.
compounds that are quite rare, like DOM or whatever. Maybe it was something else. But then I also spoke to LSD experts by now, also for the book Tripped. And it can happen that your first trip is much stronger than all the other trips, because your brain is kind of reacts very strongly to it. Because what happens in the brain is basically that the default mode network receives less energy, and other parts of the brain there think more, communicate better. So if this happens for the first time, like your brain maybe is totally surprised by this like firework that's going on, and then creates like hallucinations to somehow make sense of it. Like there's a lot of things firing, and then so you see things that maybe are not there. But that's not usual on an LSD trip. Like you don't have, I've never had such hallucinations afterwards again.
What's the usual experience on LSD?
It really depends on the dosage. If you microdose, it's just like drinking an espresso that lasts maybe for 2-3 hours in a very pleasant way. So you're just slightly buzzed.
Is it visual artifacts like
No,
color?
then you would take like more. Maybe if you take 50 micrograms, the colors become more intense. But if you take a microdose of 10 micrograms, nothing happens. The trip starts with about 100 micrograms. And then you could see maybe it would be like I took a swimming trip in Thailand in January, and I took about 200 micrograms, which is quite a lot. I just because it was so beautiful on this island, and it was kind of, will it be more beautiful if I'm on LSD now? And of course, every LSD trip also tells you about your life, like some things you didn't understand. Suddenly you see like, oh, it's like this. Like it's very good for, reflecting on your life, but it's also a lot of fun. So I swam for like 3 hours through the ocean, which is something you usually don't do. I like swimming, but after like 10 minutes or 20 minutes, I go out. But I was swimming and swimming, and so
Yeah, for me on the psilocybin and ayahuasca, there's a intensification of beauty of the world around you,
right.
whether that's nature, whether that's people, or whether that's your own memories of your past, or maybe your imagination manifesting itself in different kinds of visuals. On ayahuasca, I saw dragons of different kinds, and they were just really beautiful. And maybe I've never taken like a heroic dose of psilocybin, but it was always, everything was just always so beautiful, and I was just grateful to be alive and grateful to be in this world and get to appreciate in this most intense way. There's something about like you said you could see the individual atoms. Like there's certain ways to deconstruct or maybe to visualize or revisualize the world that makes you like appreciate, holy shit, this is really awesome. This is really special. And that can only be done through the process of like showing you like a different version of it a little bit.
I mean, when the Swiss pharmaceutical company Sandoz developed LSD in 1943, like they were having to solve the big question, what is it good for? Like
Yeah.
Albert Hoffman, the chemist, he found it basically involuntarily, and he reported to the CEO, I had very strong reactions basically in the brain. So they set up an intoxication room. I found the documents about this intoxication room in the Novartis archive when I researched Tripped, because Novartis bought Sandoz in the 90s. So all the LSD stuff is in the Novartis archive. And this intoxication room, I always think it's kind of interesting to imagine. This was 1943. There's a world war going on everywhere in Europe except in Switzerland, which is a neutral country. But Basel, where the LSD was found, is like a stone throw from the German border. So you actually hear the war going on. And so they created a nice room within the company, and then all the employees voluntarily could go and take LSD. So they were the first people to take LSD, and they had no idea that there was at one point, MK Ultra, and they were just trying out something that one of their guys had developed. And I read through all these reports, and they all had a great experience. They was like sitting in a nice chair, and they looked outside the window, and they were like reporting stuff like, I just had to laugh the whole time. I felt so good. I realized about my life, or it kind of created in them the feeling like a heightened sensitivity, and a feeling of that this is how life should feel, kind of. So the CEO, Arthur Stoll, he was really trying to figure out what he could market it for, because he thought maybe this is a game changer in mental health, because this was before antidepressants, before antipsychotics, and it was in the middle of World War II, which had created already millions of traumatized people. How do you treat these people? So they thought LSD could be really a big thing. And I mean, I just told you when I first took LSD, and I somehow was interested in LSD, but I never thought I would write a book about it. I just used it once in a while when I wanted to understand something about my life, or just enjoy a day in the ocean. But I read a study that microdoses of LSD at one point help against Alzheimer, and my mother has Alzheimer's. So I discussed this with my father, who takes care of my mother. And this was an academic study. I discussed this also with a leading Alzheimer expert that I interviewed for Tripped, and he's like, wow, this is amazing. Like, because LSD interacts with the very same receptors, the 5-HT2A receptors in the brain that LSD interacts with those receptors, and Alzheimer destroys those receptors. So LSD basically does the opposite that Alzheimer does. And I discussed this with my father, and he said, so why can't I buy LSD in the pharmacy if it's so good, you know? He was a judge before. He actually put people in prison for drugs. So he said, you better bring me the story. So I did kind of a research loop. This is book tripped.
Yeah.
Then I came back to him in the end with the true story of why LSD has been made illegal. And that is quite fascinating, because the Swiss CEO, Stoll, he had learned biochemistry. This is very nerdy, but I think it's quite interesting.
Mhm.
He had learned biochemistry from the Jewish-German god of biochemistry, Wildstetter. Richard Wildstetter was Nobel Prize winner for chemistry, and his work was he would extract the potent alkaloids from so-called poisonous plants and make, the poison. Paracelsus taught us it's the dosage that makes the poison. If you take too much of a potent alkaloid, maybe it's a poison, but if you extract a potent alkaloid, maybe you can turn it into a medicine. So Stoll learned this from Wildstetter, and there was another guy that was learning from Wildstetter, Richard Kuhn. So it was Kuhn and Stoll. Those were the two students of Wildstetter. And Stoll left and became the CEO of Sandoz and developed the pharmaceutical branch of Sandoz. And Kuhn became Hitler's leading biochemist and was responsible in finding a truth drug and also developing nerve gas. So, but the two guys, Kuhn and Stoll, stayed friends also when the Nazis took power. Like, I researched the papers of Stoll in the archive, and in the 1920s he would communicate all the ergot research. LSD is an ergot product. Ergot is a fungus that grows on rye. He would communicate all this with Kuhn, and Kuhn would come to the Sandoz lab, and they did experiments together. And then in 1943, Kuhn was, a hardcore Nazi scientist, and especially looking for the truth drug at the time. And I was looking through the archive. I wanted to find the connection that, Stoll also sent LSD to Kuhn, because when I was researching for Blitz in Dachau, I had found that the SS had done in the concentration camp of Dachau experiments with mescaline and another hallucinogenic substance which was not named. And mescaline has the problem. The truth drug idea is, I give you something without you noticing it, like something that doesn't smell or doesn't taste like anything. And then after like half an hour, I know that something's working in your brain, and you become insecure because suddenly something's working in your brain, and I can play with that situation and therefore extract all the secrets from you, because it's a power. I'm suddenly above you because I know something about you that you don't know. That was the idea. The problem with mescaline was it has a bitter taste, and it's kind of hard to make it. And LSD is very easy to make. Not very easy, but it's quite easy. And LSD is odorless and tasteless. So I was trying to, I somehow had the notion that LSD has a Nazi past, which is something that no one ever thinks about. LSD is like the hippie drug, right? It's a drug of the peace people. But I wanted to see all the papers of the CEO of Stoll, and the archivist. He already knew, like, he was the Swiss archivist, and this is not a public archive. In a public archive, you basically, like a National Archive of the United States, you see what's there, you have the right to see it, freedom of information. But a company archive like Novartis archive, the archivist can just say no. I can't find this right. You basically at his mercy. So I bribed him with LSD. Because he didn't want to show me. He didn't want to show
Yeah.
me the Stoll papers. And I said to him, just to distract him, I said, have you ever seen LSD? And he's like, no. Well, how would I see it? And I said, well, I have some here. And I had some. I just had gotten it from a
What
friend.
does LSD look like? Tabs? What
Yeah,
is it?
tab. I had a paper. And the funny thing about, these are different, different
Oh,
designs.
and you can put it on your tongue? Is that how
Right.
that
You
people
just,
usually take it?
then you take it
Interesting.
like that. And the one I had was given to me by a Swiss friend, and it had, like, here you see certain prints on it.
Oh, yeah.
And he had the print was the old logo of Sandoz from the 1940s. So the guys who make this illegal LSD in Basel, in some kind of lab. They know where it comes from. So they made like a joke to make like the old logo of Sandoz. So I showed this to the archivist. He said, "This is the old logo of our company." I said, "Well, it was made by your company." He said, "I know this, but it's not. This is very interesting, actually." And I said, I'm gonna gift you one of these trips now." And he said, "Wow, you would do this?" And I said, "You can archive it." And he's like, "Ha ha ha." And then he actually took one. Then the ice broke.
That's great.
And then he said, "Okay, I'm going to show you now the correspondence of Stoll, our CEO. It's no problem." And he just went to the next room and he looked for like 10 minutes and then he brought me these boxes. And then I saw actually the correspondence between Stoll and Kuhn, between the Swiss CEO and the German Nazi scientist, what they were talking about. And then I found the smoking gun, October 1943. Kuhn acknowledges that he receives 0.5 gram of ergotamine, which is the precursor drug to LSD. And so it's highly likely that the Nazis used LSD together with mescaline in Dachau. And when the Americans liberated the Dachau camp, they had a special unit called ALSOS with them. And ALSOS' job was to find German scientists and kind of interview them, get their knowledge for the nuclear program mostly, but also for biochemical weapons. And one of the first persons they interrogated was Richard Kuhn. And Richard Kuhn immediately collaborated because he didn't want to go to the Nuremberg trial. He wanted to continue his career, actually. He was an opportunist. So I guess his Nazi convictions were not so strong after all, because he also liked the Americans. So he told the Americans immediately about LSD. And the next day, a very high general flew from the States to Frankfurt, went to Heidelberg, spoke to Kuhn again, took off his uniform and went in civil clothing to Basel, because Switzerland is neutral, and received the first LSD from Stoll's son. So the American general had LSD. This was in 1945 in the summer. And then the American military started to examine LSD. Could LSD be the true drug? Because if the Nazis think so, maybe it's true, because the Nazis were, cutting edge scientists, as evil as they were.
In Dachau, this was presumably used for the different experimentation that was done.
Well, I read one report from a guy who was an inmate, and he received it in coffee, and he had a full-blown psychedelic trip. And he had this SS guy who was like asking him questions, and the guy had such a great trip.
Yeah.
I would always imagine you have a terrible trip in a concentration camp, but he was like seeing fractals and colors, and he could see that there was something bigger than these Nazis, and there was something bigger than the concentration camp. And he only said it was so horrible when the trip ended, and he kind of became sober again and was just an inmate again in the concentration camp.
I mean, one of the things you get from books like Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl is that in the concentration camp, actually, the slightest good things are so rich of good things. Feeling. You just get, so like I would actually expect to have incredible trips there because you're just grateful for anything positive. Anything positive.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Becomes intensified. But
Makes
from the
sense.
perspective of the Nazis, they're trying to develop the truth drug.
They miserably failed because LSD is not the truth drug. LSD maybe leads you closer to your own truth, because when suddenly the default mode network receives less energy and other parts of the brain think more, and the brain becomes the neuroplasticity of the brain is enhanced and is stimulated, you might understand something about your life. You might not, I mean, LSD doesn't necessarily turn you into a more knowledgeable person. You could also focus that on your orthodox belief system, but many people realize different things, have different ideas. So it doesn't work as this conditioning drug. But also the CIA then kind of took over the LSD experiments that the US military took over from the SS. So now it's in CIA hands. In 1947, Central Intelligence Agency is founded, because America didn't have a Central Intelligence Agency before. They had like the military agencies like OSS. Now they have the CIA, and the CIA makes it, Dulles, the first director, he says, the brain warfare is going on now between the Soviet Union and us. This is Cold War. We have to, maybe they are using something against us. We have to be really on our, we have to be prepared, for the brain warfare, because communism is a propagandistic system. So they were always like either really afraid or just pretending to be afraid the Soviet Union would, develop the truth drug quicker than them. So the LSD truth drug program, which was labeled MK Ultra, the infamous MK Ultra is a mind control program. I mean, it is, and LSD played a big part in it.
And it's a deeply illegal one.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, it was never approved by the Congress or anything like that.
It's probably deeply unethical, maybe one of the more un-American, unethical things done in recent times.
It's certainly unethical. It continues the Nazi human experiments.
Right.
That's what the CIA did.
It's continuing one of the worst aspects of what the Nazis were
right,
doing.
absolutely, yeah.
Defeated the Nazis and carried the flag forward. It's just dark.
And this is basically the reason why LSD at one point became illegal, because it did not get the chance. Stoll still wanted to put it on the market, but Sidney Gottlieb, the head of MK Ultra, he really didn't want LSD to be on the market. He wanted, not because he thought it's not good or dangerous for anybody, he just wanted to control LSD. He wanted LSD to be his, so he could use it for MK Ultra, for experiments. But he couldn't really stop. There was also legit LSD research always going on until it was prohibited in 1966. There was legit LSD research done in universities, which came to all kinds of conclusions. But the decisive thing was a visit by Gottlieb in the office of Stoll in Basel, where he basically says he comes with a suitcase with 240,000 US dollars to buy the world supply of LSD. And because he has the information from the American ambassador, like he said, like, we think by now Sandoz has produced like 400 kilograms of LSD, so that was the price for these 400. And Stoll said, no, actually we have produced only 400 grams. And but I'll sell everything to you, of course. I mean, because the pressure that he received from the CIA was, because the CIA and the FDA, they're like quite friendly organizations. So the CIA has a certain influence on the FDA, at least back then, So the pressure was, if you want to put your medicines on the market, which is, of course, the biggest market in the world, and Sandoz, I'm sure you want to thrive and as a pharmaceutical company, then LSD is not going to be one of these products. And Stoll basically betrayed LSD. So he said, okay, and LSD was only distributed as a research drug. It was never sold by the company. So researchers could actually write to Sandoz and say, I'm doing this and this test, and I'm a neuroscientist, I need LSD. And then they would receive it. But mostly what happened to the LSD was it went into the CIA's hands, and then it was used in MK Ultra. But then it spilled out, obviously, because one of the guinea pigs was Ken Kesey. He received 75 US dollars for taking LSD for the CIA. And he was working in Menlo Park in a psychiatric ward. And on LSD, he basically had the idea to write One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He understood, that these people maybe are not crazy. It's just a different way of seeing. That's like an LSD revelation. These are not bad, crazy people. They just see the world differently. Because that neuroplasticity that kind of leads you away from one way of thinking. You realize that there's different ways. So it does, I would say, LSD. The tendency of LSD is more to increase
Empathy, that kind of thing.
empathy, diversity, all these
So,
kind of things.
because you mentioned the effect of LSD on you as a writer, that it at least changed the way you write.
Well, I mean, the book Tripped is a book where I come back with that story to my father, and then my father decides to give LSD to my mother, and we did do the LSD, the three of us, on Christmas. And we did mushrooms on Mother's Day. And whenever my mother takes LSD, and Alzheimer's is a horrible disease, obviously. For example, on Mother's Day, there was the newspaper lying on the balcony. We were like sitting in the sun, and she was on mushrooms. It's just microdose, It's not that you have a trip, but you have that stimulation of your brain. That's what you have. And her brain, attacked by Alzheimer, reacted stronger than my father. Like he always says, I never feel anything from a microdose. And you're not supposed to feel anything. But my mother suddenly picked up the newspaper, which she hadn't looked at for a year. So on mushroom microdoses, she picks up the newspaper and starts reading the headline to us, which was about the Ukraine war. And she'd never heard about the Ukraine war. So when she had problems like pronouncing the word Ukraine, because that was a new word for her, because she hadn't, been part of the news cycle in about a year. And this was because of the mushroom microdose. So this book, how did it change my writing? This on an emotional level, taking LSD and then writing about LSD changed something in my family. Like it improved the health of my mother. That made me very happy, of course, very satisfied.
Yeah, there's a deep personal connection, but I even mean on Ken Kesey's side, like.
I know what you mean.
I mean, what does it do? Like, listen, writing, I don't know. Again, me as a fan of writing, it feels like writing is suffering, kind of. When I see like just these great writers in history talk about writing, it seems like it's really hard. It's a kind of torture. Hemingway and, there you have the Kerouac stories that you just kind of flows out of you. But a lot of times it's like really disciplined day after day. You're really digging and digging. And so it's interesting what that looks like under the different supplements, right? Like
Well,
Stephen King famously, I mean, there's a lot of people, they go to the drugs, to the alcohol. You have the Hunter S. Thompson who goes, when given the option, just says yes to all of it. And the mind is a weird thing. And a lot of writers talk about like they're not really developing the ideas. They're plugging into they're channeling a voice from somewhere else. And with psychedelics, that's certainly, it feels like you're modifying the channel or you're expanding the channel or you're directing the channel to a different direction. That's why I ask.
I think for me, writing has two important parts, and one of them is the actual writing part, and that's the painful part that you talk about. It's basically discipline, focus. It becomes harder and harder to focus because of the telephone.
Yeah, distractions.
There's a place in Switzerland, the Nietzsche House. I go there as much as I can to write. It's in Sils Maria. It's quite high up. Nietzsche went there every summer from 1882 to 1888, with the exception of 1887. Didn't go that summer. I don't know why. And he stayed there for 3 months and wrote most of his work in that room. And that room is still there, and his desk is still there. And you can rent rooms in that Nietzsche house. And I rent. It's great. And I do this as often as I can. And only there am I able to switch off the phone in the morning. I don't even switch it on. I'm like a soldier. I'm in the Nietzsche house. Also, Nietzsche house is magical. So it gives you don't. I would never take drugs in the Nietzsche house because it would disturb that clarity that is in that house. When Nietzsche wrote like Zarathustra and
you can sense his presence a little bit.
Yeah, I speak to him quite a bit. Like,
yeah,
his door is always open.
Is he an asshole or a nice guy?
No, he's a nice guy.
Nice guy.
His room, it cannot be rented. It's like a museum type room. And I mean, I never thought of him as an asshole. I mean, he's a total weirdo, obviously.
Had issue, like struggled getting laid.
Yeah, I think he had a lot of problems.
That's one of them.
Yeah.
But he had a lot of good qualities too.
But he's also part of Stone Sapiens because he did experiment with drugs there, and he writes about it. It's very hard to find, but in the Nietzsche house, I found a book on Nietzsche's medicine history, and he takes quite a bit of hashish. He smokes.
Is it to help with the stomach issues or whatever?
No,
or
he's interested in what happens in the brain, and
interesting.
this comes back to your question. How did the drugs change my writing? Well, first of all, it's this discipline. I can do it up in the Nietzsche house. I can also do it sometimes in Berlin. It's just sitting there trying to focus and writing. But what you need, of course, is the inspirational part. And LSD helped me just the first trip to realize that it's not all black and white. The world is quite colorful, and there's like the abyss, and there's also the horror. And like I was a happy-go-lucky kid, I never thought the world is so deep as I understand it now. So the LSD makes the world deeper. So I think for me to understand the world better, to understand myself better, it improved my writing. But I would not write on LSD because on LSD you want to walk in the forest, or you want to go up the mountain, or that's what I like. I would never like sit in front of the ugly computer with a stupid like screen and write, Maybe I would lie in the mountains with a notebook and kind of write like poetic lines, and that could be done on LSD because you have, like, when I was researching Stone Sapiens, I did one LSD trip from the Nietzsche house. I went quite high up in the mountains on LSD, and and it was not. I just thought about the book and kind of looked at the different chapters. Does it work together, like kind of like macro, without taking too many notes, just kind of letting it, play out in front of in my mind. But then when I walked down, I passed a cave, and I realized a lot about people's relationship to caves and the cave paintings. How actually the cave walls, you see all the arteries of the rocks, and I mean, on LSD you see all of that, and you like see how alive that is, and how beautiful it actually was by humans to then use that canvas and work your cave paintings in there. I mean, I never had the appreciation of that before.
Yeah, you're right. You are able to detect on psychedelics the aliveness of the details, if you can put it this way.
For me, it's a very creative drug. But for other people, it might not be, So I cannot advertise it, because also if you have a psychological problem, maybe it's overwhelming.
Yeah, that's actually a good thing to say at this moment. Like from my perspective, and maybe you can comment on it. In general, when people ask me, because I've done psilocybin a few times and I did ayahuasca and I've talked about it. When people ask me if I recommend those things, as a general statement, I say no. To the general population, and then as a second step, if I'm talking to specific people on a case-by-case basis, I can just discuss my experience and let that be kind of an inspiration. Because I'm very hesitant to recommend a thing that could be so powerful, because I don't know. Like, I had a tremendously positive experience, and I was sure I would be meeting some demons. Like, I thought I would have some demons in the basement or something, but I didn't meet them, not yet. But people might have some demons that they meet, and it might destroy them, or it might change them in the way they don't like. And actually, it's a good question for me whether it's good to do psychedelics when you're in a good place in life or in a bad place in life. Because I know that, even scientifically, there have been studies where psilocybin helps with extreme sort of with depression and PTSD and all these kinds of things. But I'd be very nervous about that too, because like the mind is such a powerful thing, and it's such a complicated thing that with these really powerful tools, it's unclear where it's going to take you. But I have heard a lot of stories of people have taken incredible journeys, sometimes difficult journeys with psychedelics, and have come out much happier and much freer, and have healed some of the things they've been going through. But when people ask me to recommend or not, I'm just too afraid to say yes. I think the right thing is always as a general no. Be very careful.
Yeah, I think it would be irresponsible to recommend it to people you don't see.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe if you know a friend and a friend asks you, maybe I would say to a friend, yeah, I think you would be fine taking it. But even that is a big responsibility, because LSD, in German, the book Trip is called the strongest substance.
Oh no, little Playboy Throggy doesn't think I'm a femboy. Oh no. Oh, boo-hoo. Hey, Playboy, go fuck yourself. How about that, bitch?
Gram dosages, you don't feel anything.
The fuck out of my chat, you dumb cunt.
Micrograms of LSD.
Come in here.
It can totally overpower you. And if you have an unstable psyche, it could,
You really thought that was me?
Do you understand how it compares
Dumb as fuck.
to psilocybin?
I should ban you just for being stupid.
How does LSD compare to those? Is it similar land, territory, just more intense?
LSD and psilocybin are like cousins. And
distant cousins, or
no, quite close cousins.
Hopping off saying dumbass shit, not even knowing anything.
From university clinic in Zurich, who's been researching psilocybin and LSD since the early 90s, and he puts people in brain scanners, for example. So it sees
I don't give a fuck what you think my code looks like. Also, your joke was kind of funny.
LSD or in
I'll be
psilocybin.
honest,
He said,
considering you were thinking I was the person on the screen,
that
but
very same question,
honestly, I don't care what you think about my code.
LSD is the more superior
I don't need to prove shit to you.
he meant by that is that
Also,
LSD
so just in case
dogs
you were
on
wondering,
more
I don't care what you
receptors
think.
than psilocybin. Like psilocybin interacts with like 5 different types of receptors in the brain, and LSD like
I'd love to see some of your garbage ass
so it
code.
makes LSD more
I would
complex
fucking love it.
molecule. So that's why it already works in very small quantities, because it's like the key is like perfect for our brain. Our brain really reacts strongly to LSD. For psilocybin, you have to take milligrams, not micrograms, but milligrams. So mushrooms.
Anything else you want to say?
Also described as the softer, psychedelic
Any
experience,
dumbass
because it really
comments you
lasts
fucking want to talk
5
about?
hours, while LSD lasts like 8 hours. And LSD can be more. LSD is also a mushroom, but it's herb.
My code is used in university labs. Oh,
You think I give a fuck, bitch? I don't even care what you.
they use it to test dogs for rabies. Oh, wow, wee. Oh, wow, wow, wow.
So it's a
That is so nice.
It's a potent process.
That is so cool. I'm so proud of you, Playboy. I'm so proud of you.
Popular in the 60s.
You really did it. You really made it in this world.
They have to grow. Like the hippie movement, they could never have,
I'm making a fucking Twitch bot. You think I care about this code?
grow, but
You think I give a fuck what this shit looks like?
can make
Half of this shit is fucking AI garbage.
Can we go back to something we talked about in the beginning about Berlin? Is just it'd be fascinating to learn more about this culture.
I got fucking personally handpicked to work for a company that held Guinness World Records, bitch. I don't give a fuck about your rabies code.
Had the best clubs that I mean, it was just a dream, you go into this club. But I was also in my mid-20s, so I go into this club, I take MDMA, and the DJ is amazing, and the sound system is crazy, and there's like 500 people on MDMA just dancing for like 8 hours.
And that's when electronic music.
Granted, the thing actually fell apart in the end.
Like a friend of mine.
But still, they did hold Guinness World Records.
Visionaries, which
Guinness World Record for most Down syndrome hires?
he asked me in the early 2000s when this.
I've heard worse jokes.
Should I do this? And I said,
I've heard worse jokes. At least that one was reasonably funny.
dead.
I mean, not enough to make me laugh, but I mean,
But in the 90s, it was new.
it was reasonable.
So it was, you really went into the club and you heard something you'd never heard before. And the first time I came from New York, and New York was a very old school kind of urban.
If you're just trying to like offend me, I mean, you're gonna have to be
roll,
fucking
grunge
chilling for a
music.
while.
And I came to Berlin. It was in a club called Eimer Bucket in East Berlin. Doesn't exist anymore. Like in a rundown.
You're gonna have to
totally
try
rundown,
way fucking harder.
squat. And I went to the bar and I had a beer, and I looked, and there was just a few people on the dance floor, and this like electronic music which I'd never heard before. And the guy next to me, he was like, he looked like an East Berlin skinhead kind of type of guy, but like totally smiling. I'm sure he was on ecstasy, and he was disassembling like an imaginary machine. And I just looked at this guy. He was like, for 1 hour, he was just like doing the most complicated like things, and I was like, this is totally a totally different way of moving. And I liked that, actually. I liked to dance in clubs. Yeah, and I did this for like 2 years very intensely with my girlfriend at the time. We went out a lot, like from Friday to Monday, basically. But it means, and a lot of people still do that in Berlin, but it means that you cannot really work. I mean,
Yeah, you escaped that. It's interesting that you were able to do that for a short time, just as an experience, and then go on to be
Yeah, I
extremely
mean,
productive.
for me, it was also kind of research, even though I didn't know this.
I mean, life is research in a way, if you allow it to be.
I could not have written these books on history and drugs without having had these drug experiences, because that, I mean, also, like when I wrote about methamphetamine and the Nazis, I asked, at the time, weed was illegal in Germany. So I asked the friend of mine, she's a cannabis dealer, I guess you would say. I said, can you also get me crystal meth? And she was like shocked, like, no, because she was a weed dealer. But then she found like a Polish guy who actually had crystal meth. I just wanted to have it. It was like the Paul Schrader thing when he wrote the screenplay to Taxi Driver. He had like a gun in his drawer,
Mm-hmm.
so he would like, get the vibe of like danger. And so I wanted to have this crystal meth. So this Polish guy sold it to me, and he gave me a zero without me saying anything. And maybe my French, maybe she said he's a writer or something, but he gave me a Xerox. He gave me the methamphetamine 1 gram and the Xerox copy of the patent of Pavitine from 1938. So this was a crystal meth dealer that actually had a historical
Knowledge. Yeah.
knowledge about it. So
Did you ever try?
yeah, well, then I tried it because I really wanted. I could not really write about it in the same way without having tried it. I can't recommend it. It feels very toxic. Like when you take a psychedelic, I can say this with a clear conscience. It's not toxic. LSD is not toxic. It doesn't poison you. You might have reactions in your brain that are too much for you. But if you snort crystal meth, it goes on your central nervous system. Your heart starts pounding. Your blood pressure rises. So it's stressful on the organism. It's toxic, But still, the effect in the brain is not so interesting as with LSD. Like you couldn't go crazy, I would say, on crystal meth. You just have you're just very much awake, but you don't have like crazy thoughts that you can't, evaluate anymore. So it's a very, very, very different drug. But taking that, of course, made me understand better how a soldier feels in the tank. Taking it.
Yeah, I think that's really, really important to do. I have to ask your friend Alex, it sounds like he's taken every single drug there is. Has he spoken about like what's the most interesting drug? Like, what's his favorite drug? He seems like a connoisseur, right?
But he's not a psychedelic guy, so
Oh, well then, okay.
he's more into the addictive drugs.
It's very difficult, I guess. Yeah, that would be a special person that can be a really sort of a full-on explorer of the drug space. Because if you get into psychedelics, then you don't really want to do the hard drugs. And if you get the
No.
hard drugs, you don't want to.
Yeah, right. They contradict each other.
They do contradict each other. Yeah.
That's why we spend less and less time together.
Since you mentioned Kerouac, listen, I love Kerouac. Do we know any sort of famous writers that have used drugs as part of the writing? So Kerouac is one.
Do we know any famous writers who have not used drugs as part of their writing?
Interesting. So wait, I didn't actually know, to be honest, the story. I love
That's
Kerouac.
the good thing about being a writer. You can take drugs on the job and no one will cancel you for it. If you're like a politician, you can't really do it.
That's right. You could be a rock star, you could be a writer.
You can be an artist and take drugs.
You mentioned that Kerouac did what?
Amphetamine.
Amphetamine.
Speed. Basically speed. The legend has it that On the Road was written in 2 weeks on speed, basically without sleeping and using an endless paper roll in this typewriter. So he would just write it. And I can imagine that you can write a hell of a lot on amphetamines. And I do it sometimes, but I don't do it a lot, So I can take amphetamines and have a really good time and write like 20 pages, but then the next day I wouldn't do it anymore. But he decided, okay, for 14 days, I'm going to do it. Philip K. Dick was an amphetamine writer. And also, I think if you take a lot of amphetamines, you get into kind of psychedelic spaces at a certain point in time where you start hallucinating. And like if you write, Blade Runner, maybe it helps you. So amphetamines are also, they can be creative, I guess. It's just not, it's not my type of drug. And they're certainly not as creative as, but it also depends on the person. Like Malcolm Lowry, Under the Volcano, he was drinking a lot, or Hemingway was drinking a lot, and they could only write when they're drunk. When I'm drunk, I can't write. I just can't do it.
Write drunk, edit sober.
And that's advisable. Like if I would write something on amphetamines, I would certainly edit it sober, of course, because on amphetamines, your self-criticism is lowered because you feel so good. Like you feel so confident. You just write. But writing is about nuances, especially literary writing. Maybe a nonfiction book would be easier on amphetamines, but a novel, it's all about You have to be very, very open. Amphetamines close you. You become like a machine, like you write. But if you are on the right track, like Kerouac was on the road, he had the right, he was going, But you could also be on the wrong one and then write 200 pages and you just have to throw it away. And probably he did a lot of that also.
Yeah, yeah. And also On the Road is a particular kind of book.
It's an amphetamine book.
You want the spontaneity, the speed of.
It's about speed. It's about moving fast. It's about not stopping. It is a speed book.
Yeah.
But it's a great book.
It's such a great book. It's such a great book. But then I've recently been rereading all of Dostoevsky. So going to Notes on the Ground, to The Idiot, to Crime and Punishment, to Brothers Karamazov, and that I
Which
don't
was
think
your favorite?
Brothers Karamazov. Well, I read it in both Russian and English, and for the longest time it was The Idiot, until it's a complicated philosophical issue. I when I was younger, I thought Prince Mishkin, the main character in The Idiot, was not as flawed as I believe he is now. I think Dostoevsky tried to create a Jesus-like character in Prince Mishkin,
Right.
and I think kind of failed because he was too giving in a way that it was actually counterproductive and destructive to the world, which is he tried to fix in the Brothers Karamazov with Alyosha Karamazov. So, but anyway, I don't think that you could do that. I would be very surprised to learn that Dostoevsky did any drugs.
Also, there was not so much available.
That's true.
Alcohol, of course, nicotine, coffee. Those are already powerful drugs.
And I'm also doing a podcast with Chuck Palahniuk, author of Fight Club and many other amazing books. And
yeah, he's a great writer. Fight Club influenced me quite a bit. I think the novel is even better maybe than the movie. Even though the movie's great.
I mean, in that case, as he said, like the movie is great and that it's almost like a bigger than life thing. And sometimes like the book and the movie and those things can influence culture.
That certainly influenced culture.
To where like, okay, this has a life of its own. I'd like to think some of your work might influence how we perceive history. That's really important. That's really powerful. To not just change, but sort of expand our conception of history, which is important to do. Is there particular books, fiction or nonfiction? So you were both a fiction writer and a nonfiction writer. Is there books that had influence on you?
Yeah. It's Ulysses by James Joyce. Ulysses is good, but only when you're like in your early 20s living in New York and you're writing your first book and you just have taken LSD.
Oh, nice.
Then I read it and then it
It made sense?
Well, it just showed, it's just a very experimental novel. So it opens up. You don't have to understand everything, but it shows you that there's many different ways of telling a tale. And that was quite interesting to me. But the most influential book maybe is The Stranger by Camus.
Yeah.
Because I like the language so much and I'm really mostly interested in language. I don't really care what it's about. I was lying on the beach in Morocco when I was 20 and reading The Stranger, and then a Moroccan came and he said, "Why are you reading a racist book?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? This is world literature." He said, "Yeah, right." He's like killing an Arab without consequence. No, actually, there's consequence, but no reason, basically, just because he's bored. So this is racist. That was like made no sense to me, that argument, because I was just interested in how Camus constructed. It was just for me a stylistical experience to read that.
I always love books, and Stranger's a short book. I love books that are able to accomplish so much in so little pages, in so few pages, in so few words.
Yeah,
The Stranger.
there's nothing unnecessary in The Stranger, and I always try to write a book where every sentence is just, there's nothing unnecessary in the book, but it's very hard to do, actually. Nietzsche could do this.
Yeah.
Peterson talked about this, that every sentence in Nietzsche is like chiseled and is like perfect. And I think not every, I mean, but that's his tendency. He tries to write like this, and that's very hard to achieve. That's actually where the writing becomes poetic. So for me, Nietzsche also is like a poet. The aphorisms is poetry. So Nietzsche also stylistically, since you asked, was very important to me. So Camus, Nietzsche, James Joyce, and then just in Kafka also. I like Kafka always, and I like Thomas Mann. I don't know how well he translates, but in German it's interesting, his take on how to. It's funny. He's a very funny guy, even though he's like he talks too much, but he's good. So I always wanted to have these guys as my colleagues, basically.
Are they there somewhere in your head as you're writing?
Less and less, but it was like an incentive to be part of that club, like to be able to write a book and it's out there and it's perfect and it's and you're on one level with Camus. It's very hard to do. Let's say you become a carpenter, which is also a very challenging job, but you don't have these kind of great. Well, you have Jesus, I guess, as your potential colleague.
Yeah, true.
But for I just like these writers, so the ones I mentioned, and also then Thomas Pynchon, who wrote Gravity's Rainbow, which I think is one of the best novels of the 20th century. And I read that in Berlin in the late 90s and it really blew my mind. I think it's an absolute masterpiece. The intensity of this novel, Gravity's Rainbow, is unparalleled, and I'm still puzzled by how he did it. And it's not known how he did it because he lives a completely obscure life. No one knows basically who he is. So he's also a very interesting colleague.
It's widely regarded as one of the most challenging and significant works of postmodern
It's pretty
literature.
good.
Set primarily in Europe at the end of World War II, the novel centers on the design, production, and deployment of the German V-2 rocket. The narrative follows several characters. It lists the characters.
Well, Slothrop is the American agent who's the main character. He works for Allied intelligence, and he's really a funny guy. He smokes a lot of weed, and he's like in Berlin and bombed out Berlin after the war, and it's just funny to go with him through that. He's a great character. It's a great novel. It really is.
So it does give a window into history also.
It does, yeah. But that's not why it's interesting to me. But it makes it especially interesting because the way he describes these situations, it's just the way he writes is phenomenal.
It's a Pulitzer Prize and all
Oh, but I'm sure he didn't take it.
on lists.
Because he
Doesn't like-
declined. Well, no one knows who he is. I know a little bit. I know who his wife is, but I'm not going to talk about it. He really wants to protect his privacy, and I think
Yeah.
that's also amazing.
I think that's a beautiful thing. But for me, from my perspective,
He wouldn't appear in the podcast.
he would not.
It would be great if he would come
would
to
not,
the podcast.
right. Well, I believe it's possible, but with people like that, it has to be a long journey. And you have to, like, for me, for example, I just interviewed Terrence Tao, who's one of the greatest mathematicians, one of the greatest living mathematicians, probably one of the greats in history. And there's another I want to speak with, which is Grisha Grigori Perelman, who's a Russian mathematician who's more akin to Thomas Pynchon. He declined the Millennial Prize, the $1 million. He declined all the prizes, the Fields Medal, the Breakthrough Prize in Mathematics. He declined everything, and he just lives with his mom now, quit mathematics.
Like Kerouac, he also lived with his mom.
Mm-hmm. There's something really beautiful about a human being like that.
Right.
Especially because in his case, it was done for principles. Like he has a certain set of principles, and no amount of money, nothing can buy him. Or
yeah, that's amazing, actually.
Yeah, I had somebody tell me this. A really interesting guy I met a few days ago said that there's nothing more exhilarating. Perhaps only a rich person can say this, but there's nothing more exhilarating than saying no to a lot of money. But he said it with so much confidence that I somehow believed him. But it is the deeper truth there is living by principles and having integrity. There is something deeply fulfilling. If that means saying no to money, or if that means standing up to Hitler, and then risking your life, that's a deeply fulfilling thing. Big ridiculous question. I thought you were a good person to ask. What's the point of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life and our existence here on Earth?
I somehow think that the universe has a big story to tell, or it's telling a big story the whole time, and our consciousness is part of that bigger story. So the consciousness of the whole of the universe, the huge story, is something that is probably the meaning of life, and or the meaning of life, of our individual life, is to understand that story. And that is something, for example, that I understood quite well on LSD when I walked in the mountains about a month ago, because the mountains, they actually, they're quite high up into the atmosphere, and they are made of all kinds of minerals, and so they are receiving cosmic energy that comes, that hits our planet. And walking up there, and it doesn't, I guess if you're on LSD, you're more open somehow, because you're not closing with your default mode network that, this is the tree, and this is the path, and this is the mountain, and now it's 2 o'clock and I have to go back, and the rain, like this. You're more open, so you're more like perceiving. That's at least that's the impression I had, and I couldn't put it in words what exactly I was perceiving, but I was perceiving more of the bigger story. And I think that is inspiration. And I think those moments bring you quite close to the meaning of life. And I wouldn't put that meaning on life in words. It is an experience. And I think that for me as an artist, it was an important experience to make, to get close to that. And uh, that is what you can achieve in each of your professions. You know, like a mathematician, he comes to that point when he like hears more, like he grasps like connections, and he might not be able to put it into a formula yet, but if he's an open person, he might be a better mathematician because he can understand a bit more of the meaning of everything.
Of this bigger story that's being written.
Yeah. And I mean, I mentioned to you my Substack, which I think is going to be the best Substack.
Do you think it's possible it's the greatest Substack of all time in history?
That's what it's going to be.
It's going to be, yeah.
Stone Sapien Substack. But something else,
I just hope you actually do it.
well, you should become a subscriber.
I will definitely subscribe.
I really realized that there is a bigger story, and it's somehow interesting to try to open up, because if we live, that's why I like to be in nature also quite a lot. You you have a better access. We live boxed in. Walter Benjamin called us like the boxed human beings. Like we're living in the cities. We're waking up. We're doing a. It's good to be. Therefore, it's good to be outside the system, and I hope that my art can contribute to freeing the brain waves, to understanding a bit more. What that is, I don't know, but I think the process of understanding more and connecting in different ways, that is what I'm going for, because I think that is the meaning of life.
Well, thank you for doing that with all of your work and for inspiring us all to do the same. Thank you so much for talking today.
It was great. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Norman Ohler. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, let me leave you with some words from the great Terence McKenna. Nature loves courage. You make the commitment, and nature will respond to that commitment by removing impossible obstacles. Dream the impossible dream, and the world will not grind you under. It will lift you up. This is the trick. This is what all these teachers and philosophers who really counted, who really touched the alchemical gold, this is what they understood. This is the shamanic dance in the waterfall. This is how magic is done. By hurling yourself into the abyss and discovering that it is, in fact, a feather bed. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Not too bad. Not too bad. It's pretty long, but I filled a lot of time. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I'm probably going to call it there. I'm gone about an hour and a half longer than I wanted to. I got a few things done in here. Got some stuff done in Terraria earlier. I'll probably play a little bit tomorrow again. We'll see. There's still, I got kind of what I wanted done in here. There's just a few things I wanted to do for handling these auto bans from these spammers. So that's working now. So it automatically denies their message and it auto bans them. And I can expand the keyword list, but so far I've only really noticed people who use this stream boot bullshit. And the messages won't even pop up in chat, so no one will even have to see them. Which is kind of nice. But yeah, now I don't have to... All I'll see on my end is something like this. And nobody else will even see anything. Which is nice. So if I notice... I haven't noticed any other keywords that people are using. The Discord art spammers use different messages. I can't really ban the word Discord. Maybe Discord and art in the same sentence? I don't know. Probably not worth the trouble it would cause. Anyways, yep, that's gonna be it for me. I'm tired and getting a little hungry anyways, so I was not planning on streaming this late. It's not even really that late, but since I started early. Either way, I think I've had enough fun. So yeah, we'll end it there. I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming. I don't know what time I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. I kind of like starting early, but also it really depends on when I wake up. So we'll see. But that is gonna be it for me. Good stream. Except for that one guy that wasn't very funny. Can't even make me laugh. Writing university code. No wonder shit's so fucked up. You got these dumb fucks writing university code. Can't even tell what the fuck is a podcast and what is a stream camera. Hilarious. Hilarious.